Curvy Girls Can't Date Cowboys. Written by Kelsie Stelting. Narrated by Joyce Oben. 1. Most people hated returning to school after a holiday break. Not me. I was ready to be out from under the watchful eyes of my parents, have some space from my 3 younger sisters, and see my friends again. While they'd been busy on glamorous vacations or hanging out with their boyfriends, I'd been stuck in my parents' house, existing on Mom's hourly holiday schedule or covering shifts at our family's health food store, Ripe. The second my alarm clock went off for that first day back at school, I sprang out of my bed and went to the den, where I did my breathing treatments every morning. Living with asthma wasn't fun, but it was as much a part of me by now as my frizzy red hair, just something I had to deal with. I sat with the nebulizer on and watched videos from my favorite YouTubers. They had so much skill, and I always caught ideas on how I could make my own videos better. By the time my treatment was done, I found a new channel to subscribe to and a cool feature to ask my videography teacher, Mr. Davis, about. I'd need all the help I could get in case I didn't make it into UCLA's film school on my first attempt. Locking my phone, I set it down and put the equipment away before going into the kitchen, where chaos had already ensued. Did I mention I have 3 younger sisters? The twins, who were balls of 8-year-old energy, were already practicing their lines for their next movie audition, while Corey talked with Mom about the advantages of eating chocolate with breakfast instead of the organic and GMO-free raisins our parents always tried to serve us with granola cereal. Mom glanced over at me, and I could tell from the height of her frizz she was already at her wit's end. "Morning," I said. "Good morning, agave nectar," she replied with an exasperated smile. Mom used to tease me by calling me natural sweeteners instead of honey, and it kind of stuck. Corey took advantage of the momentary distraction to sneakily grab a bag of dark chocolate chips and walk away. I was so getting some of those later. "How was your treatment?" Mom asked. "Did you make sure all the medicine got used?" "Of course," I answered. "I've only been doing this every day for the last 8 years. "Good. And your inhaler is stocked, right?" "Yes," I said, trying not to sound frustrated, and failing miserably. "Look, I just know that your asthma gets worse in the winter. I want to make sure you're taken care of." "I can handle it. I've been handling it." "With my supervision." A groan was seconds away from escaping my lips. "Now eat your breakfast. You girls are going to be late," I finished. Turning to grab a box of granola and some organic soy milk, I rolled my eyes. She said that every morning, because my parents apparently thought if you weren't at least 5 minutes early, you were late. "You got some mail, by the way," Mom said with a slight smile. "I'll grab it on the way out." I set my bowl down to get the mail from the counter, but then I noticed her growing grin. "Why are you so excited?" She was never this eager for me to get my heap of spam college advertisements. She shrugged and looked toward the ceiling. "Oh, just a little school called UCLA?" My mouth fell open, and I basically sprinted toward the counter where we kept our mail. The big envelope lay there like a shining beacon of my freedom. I ripped it open and held the letter inches from my face. "Ginger, we are pleased to announce you have been accepted into—" "I got in!" I screamed. "What?" Corey and Mom yelled at the same time. "I got into the film school!" I cried, jumping up and down. Corey came and jumped with me. "That's awesome, Ginge." "I need to call your father," Mom said. "It's going to be so great," Corey rushed out. "You're going to go to college and meet boys and get so awesome at videography and become a famous director. Oh, and you're going to live in the dorms. I wonder if your roommate's going to be like one of those creepy people who saves all of their toenail clippings, or worse, your toenail clippings. Or maybe she'll be like your best friend forever. I mean, we all know she's not going to be better than me, but you'll still be her roommate, Mom said, covering the mouthpiece of her phone. A popping, crushing, suffocating silence sounded in my ears. Corey would still be my roommate? What do you mean? Corey said, I'm not going to college with her. Ginger's going to stay here, of course. She said it so plainly, so matter-of-factly, as if I should have known this in my bones. What? I managed, feeling like a bucket of ice water had just been dumped over me. I'd been banking on college as a source of freedom, my opportunity to get out from under their rules and helicopter parenting. They never mentioned me staying at home. There's no reason for you to live in the dorms when you can stay here and we can watch you, Mom answered. The first semester of college is hard, and I don't want you forgetting a breathing treatment and being back where you were in 8th grade. I closed my eyes. Not only had being so deathly ill haunted my past, it was going to follow me for the rest of my life. But my parents didn't care about that. They cared about logic, control. I had to prove to her that living in the dorms was the smarter, safer choice. It's an hour drive, I said. More in traffic. That's a lot of gas money and time wasted. Plus, I'll probably be exhausted. I shouldn't be driving tired. You probably won't have school every single day, and you can always grab a latte on the way out of town if you need to. My mouth fell open. I got my wits about me to argue just when my mom said, "Hi," into her phone. Ginger got in. While she celebrated with my dad, Corey met my eyes with a sympathetic look. My own eyes stung, and she blurred in my vision. Rather than cry in front of my captor, I turned around and walked out the door, knowing that my entire escape plan had crumbled. Corey met me out in the car, holding the bag of chocolate chips. "Want one?" she asked. "Or 12? A tear slipped down my cheek as I took a handful. This kind of a morning called for more than a little chocolate. "I just want you to," Corey began, but I shook my head and took off. "I don't feel like talking," I said. She pressed her lips together in a frown, but nodded, and used what surely must have been all of her self-control to stay quiet. Still, she reached over and rubbed my arm as it rested on the console. I looked over at her as I pulled into the school parking lot and gave her a half-hearted smile. No matter what happened, she understood what I was going through better than anyone else. "You'll figure it out," she said with complete confidence, and then got out of the car and caught up with her friends. Only wished I believed in myself that much. With a sigh, I got out of the car and began walking toward the school. A guy from the football team said, "Find your soul, Ginge?" I rolled my eyes. "Find your penis? Or did you need to borrow a microscope?" His friends all oohed and laughed at my burn, but I was so not in the mood. My anger grew and expanded with each step I took toward the school and the stupid motto engraved above the entrance. Ad meliora, toward better things. I scoffed and pushed through the glass double doors. How was I supposed to go toward better things with my parents holding me back? Toward implied movement, and I was stuck. I met my friends at Rory's locker, where we always hung out in the morning before the bell rang. The 4 of them greeted me with smiles and hugs. Even though we'd only been a group of friends for a semester, it felt like I'd known them my whole life. "You guys are not going to believe this," I said, and told them the whole horrible story about how I'd gotten into UCLA, and then how my mom dropped a massive bomb on me that detonated all my dreams of freedom. "You're kidding," Zara said, her dark eyebrows furrowed together. "They can't keep you locked up at home forever." I shook my head. "They should just change my name from Ginger to Rapunzel and call it good." Callie put her hand on my shoulder sympathetically. "I'm so sorry. Is there anything we can do?" "You mean other than giving me a spoon to dig a tunnel out from my room?" She laughed, and Rory said, "You're one of the smartest people I know. Surely you could at least use a shovel." Jordan had a small frown on her face, and guilt immediately struck me. She'd be living with her mom and commuting to UCLA too, not because she didn't want to live on campus, but because she couldn't. They didn't have enough money for her to live in the dorms. I opened my mouth to apologize to her, but the bell rang. Rory, Zara, and Callie gave me apologetic looks and said goodbye before starting to class. Jordan and I began walking toward first-hour videography. With everyone crowding the hallway, I practically had to walk behind her. "I'm sorry," I said, just loud enough for her to hear me. "I shouldn't have complained so much about not being able to live on campus." "Don't be," Jordan said, turning and walking sideways. "I totally get it. I know it's not the same with my mom as it is with your parents, but there's a lot of time between now and August. Maybe they'll loosen up a bit. We could even carpool." "That would be awesome." Leave it to Jordan to find the bright side when I couldn't see through my disappointment. I shook my head and twisted so I could pass by someone in the halls. Curvy girl problem? Always taking up more space than everyone else. But really, I shouldn't have been so selfish and made it sound like living at home was a terrible thing. I was just really hoping to get out of the house for once. She held her books to her chest. "I know, but it's going to work out. You'll see." I appreciated her faith in me, but I couldn't help thinking I would be missing out, both for me and my career. What's the point in filming people living their lives if I never had the freedom to experience my own? The hall thinned a bit, and I stepped beside her again. Desperate to change the subject, I asked, "How was your first Christmas with Kai?" An easy smile formed on her lips. "Amazing. Speaking of Kai..." Jordan's boyfriend approached us, grinning brightly. "Hey, babe. Ginger," he added as an afterthought. Jordan beamed back at him just as sappily, and I gave them a salute. "See you in class, Jord." They were already tucked against the wall, looking every bit the perfect couple they were. I couldn't help but feel like I was missing out on life and love and adventure. I wanted to experience things, find something worth filming. Instead, all I knew was Emerson Academy, home, and a grocery store carefully curated by my parents. I reached my typical spot in front of one of the Apple computers lined around the room and set my bag in Jordan's chair to save it for her. The room seemed to charge, and I glanced over to see Ray Sadler walking in. My heart beat faster, even though we'd hardly said a word to each other since he started at the academy our freshman year. Although our school uniform required formal wear, he looked like he had stepped off the farm with his swagger and confidence. Not to mention the scar over his right eyebrow and tan from working outside. He looked every bit as fit as an athlete, and a part of me recognized all the hard work he must have done to earn those muscles. He sat easily in his seat down the row from me. "Hey," I said. What did I have to lose? My freedom? That was gone. My pride? What pride? His lips carved a smile on his chiseled face, which was way more delicious than my breakfast. "Hey, Ginger." My heart stalled, sputtered to a stop, not only because he knew my name, but because of the incredible way it rolled off his lips. Realizing he was waiting for a reply, I said, "How was New Year's?" "Good." He shrugged. "Didn't see you at Merritt's party." My heart lifted. He noticed I'd been gone. "Did you get out the guitar?" I remembered him playing at a party on the beach a while back. The skilled way he'd run his hands over the strings still had my breath kicking up a notch. "Of course," he said. "I don't go anywhere without Betsy." "Betsy?" "My guitar." A smile came easily. "You named it?" "Of course. You don't name your video camera?" "Oh, it has a name," I bluffed. "What is it?" "Crap. Canon." The sound waves of his laughter rolled through my chest, and I realized I had made him laugh, made him smile. "Rain check?" he asked. "Maybe I can take you out to dinner and play for you." Was Ray asking me out? If it wasn't a date, it was definitely date adjacent. I had to play it cool, but Ray's simmering blue eyes, waiting for my answer, made it hard. "Sure," I said lightly, "if I don't have to work. The glamorous life of a store owner's child." He chuckled. "I get that. What store?" It struck me that I, Ginger Nash, nerdy AV girl, was having an actual conversation with Ray Sadler, the school's hottest, and only, cowboy. And he actually laughed at something I said. Could this get any better? "Ripe," I answered. "It's a health food store near Emerson Shops." His eyes widened in recognition. "You've heard of it?" I asked. "Oh, yeah, I've heard of it," he said, but it didn't sound like a good thing. I was about to ask him why when Jordan walked into the classroom and sat by me. "Maybe you can't live in the dorms," she said, "but you can definitely hang out this Saturday, right? Kai and I think we should start a movie night at his house." Ray had already turned his eyes away from me, but my question for him remained. 2. After school, Mr. Davis and I helped film Headmaster Bradford's Welcome Back video. We added one to the school's YouTube channel after each break. Putting on my headphones, I tested the audio while Mr. Davis and Headmaster Bradford talked about the girls' basketball team and their potential to make it to the state championship. My heart swelled with pride. Corey played on the team, and her stout build made her one of the best players in the state. When they finished, I said, "I'm ready." Mr. Davis stepped out of the camera's view, and I held up my fingers to count. 3, 2... I held up the last finger and pointed at him to let him know we were rolling. Headmaster Bradford straightened his shoulders and smiled. "Welcome back to Emerson Academy. Whether you're a freshman or experiencing your last year here, it is important you make the most of your time here. Freshmen, what you do now matters. Take advantage of all you have offered to you now, from extracurriculars to excellent instruction and more. Seniors, this is your last semester with us. Now is your time to lean into the high school experience with all you have. Do your best, represent Emerson Academy well, and, most importantly, do not let this precious time you have left slip away. Your high school experience will be gone all too soon." His words struck each raw nerve in my chest. I wanted that, to live each second and to experience it all before my parents trapped me during college, too. I needed to find out how to make it happen. I counted down and turned off the camera. "Great job, Headmaster." Smiling, he stood and unclipped the lavalier mic from his lapel. "Thank you, Ginger. It's always great to see one of our students in her element." Mr. Davis nodded. "Imagine how great she'll be once she gets into the film program at UCLA. My lips twitched. "About that." "Did you hear back?" he asked, almost as giddy as I'd been that morning. I nodded. "I got in." Headmaster Bradford shook my hand. "Well done, Ginger." Smiling, I shook his hand back. I couldn't believe the headmaster was talking to me, praising me. "That's amazing," Mr. Davis said. "I knew you could do it." "I learned from the best," I said. Mr. Davis had invested so much in me over the years. "I couldn't have done it without you." The headmaster clapped my shoulder. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I best be getting home to Penny." "Of course," Mr. Davis said. "Ginger and I can clean this up." "Definitely," I agreed. As he left his office, we began packing up the equipment. "UCLA," Mr. Davis said. "That's amazing, Ginger." "Thanks." He zipped up the lighting bag. "You don't seem too excited." I frowned at the cables I was wrapping up. "I am, but—" I sighed. I'd gone over it so many times already, but I told him about the news my mom had given me. "I can't help but feel like I'll be missing out on everything that makes college great, like it will just be a continuation of high school." For a moment, Mr. Davis was quiet as he worked to pack the camera away. "I wonder if it would help you to meet with another student who's having similar challenges." "I mean, Jordan's staying home next year, but it's not really the same." "I wasn't thinking of her." He rose to his feet and dusted off his pants. "I was thinking of Ray." My heart sped. "Ray Sadler?" "He's in first hour with you?" Mr. Davis said. Oh, I knew he was in first hour. It was like my body wouldn't let me forget I had a hottie sitting down the row from me. But he'd also been borderline rude about my parents owning a health food store. What was that about? "Maybe I could pair you for a group project," Mr. Davis said. "You might be surprised about what he has to teach you." "Teach me? About videography?" "About life." He bent to grab a couple of equipment bags and started out the door. I followed behind him, wondering what a cowboy would have to teach me, or how my parents would feel about that. After we finished putting away the camera gear, I went to my locker and grabbed my books and phone. I had a few new messages. Jordan, "Want to come to Waldo's and celebrate the new semester?" My spirits lifted as I shut my locker and began walking down the hallway. I opened my messenger app to text my parents to see if I could, but some of the new messages were from them. Dad, "Congrats on UCLA." Dad, "Come by the store after school. I have some new signs to hang up." I sighed and texted back my friends. Ginger, "Can't. Shift at the store, and then time to start digging. Still waiting on that spoon." Jordan, "Bummer. We'll grab one from the diner." With a smile, I put my phone in my pocket and continued toward the doors to the parking lot. The sound of whistles and squeaking shoes hit my ears, and I glanced into the gym. The girls' basketball team was working on drills at each end of the court. Corey practiced at the goal nearest me, defending another girl trying to make a basket. Her opponent attempted a shot, and Corey jumped and easily batted it out of the air. Her teammates cheered for her, and I did too from the hallway. She caught sight of me, and her cheeks immediately flushed red. I ducked out of the doorway, not wanting to embarrass her more than I already had. But one of the Nash girls should be living her dreams, even if it wasn't me. Then again, maybe if I could get Dad on his own, I could convince him living at home didn't make any sense. UCLA, and my life were waiting. 3. I pulled up to the store and parked on the far end of the parking lot, like my parents always asked us to. They said if we had 2 feet and a beating heart, we could leave the space for our customers. With my car in park, I grabbed my ripe apron from the passenger seat and tied it on as I walked inside. There were at least a dozen shoppers mingling around the store, maybe more. Looked like the night was off to a good start. Hopefully that would put Dad in a good mood. I walked into the store and saw Janet at the register. She was as much a staple to this store as the actual staples. "Hi, Ginge," she said between customers. "Hey," I waved back. "Do you know where Dad is?" She pointed over her shoulder. "Stocking HBA, I think." "Thanks." As I started toward the health and beauty aids, I heard Janet say, "Thank you for shopping with us. The time is ripe to live a healthy life." Shaking my head, I continued toward the rows of toiletries, finding Dad behind a cart full of supplements. "Hey, kiddo." I picked up a bottle and turned it to read the label. It seemed like we carried pills to help with everything from crusty toenails to thinning hair. "What are these?" "Helps regulate cycles," Dad said, standing and breaking down the box. Once it was folded down, he set it aside and stretched out his arms. "I need to hug my college girl." My nose scrunched as I entered his hug, and his beard tickled my forehead. "Thanks, Dad." He patted my back. "After I get off shift, I'll bring home some of that new vegan ice cream to celebrate, whatever flavor you want." "Anything with chocolate," I answered. Though whether I'd be celebrating or drowning my sorrows, I'd soon discover. "Come on," he said, taking hold of the cart with empty boxes. "Let's grab those signs." We walked to the stockroom at the back of the store where Leroy, another employee, was sorting through boxes. "Hey, Lee," I said. "Ginger." He stood and stretched his back. "Congrats on getting into that program. Your daddy's awful proud." Dad beamed under his thick mustache. "Sure am." He grabbed a stack of foam signs and hanging materials. "Let's get these up in the front windows." I said goodbye to Leroy and followed Dad up front. Once we reached the front glass, we took down the posters, and he handed me half the stack. They were branded signs, saying things like, "Antibiotic-free," "Cage-free," "No hormones or steroids." "Like them?" Dad asked. "Our designer did them, along with some grocery ads supposed to go out next month." "They look good. On brand," I agreed. My parents were all about doing things the natural way. Ever since I'd gotten so sick, they'd done everything they could to keep me safe, from tearing out the carpets in our house to only buying the most toxin-free food they could find. I knew they loved me, but sometimes I just wanted a chance to spread my wings. "Dad?" He pressed his poster onto the adhesive. "Yeah?" "Can I ask you something?" His hands fell away from the wall, showing the bright and clear sign, "No factory farming." "What's up, hun?" I lifted my shoulders in a big inhale, then let them down. "Mom said I wasn't living in the dorms while I went to college, and I wanted to know if you'd reconsider?" He folded his arms over his chest and tilted his head. That was the look that said he was preparing to tell me no. I had to make my case, and fast. "There are so many good reasons to live in the dorms. I'll be closer to campus, able to ask my instructors questions more easily when I need to, join groups that meet later at night, build a real community. Plus, sitting in a car so much will be so bad for my cardiovascular health. Imagine how much walking I'll get in if I live in the dorms." Slowly, he raised his hand, signaling for me to stop. "Ginger, I know you think living in the dorms is fun and exciting, but it's not. He held up a finger. There'll be a bunch of kids with raging hormones packed in together. 2 fingers. It's way more expensive than what we'll pay in gas. 3 fingers. They won't be trained in what to do if you have an asthma attack. Dad, I'm fine. How many times can I tell you and Mom that I know how to use a rescue inhaler? He shook his head solemnly. And so what if there are kids with hormones? Don't you trust me to make the right decisions? He sat back against the window and folded his arms over his chest. I remember what it was like to be a teen. Making smart decisions in the heat of the moment is easier said than done. That's an indictment on you, I argued, my voice raising. Why should I be punished for the dumb things you did as a teen? His voice got low as he glanced around to make sure no one was watching. That is enough, Ginger. You will live at home next year, whether you want to or not. As he turned to hang up more posters, my heart sank. It wasn't about saving money or keeping me safe. It was that they didn't trust me. What could I do to prove to them that I was ready? I needed to find out, or miss out on my first chance at being free. Once we finished hanging the signs, Dad grabbed a few tubs of the ice cream, and we headed home. I parked my car behind his, and we plugged them in to charge before going inside. I refused to say more than a handful of words to him. What could I say? They thought I was just a dumb teenager with no brains of my own, as if I hadn't learned anything from my illness. I reached the door first and yanked it open to an explosion of cheers, streamers, and twinkle lights. My mom, sisters, and Aunt Rosie were inside, looking thrilled. Your sister's got the audition, Mom cheered. What? Dad looked between her and the 8-year-olds, whose grins practically split their faces in two. They jumped up and down and cried together, We got the audition! Despite my hard day, I grinned. They'd been practicing these lines forever and did so well on the video I made for them to send in. Good job, I yelled and hugged them both. I'm so proud of you. When do you leave for Hollywood? I asked. Who's taking you? Next Friday, they cheered. Mom and Dad are both coming. Mom glanced over at her sister. That's the other part of the surprise. Rosie came and took me in a tight hug. I'm going to be watching you in core. I let out a breath of relief. It may not have been cool to have a babysitter at 18, but Aunt Rosie was a blast. She always brought us junk food and stayed up way too late with us, watching movies. We stayed up that night to celebrate, eating vegan ice cream. But when I went to bed, I remembered I was still Rapunzel, locked away in the tower, while everyone else lived the life of their dreams. 4. The natural mineral makeup Mom bought me did nothing on the circles under my eyes. I was tired. From school, from work, and mostly from constantly feeling trapped in my own home. Giving up, I put the brush down and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Today was a chia yogurt bowl with fresh organic fruit. I sat at the breakfast bar by Corey, who had a book open. Trying to catch up on assigned reading? I asked. She glanced toward the opposite end of the kitchen, where Mom was prepping fruits and vegetables for snacks. She can't hear us, I muttered. There is something I want to talk to you about, though, she said, setting her book down and giving me a pointed look. Can you save the cheering for my next actual game? Laughing, I shook my head. Is it my fault my sister's such a beast? She rolled her eyes, then lowered her voice. Maybe I'll get a scholarship at a school so far away I'll have to live in the dorms. I stuck my tongue out at her. Rude. I'm still holding out hope for you. She beat her chest and held up her fist. "I'm on your team." I rolled my eyes. "You ready to go?" She took a couple more bites of her breakfast and stood. "Let's go." Mom glanced over from her work. "Have a good day." We waved goodbye and went out to the car. While I drove, she read, and we parted ways in the parking lot. Instead of meeting the girls like usual, I sent them a text. "Ginger, see you at lunch. Got something to do." Ray's pickup usually sat a couple of rows away from my car, but it wasn't here yet. I leaned back against my hood, waiting for him to show. He didn't disappoint. His lifted truck rolled into the lot, the engine rumbling loudly. It was nothing like my quiet electric car. Mud dripped from the undercarriage and stained the bottom side of his paint brown. Setting his cowboy hat on the dash, he killed the engine and easily hopped down, dragging his backpack behind him. His long legs started toward the school, and I realized, instead of gawking, I needed to say something or he'd lose me completely. "Ray," I called. "Ray!" He turned, confused, then caught sight of me. The disappointed look that crossed his features hit me right in the gut. "What's up?" he asked. I caught up to him and steeled myself for the question that had been nagging at me since the day before. "What's your problem with me?" He turned his eyes toward the sky and readjusted his backpack. "I don't have a problem with you." Raising my eyebrows, I said, "Oh, really?" He may have just stepped off the fertilizer farm, but I wasn't buying his crap. He lowered his chin, meeting my eyes with his blue gaze. "Really?" My heart stuttered, not prepared for the depths of his stare. "Really," I managed. "Then why did you act like that when I told you my family owns Ripe?" He'd practically asked me on a date, and then gave me a shoulder so cold it could reverse global warming. The bell rang across the parking lot, and Ray let out a swear word. "We're going to be late." He strode toward the building, and I hurried to keep up. "So you admit you acted off yesterday?" He cast me a sideways glance. "You are quite the reporter. No comment." I rolled my eyes. "What is it?" Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he said, "Maybe it's the fact that your family spreads misinformation about my way of life." I stalled at the last stair, breathing hard. "What do you mean?" He stopped then, too, not even slightly winded, and turned to face me. "No antibiotics? Factory farming? Have you or your parents ever even set foot on a farm? Or is it all just a money grab for you?" "Excuse me?" I demanded. I had red hair and wore size 18 clothes. I was used to people picking on me and had learned how to stand up for myself. But never had someone outright jabbed at my family's character like that. How dare he? My parents have made a living for our family by giving people healthy options. "Yeah, and my family's made a living doing all the things your family says is wrong." The bell rang, and he turned, continuing toward video class. And I watched the back of an enemy I never even knew I had. 5. I slipped through the door and quietly sat next to Jordan. She gave me a questioning look, but I simply shook my head. Explaining Ray's behavior would take more than a few whispered sentences. "Making sure you were acquainted with the equipment and software was fun," Mr. Davis said to the class. "But now, it's time to see what talent we're working with." He picked up a whiteboard and began writing. 1 3-minute video, made with a partner, using Premiere, featuring a day in the life. Of what? Your choice. It's your chance to be creative. Pick a bug, or a teacher, or a friend, or a profession?" He capped the marker and set it back in the tray. "I'm excited to see what you come up with." I turned to Jordan. "Partners?" "I will assign partners," Mr. Davis said, giving us an apologetic look. "Since some of you were in this class last semester, and I know how you work together." He looked down at the legal pad he'd brought in with him and started calling off pairs. I tried to make eye contact with Mr. Davis, tell him not to make the grouping I desperately feared he would, but he kept looking at his sheet as he read, "Ginger Nash and Ray Sadler." I should have been more worried about the disappointed look on my face, but when I turned to look at Ray, he seemed just as aggravated. That just made me even more mad. Jordan nudged my arm and gave me an inconspicuous thumbs up. She thought I was partnering with my crush. So much had changed since yesterday. I gave her a shake of my head, to which she returned a confused look. "We'll talk at lunch," I muttered. Mr. Davis asked us to sit with our partner to begin planning, and I walked right up to Ray, where he sat at the back of the room, farthest from the teacher. He held up his hands. "Don't shoot." I glared at him. "We've barely said 2 words to each other the last 4 years, and for whatever reason, you've made it pretty clear you have a beef with me." "Look, Ginger, if you have a problem with me, you can walk your pretty little feet up to the teacher and ask for a new partner." I narrowed my eyes. "Don't patronize me." "What am I to do?" He lifted his arms helplessly. "I'm just a dumb country boy." That was all the motivation I needed. I stood up from my chair and marched to Mr. Davis's desk. He glanced up at me, smiling, but his grin quickly faded. "Everything okay, Ginger?" I glanced back at Ray, who seemed to lack all the care in the world, and turned toward Mr. Davis. "Look, can I have a new partner?" I had to think fast. No matter how much I already disliked Ray, I didn't want Mr. Davis to see me as petty. "See, I want to work with a partner who will challenge me, help me grow." Mr. Davis gave me a small smile. "Maybe you can be that for someone else." He winked. "Just this time. And I think you might be surprised at the insight he has to give." I plastered on a smile. It took all my willpower, but I did it, and turned back to Ray. The amused expression on his face did nothing for the heat flowing through my veins. All the true crime episodes I'd binged might just come in handy after all. "Why do you look like you're plotting to murder me and hide the body?" he asked. I lifted my eyebrows. "Maybe I am." I ignored his chuckle and sat in the rolling chair next to his. Someday, I may have to work with someone as annoying as Ray. This was just practice for me to be as professional as possible. I could do that. "So, what are you thinking?" I asked politely. "Any ideas?" "Everyone knows that you're the queen bee at this kind of thing. Why don't you just tell me what you want?" Part of me was flattered, but another part was irritated. It's a partner project. I have no intention of doing it for you. "You think just because I'm a cowboy, I'm stupid. Is that it?" I have no idea what a cowboy does, since my parents and I have so obviously never stepped foot on a farm. I batted my eyelashes innocently. "The only thing I know about you is that you're rude, you don't talk much, and when you do, it's annoying." With a straight face, he said, "Technically, that's 3 things." I could have hit him. I should have received an award for my restraint. As it was, I could feel the steam pouring out my ears as he chuckled beside me. So, he did know how to smile, if only at my expense. "Fine, I'll pick," I said. I was already exhausted, and it was barely 8:15. A day in the life of a teacher. We can do Mr. Davis. Teacher's pet, he retorted. I pretended not to be upset by his comment. Fine. How about a student? Because that's something we don't do every day. I glared at him. I don't hear you coming up with any ideas. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Look, all I'm saying is that we should do something different, unexpected. You want to impress Teacher Dearest, don't you? From the front of the room, Mr. Davis said, About a minute left, class. Remember, this is your chance to set the bar for the rest of the semester. I clenched my jaw. Fine. Come up with 3 ideas by class tomorrow. We'll pick one then. He ripped out a piece of notebook paper and scribbled down a phone number. In case you want to talk about the project, or actually learn something about how a ranch works. He stood and picked up 3 textbooks in his large hands, then walked out the door just as the bell rang. 6. I started down the hall and found my friends together, walking toward the lunch line. I fell into step beside them. Callie smiled over at me. Did you celebrate UCLA last night? I patted my round stomach, binged some ice cream, hogged the remote. I kissed my fingers. Magnifico! Zara laughed. Sounds way better than my date. Jordan nudged her. Did you have your tiger take a bite out of his pants, Jasmine? I wish I had thought of that, she said, sending Jordan a teasing smile. No, he was perfectly bland and boring. Aside from being 30 years old and a film director, you think we'd have more to talk about. 30? I said. Gross. Rory shrugged. Wright Alexander's 24, and he's pretty hot. Callie's mouth dropped open, and she looked around, probably making sure Rory's boyfriend hadn't overheard the comment. Beckett has a meeting with Mrs. Bardot, Rory said with a sly smile. I'm good for some girl talk. Callie laughed. Zara shook her head. Trust me, this guy was no Wright Alexander. Now, if my dad set me up with him, you'd have to deal with his sister, I finished. Her expression fell. So true. He's probably just as bad as she is. Callie looked around again, and I knew she was looking for Merritt. It would be just my luck that she'd overhear. You're clear, Callie said. Good, I answered, stopping at the end of the line. So, Jordan said, lowering her voice, what's the deal with Ray? I thought you'd be happy to partner with him. Callie raised her eyebrows. You got partnered with the cowboy? I gave them a frustrated look under my lashes. Unfortunately. Each of my friends seemed confused. That bad? Jordan asked. What happened? I told them about his issue with my family's store, and then let out a frustrated sigh. He's just so handsome, a low voice hummed behind me. I turned and had to look up to get a full take on Ray's face. My cheeks immediately heated. So much for keeping my foot out of my mouth. Hi, Ray, Jordan said, saving me. Hi, Jordan, he replied warmly, turning on all of his charm that I'd never seen. That just frustrated me more. He could be polite. He just chose not to when it came to me. Having a good week? She asked him, carefully looking between the two of us. He dropped a heavy, muscled arm around my shoulders. Better than our gal here. I shrugged out from under his arm. Getting worse by the second. I stepped ahead of them, even though I was still right next to him in line. I would take any distance away from him I could get. We finally reached the front of the line, and I hurriedly asked the server for the healthy special. He quickly produced a tray loaded with lean meats, fruits, and vegetables. Usually I'd be pickier, but I needed to get away from Ray and his imposing presence. I slammed my tray on the table next to Callie's best friend, Carson, and dropped into my seat. "Whoa," he said. "What's wrong, Ginge?" "Do you know Ray Sadler?" Carson shrugged his muscled shoulders. "I know of him. He doesn't talk much." "Let's just say you're lucky, then," I grumbled, grabbing a carrot stick and crunching into it. "Boy, I can't wait to hear this," Carson said. Jordan put her tray next to mine, and then the other girls came as well. "Okay," Zara said. "You and Ray have some serious sexual tension going on." My eyebrows flew up, and I sputtered, "Sexual tension? Are you crazy? More like, I want to smack him tension." Jordan looked confused. "You've been talking about how cute he is ever since that party at the beach, and I saw him checking you out when you went to talk to Mr. Davis this morning. I don't understand what happened." "Apparently, he thinks Ripe is an indictment on his way of life, which is probably animal abuse." I shook my head, feeling sick. "Seriously, what could be wrong with wanting your food to be produced a better way?" Carson shrugged. "I don't know. I mean, all I know about farming is what I learned on that second-grade field trip to the dairy. Maybe there's more to it than we think?" Him sticking up for Ray just made me angrier. If everything farmers do is okay, why is organic even a thing? Callie reached across the table and put her hand on my arm. "It wasn't nice of him to treat you that way. Maybe we can do some research and see what the deal is?" Maybe. All I knew was I'd be learning more from Google than I ever cared to know from him. 7. After school, I went home and got to work on my homework, starting first on coming up with 3 creative ideas for the video. I hated to admit it, but Ray was right. I needed to think outside of the box. After brainstorming and writing down a few, I got busy on my trig homework and then finished up my reading assignment. "Supper's ready," Mom's muffled voice came through the door. I closed my worn paperback copy of In Cold Blood and started toward the kitchen. The twins sat at our long oak table with highlighted playbooks open in front of them, and Corey held an icy water bottle in both hands, still wearing her practice clothes. "Hi, sweetie," Mom said to me, and set a plate of steamed asparagus on the table next to a plate full of grilled chicken breasts. Corey turned to me, then faced the table again. "Hey." I sat down next to her and asked, "Rough practice?" "You have no idea." I laughed and grabbed the stack of plates to start passing them around. "You know, videography doesn't require any running." "Just wait," she said. "Someday you'll be chasing after someone for a video, and you'll wish you had Coach Adkins screaming at you to run lines." I shivered. "That sounds like torture. Pretty sure a double-wide director's chair will do just fine." She glared at me. "Stop." I rolled my eyes toward the ceiling. She was so sensitive about how I referred to myself. My weight was nothing other than a size to me. It had no bearing on who I was. Mom sat at the table with us and began dishing herself a plate full of vegetables and chicken. With how healthy she ate, and had us eat, it was a wonder we were fat at all. She said her great-grandparents were farm workers, and they needed to be stout for all the hard labor they did. Now we just got the extra-wide hips and shoulders for nothing. Well, except Corey, who was an absolute beast at basketball. "How was your day?" she asked no one in particular. "Good," the twins answered in unison. "You can stop the chanting," Mom said. It was cute for their auditions, but they definitely took it a little far. "I want to know. Tara?" She shrugged. "Good, except that boy in school keeps calling me Annie." I rolled my eyes. Would the insults ever change? "Do I need to call the principal again?" Mom asked. She shook her head. "No, I told him when I got my film deal he'd be jealous of my millions." I laughed out loud, and Mom sent me an admonishing look. "We need to be humble," she said to Tara, then lowered her voice and said conspiratorially, "You're right, though." Tara smiled smugly at her plate. "Kara?" Mom asked. She shrugged, just as her twin had, and I swore it was like déjà vu. "I got sent to the office for punching that boy." Mom's eyebrows rose. "You what?" "He called her Annie. I'm supposed to be my own person, and my own person was mad." She shrugged again and sawed at her chicken with a butter knife. Mom gazed toward the ceiling. "How do we handle disputes?" "With our words," the twins echoed. Mom gave them an exasperated glare, then gave up completely. "Ginger, please tell me you didn't have any altercations today." "Well," I sighed, thinking of Ray. "Can I ask you a question?" She set her fork down. "Sure. What's up?" "I know the store sells organic and GMO-free, but why?" Her eyebrows drew together. "Because it's healthier. What kind of question is that?" "I don't know." I toyed with a floppy stick of asparagus. "I guess I just wanted to know how you knew it was healthier." "They spray pesticides on plants to kill bugs to make more money. If it kills bugs, imagine what it does to us." "Who's they?" I asked. "People we don't buy from. Not to mention how wrong it is to keep those animals locked up in cages. Google farrowing crates, and you'll see why we want cage-free meat and eggs." Her words were coming faster now, and her nostrils flared. "The fact that people raise animals in those conditions, it's despicable. I never want to be a part of that. Like this chicken." She held up a forkful of meat. "I can eat it knowing it had a good life, outside of those cages and having grain shoved down its throat every day, or it was fed antibiotics just to—" Okay, I cried, holding up my hands. "I'm sorry I asked." She shook her head, frustrated. "Whoever made you think organic wasn't better was lying. You tell them you almost died because of antibiotic-resistant bacteria and make them look you in the eyes. That's what factory farming does. It kills." Memories of the summer I spent in and out of the hospital overtook my mind. It was the worst 3 months of my life. And if Ray's family had anything to do with it, I hated them that much more. For a moment, we were all quiet. The only sound was silverware scraping on plates. "You should be thankful for your father," Mom said, still not done. "He works till the store closes every night to make sure that you and countless other people have good food to eat and don't have to go through what we went through." What we went through. I knew it had been hard on them, my illness, but I didn't need the reminder. I wanted to forget about it altogether. I gave Corey a desperate look, and she perked up. "I made all of my free throws today in practice." Mom glanced at me before looking at Corey and saying distractedly, "That's good, honey. Keep up the good work." I finished the rest of my meal as quickly as I could and went to my room. 8. After staying up way too late researching conventional and organic agriculture, I felt even more lost than before. There had to be a million sources and no clear answers. Even with my academy training on research, I had a hard time parsing apart the opposite sides. That just made me angrier. Who was I to believe? My parents, who'd dedicated their lives to our family's safety? Or Ray, a cantankerous high school senior who'd grown up on a ranch? I was exhausted and still had to see Ray this morning. I couldn't wait for this project to be over so we could go back to ignoring each other. As I reached my friends surrounding Rory's locker, I let out a big yawn. "Late night?" Rory asked. "You have no idea," I muttered. Jordan grinned at me. "I have news. Well, 2 newses." I laughed. I'm pretty sure that's not a word. She just shook her head slightly. "Kai asked me to spring fling. It should be fun, right? Not lame?" "If you have a date," I answered. For the last 3 years, I'd gone to every school-sponsored and chaperoned dance alone. Not because I wanted to, but because no one had asked me. Jordan nodded slowly. "Who are you guys going with?" "Beckett," Rory easily answered. I wished I had that. Someone I was so confident in I didn't have to ask at all, to just know. "Duh," Jordan said with a laugh, then looked at Callie, Zara, and me. Callie shrugged. "Carson and I usually go as friends." Zara and I gave each other a look. "When are you and Carson going to admit you're in love?" I asked. Callie's cheeks turned bright pink. "I'm not in love with Carson." "Uh-huh," Zara said. "I'm not," she asserted. "I'll have you know I happen to like someone else." The light tone in her voice did nothing to soften her deepening blush. Like she'd become a magnet, we each leaned in closer, desperate to hear the news. "Who?" Jordan asked, voicing each of our questions. Callie looked around before whispering, "It's my brother's best friend." "The college guy?" Zara let out an excited squeal. "You are bad." Callie nodded sheepishly, then groaned. "He hardly even knows I exist outside of being Jacob's kid sister." Rory waggled her eyebrows. "We can change that. I owe you guys for helping set me up with Beckett." No, Callie said. "It's probably best to leave it as a fantasy." Seeming disappointed, Rory turned to me. "What about you? I'm guessing you're not going with Ray." I snorted. "Not if you paid me." Jordan lifted her chin. "He's just being petty because Ginger's an awesome videographer and he's learning how much he pales in comparison." "No, because I can't even come up with a good idea for this video." I looked down at my freckled hands, gripping my backpack straps. Callie put a comforting hand on my arm. "Don't let him make you question yourself." "Exactly," Zara said. "You're a bomb videographer, and you're going places, with or without his approval." The bell rang, and as we parted ways, I remembered something Jordan said. "What was the other news you had?" "Oh," her eyes lit up. "My mom got her first check from YouTube." I grinned back at her, just as excited. "No way. That's awesome. Was it massive?" We'd started her mom's channel on cleaning tips a little bit more than a month ago, and she'd quickly taken off. Blushing, Jordan said quietly, "It replaced her old income and then some." "This is only the beginning," I said. "You two keep up with your videos and you won't believe how well it goes." "Thank you for helping us so much," Jordan answered. her deep brown eyes wide. "We couldn't have pulled it off without you. And my mom signed up for a course on how to create online courses and trainings. She's never even gone to college, but she's pushing herself to learn more, with or without a degree. I'm so proud of her." Wow, that's amazing. I couldn't believe how much had changed for them in only a few months. She rubbed my shoulder. "It's all because of you. You helped her dream again." My eyes stung, even as I smiled wide. I loved helping them out of their hard place, loved that Jordan's mom was making a name for herself that she so deserved. "Don't cry," Jordan said, sounding concerned. I wiped at my eyes. "I'm just so—" Merritt crossed in front of us. "I'd cry too if I had a body like yours." Flipping her hair over her shoulder, she continued down the hall with her two friends. Jordan and I gave each other a look as we reached the doorway to Mr. Davis's classroom. "Where's her broomstick?" I asked. Jordan made her voice sound all light and airy in an imitation of Merritt. "It's at the dry cleaners." Laughing, I shook my head. A disgruntled voice came from behind us. "Can I get into class?" "Oh, sorry," I began, stepping out of the way. But then I saw the source of the complaint. Did Ray only have one setting, or was he just permanently stuck on rude? After he passed, Jordan widened her eyes and whispered, "Okay, he seriously needs to chill." "Right?" I muttered, and went to my regular seat at the computer nearest the whiteboard. Jordan sat down next to me, and we bent over our backpacks, getting out our notes. Mr. Davis came into the room from the adjoining AV room and said, "Sit with your partners, class." Jordan and I frowned at each other before getting up from our chairs. Of course, Ray was waiting with his chiseled face set into a frown. Why did he look so hot when he was frowning, yet I only ended up looking like a bulldog? Did he have to have all the luck? "Let's hear your ideas," he said without preamble. "I've given all the ideas so far. You first." He glanced up from his notebook with an even expression and deadpanned, "A day in the life of a snob. A day in the life of a propaganda promoter. A day in the life of a fearmonger?" He leveled his gaze at me, and my mouth fell open. "Excuse me?" I said. "How about a day in the life of an How's it going?" Mr. Davis asked us, wearing an amused expression. "Great, sir," Ray said, transforming completely. "Working out some creative differences." Mr. Davis chuckled. "Oh, how we suffer for our art." He patted my shoulder. "Make sure you're making some concessions." "Why are you assuming it's me?" I asked, thoroughly ruffled. He just smiled, and Ray barely masked his laughter. I glared at him. "Carry on," Mr. Davis said. "Can't wait to see what the two of you create." As he walked away, I muttered, "How about World War III?" Ray laughed out loud. "I'd like to see you try." "Is that a jab at my size?" I demanded. "No, at your diplomacy skills. Or lack thereof." I rolled my eyes. "And what do you know about diplomacy, cowboy?" "That you should listen to what the other person has to say before declaring them your enemy." "For the record," I said, with way more surety than I felt, "I looked up farrowing crates last night. You're despicable." He rolled his eyes. "Please, I'm dying to hear what else you learned from YouTube University." Internally, I faltered. What did he know that I didn't? Externally, I shook my head. It's so not worth it. "What?" Afraid you'll get proven wrong?" His eyebrow quirked, and I so wanted to smack it back into place. Why did he irk me like no one else could? I wasn't this angry person. I got along with people, had fun, but this jerk goaded me in ways I'd never been before. "For your information—" "Okay, class," Mr. Davis said. "We're almost out of time today. This project is due on Monday. It doesn't have to be technically excellent, but I'd love to see your storytelling skills shine through. If you don't have any questions, you're dismissed." No one raised their hands, so I bent and shoved my notebook back in my backpack. At the sound of the bell, I threw it over my shoulder. "You better come back with your ideas tomorrow," I told Ray. "You might be a sinking ship, but I'm not going down with you." 9. As I left class, I was beginning to feel more and more helpless. Between videography spiraling out of control, my parents refusing to let me live in the dorms, and my hopeless love life, it felt like I was going nowhere. How much life was I missing out on, and would continue to miss out on, stuck under my parents' thumb? On the way to my next class, I passed our guidance counselor's door. In lieu of the typical nameplate, she'd had one designed with flowers and hummingbirds that read, "Birdie's Nest." I stood outside the closed door and stared at the handle. I knew I'd regret this, but... Cringing, I knocked on the door. "Come in," she called. With a sigh, I opened the door and stepped in cautiously. Birdie really was in a nest, surrounded by files, and her bird named Ralphie. "Hi," I said. She grinned. "Ginger, how can I help you?" The door swung shut loudly behind me, and Ralphie flapped his wings at me reproachfully. "Sorry," I muttered to him, and said, Well, it's a long story." She glanced at the cuckoo clock above her desk. "I have 30 minutes and a late pass for you." "Okay." I settled awkwardly into the chair in front of her desk. "Fabulous job on the welcome back video, by the way. And UCLA." She clapped her hands. "Bravo." I managed a smile. "That's kind of what I wanted to talk about. I was wondering if there might be any housing scholarships you can think of." "Are your parents having trouble?" she asked. "I know you have little sisters." "That's not it," I answered. Honestly, the store gave us what we needed and more. "But my parents don't want me to live on campus, and I was thinking if it was paid for, they might not have any reason to say no." With a sad look, she leaned on her desk. "That's a shame. Kids learn so much in the dorms, if only how to find a good hiding place for wine coolers." She winked, then straightened. "Let me look into it. Would you be opposed to me calling a meeting with them?" I hesitated. Would it make them upset? "You know them better than I do," she said. "But I could call it a college planning meeting and discuss ways Emerson Academy will support you post-graduation." "You do that?" I asked, feeling guilty for all the times I'd made fun of her and her eccentricities. "Of course. I'm here for all of my students. It's my job to help them soar." She giggled. "Get it?" How embarrassing is it that I actually laughed? Good one, Bird. "How about you get back to class, and I'll call your parents to set up a meeting. Do you know what time is usually good for them?" "My dad works till close at the store, so it'll have to be in the morning." "Perfect. I'll let you know what we come up with." I left Mrs. Bardot's office feeling more hopeful than I had since my parents broke the news. They might not listen to me, but another adult? Maybe. It was the only chance I had. I tried not to worry about college or Ray for the rest of the day, and looked forward to the middle school basketball game I was covering for the Academy's YouTube channel. At least it got me out of Mom's after-school schedule. Snack, then cleaning, then exercise, then supper, then cleanup, then homework until lights out. Every day. The only time I got a reprieve was when I had something to do after school, or Mom was gone with the twins. Unfortunately, watching middle schoolers huff and puff down the basketball court was just about as interesting as watching paint dry. The third time I caught a kid picking their nose instead of guarding their opponents, I called it quits and packed up. Surely there was enough footage to piece together a 5-minute video. I walked across the parking lot to the high school and entered the empty building to do some quick edits before uploading. The halls were almost completely empty, sans the haunting notes of a violin. Jordan's boyfriend, Kai, had his private lesson after school each day. Since I was technically at school, and therefore free from my parents' reign, I decided to take my time and walk closer to the source of the sound. Maybe I could listen for a little while and just relax. However, the notes stopped when I got a few feet away from the music room. I waited for them to resume, but apparently he was done. The door cracked open, and I realized how absolutely creepy this idea had been. Lurking in the hallway and listening to my friend's boyfriend play violin? Not one of my finer moments. I turned and hightailed it away, but the door swung fully open, and Kai called, "Ginger?" Slowly, casually, I turned. "Oh, Kai! Hey, what are you doing here?" Smooth like butter. He held up his violin case. "You?" I held up my camera bag in response. "Nice." He fell into step beside me as we walked toward the videography room. "Heard there was some drama with the cowboy?" I rolled my eyes. "He's insufferable." With a shrug, Kai said, "I have him in music class, but he's quiet. A good guitar player." I remembered him playing guitar at the party by the beach, the way his voice blended with the notes, and he just seemed so carefree. He wasn't like that at school. I shoved down the feelings warring in my chest and tried to make a joke. "So he's a future country music star, huh?" Chuckling, he said, "Don't bring that up to him. It drives him nuts." Tucking that piece of information in my back pocket for later. He laughed, stalling by the dark videography room. "Are you good here, by yourself?" He seemed skeptical. "Yeah, I do this all the time." "I could stay," he offered. "I have some homework I could do." I shook my head. "I'm good." "If you're sure." "I am," I said, and waved him goodbye before using my key to get into the classroom. Actually, being on my own at the academy was a relief. It was one of the few times where I could exist outside of my parents' watchful eyes. Although all I did was edit video and upload it. That's what they didn't understand. I didn't want to go out and do anything crazy, get hurt or risk my health. I just wanted to live. My phone began ringing from a number I didn't recognize, and I answered it. "Hello?" "Hi, Miss Ginger," a woman said in a sing-song voice. "Who is this?" "Bird, of course, the Birdman." I covered my mouth to hold back a laugh. "Hi, Birdman." "I got a hold of your parents. We're on for 8 in the morning. I'll see you then." My mood soared. "Thank you." But as soon as I hung up, worry took over. What if Mrs. Bardot couldn't convince them to let me live on campus? This was my last chance, and I needed to make it work. 10. Corey and I rode to school together as usual the next morning, but that was where the normalcy ended. My parents parked in the visitor lot and waited for me. My dad seemed almost out of place in his beard and plaid shirt with rolled-up sleeves, amongst all of the students with freshly shaven faces and uniforms. Corey continued toward the building, standing out from the rest of the students with her bright red hair. When I turned away from Corey, Mom waved at me and tucked a loose curl behind her ear. "Ready, maple syrup?" I nodded and met them, feeling like everyone's eyes were on me. At least they weren't picking on me, with my parents around. But this was almost worse. Everyone saw them walk beside me under the Ad Meliora sign, watched my mom gaze around at the lockers and students and wave at every person she recognized. She even gave one of Corey's friends an awkward hug. My eyes caught sight of a tall, broad-shouldered guy walking down the hallway. His blue eyes met mine, a mix of distaste and mirth in his gaze. I narrowed my eyes at him, which only seemed to amuse him more. "Not making it to videography?" he asked as he passed us. My parents paused, scooting to the side so other students could pass around them. "Is this a friend of yours?" Mom asked suspiciously. "Class partner," I said flatly. Friend was the last thing I'd call him. "And no, we have a meeting with Mrs. Bardot." A grin spread across his face. "I'll take good notes for you, pardner." I rolled my eyes while my mom cooed, "That is so kind of you." Dad cleared his throat, protectively tucking me to his side. "We better get going." Ray lifted a finger in a wave and kept walking, but dread hit my gut. What would Ray do without me? If he started filming, I would be so mad, especially since I knew his quality level wasn't where I demanded mine be. But if he didn't start today, we'd be way behind on the project. I shook my head. That wasn't where my focus should be. Ray had been nothing but a distraction since the semester started. I was about to have one of my most important meetings ever, and I was thinking about a guy who hated me? Time to move on. We reached Mrs. Bardot's office, and Mom leaned her head into the open doorway. "Are you ready for us?" I heard Mrs. Bardot say, "Yes, of course. Please come in." A terrifying thought popped into my head. What if she'd worn one of her crazier outfits? My parents would never take her seriously. The second I saw her, I let out a sigh of relief. She'd opted for a blue dress and snowflake earrings. Tame. Thank God. Dad extended his hand, and she took it. "You must be Mr. Nash." "Call me Paul," Dad said. "Paul," she repeated. "I'm Birdie, and your name is?" she asked my mom. "Barbara." "Paul and Barbara, please take a seat." Mom and Dad sat in one of the matching chairs, and I took a spot on the bench along the wall. Birdman's desk was blissfully clear, but she did look to have some reading material printed out. "As you know, our Ginger has an amazing opportunity to attend a top film program. Our job here at Emerson Academy is to prepare her for rigorous academics and support her in making the most of her future education." Mom nodded along with her, and Dad chuckled, saying, "We pay enough in tuition to cover that." Ralphie tweeted like he agreed. "Exactly," Birdie said. She continued to speak about how Emerson Academy could connect me with a support network, including UCLA alumni and Academy alumni involved in the film business. "We also have an Academy graduate who's in the 3rd year of the film program, as well as several alumni families in the area willing to adopt her, so she'll have people nearby while she's living in the dorm." "Oh," Mom said, "she's not living in the dorms." "Is there a financial issue?" Birdie asked. We may be able to look for additional scholarships or see if a local family might be willing to sponsor her." Dad straightened his shoulders. "It's not financial, it's prudent. We know how many students fall off track that first semester of living on their own." "Interesting," Bertie said, then licked her finger and thumbed through a stack of papers. That smart woman. She pretended to have the research at the bottom so this wouldn't look staged. "I actually came across a study the other day suggesting otherwise." She extended the printout and handed it to Mom. "Lots of parents are worried that their children who move out won't do as well, but if the research is anything to go by, it's the opposite. Check out these numbers. Higher retention rates, less drug use, higher campus involvement, improved GPA, less time to graduation. Looks like a win to me." As my parents bent over the paper, Bertie sent me a covert wink. I'd never given her enough credit. "Something to consider," she said, then handed them another slip of paper. "If you could add your contact info here, I'll work on matching Ginger with a student, at least, so she'll have an ally on campus." Mom took the sheet and thanked her. "This is wonderful." "We find that the right supports and info can make a world of difference." Bertie stood. "And if you have any questions or need me to look up more information on campus housing scholarships, you know where to find me." As my parents stood, I studied their faces, trying to find any hint possible of a changed mind. Could Mrs. Bardot have gotten through to them? Mrs. Bardot waved. "It was great seeing you. Ginger, if you'll stay behind, I'll write you a pass for your next class." I stood with them and gave my parents a hug. "Have a good day, sweetie," Mom said. "Bye, kiddo," Dad said. I waved and watched them walk away, their heads bent over the materials Mrs. Bardot had given them. They were actually reading it, paying attention, thinking about it. I wanted to squeal, but didn't want to get ahead of myself. She stepped beside me and shut the door. "Do you think it worked?" I rushed out. "Time will tell," she answered. "It needs to be their idea, or they won't follow through on it." "How did you know how to work with difficult parents?" she asked. "I work at the Academy." She chuckled and scribbled a note on a piece of paper. "Bring this to Mr. Davis, and let me know how it goes with your parents. I'm pulling for you." Feeling hopeful, I hurried to videography. According to my watch, there were only a few minutes left, but maybe Ray and I could at least settle on an idea. Unfortunately, I'd misjudged how quickly I could walk there. The second I got into the classroom, the bell rang. There went my chance to settle anything concerning the video. Ray smirked at me. Smirked? Why was he always smirking? And what was so amusing to him? I turned away from Ray to give Mr. Davis the note. He looked at Bertie's chicken scratch and said, "Important meeting? Ray said your parents were here." Students passed by us in a flurry of rustling papers and shifting backpacks. Jordan squeezed my arm on the way out and said, "See you at lunch." "Ginger?" Mr. Davis said, drawing my attention back to him. "What else did Ray say?" I asked. "That you guys were working well together and would have a great project by Monday." "Did he?" With a nod, he clapped his hand on my shoulder. "I'm proud of you. It's not easy to work with someone new, but I can see you and Ray have some real creative chemistry." I raised my eyebrows. "Arguing can be good in a creative duo," he encouraged, nodding at a student entering the room. "Hey, even the Beatles had a few disagreements, and look what they created." The only beetle Ray and I should be compared to was a stink bug. The mix of us couldn't produce anything good, much less art. Still, I managed to smile. "Better get to my next class." "Get on," Mr. Davis said. "Can't wait to see your project." We were in agreement on one thing. I couldn't wait to get the video over with and move on with my senior year. 11. A curl tumbled out of my mom's clip as she bent over her massive checklist. Apparently, going to LA for a long weekend with the twins, while her other two nearly grown daughters stayed with an aunt, was cause for enough planning to make up a wedding. I adjusted my face mask and kept scrubbing the inside of the refrigerator with her vinegar and essential oils concoction. Why the face mask? Just in case my asthma gets triggered. Cue the world's largest eye roll. I knew from Jordan's mom's cleaning videos that vinegar didn't do nearly as much as the strong chemical stuff. She released the pen from between her lips. "Ginger, I'm going to need you to run some errands for me." I perked up. "What do you need?" Anything to get out of the house, out from under her and my dad's watchful eyes. She ran her pen over several lines and stopped on one. "I need you to get dog food from the Haywood Co-op." I furrowed my brows. "What? Why? We're not getting a dog, are we?" From the next room over, the twins cried, "We're getting a dog?" "No, no, no," she said, loud enough for them to hear, and shook her head at me. "Aunt Rosie is refusing to let us pay her for babysitting you and Corey, so it's the least I could do." "Can't I get some from the store?" She shrugged. "Rosie said he only likes a specific kind from this place." Corey stepped over some of the condiment bottles I had sitting on the floor and reached past me into the fridge. After she pulled out a tub of hummus and carrot sticks, she turned to Mom and said, "You know, we don't need a babysitter." "Don't waste your breath," I muttered. Still looking at her list, Mom touched her own nose. Rolling her eyes, Corey walked out of the room to work on her scheduled chore. "After you get the dog food, can you go by the store and pick up some snacks for our trip?" "Isn't Dad at the store right now?" I asked. "Can't he get them?" "I don't want to trouble him with anything else." "Right, because I wouldn't want to distract him from overwhelming Janet with an obnoxiously long list of tasks to take care of while he's gone. You know she could practically run the store herself." A wry smile lifted her lips. "That's between you and me." "And us," the twins echoed from the other room. I lowered my voice so only Mom could hear me. If they test their eavesdropping skills, the twins are bound to get the role. She laughed, then stopped herself, like she was embarrassed for doing so. "I can finish the fridge. You go ahead and shoo." "You're sure?" "Yeah." She took the rag from me and helped me up. "The co-op closes at 8, and I want you to have time to find the right brand." She scribbled it on the end of her list, tore off the corner, and handed it to me. After pulling my pants up by the belt loops, why were they always sliding down my butt? I grabbed the keys and my coat from the hooks by the door and walked outside. I was greeted by icy air. Ever since Christmas, it seemed like the chill was relentless, even worse than other years. We hadn't gotten snow for the holidays, but part of me was hoping for a snow day off school. We had a chance, considering people in California lost it any time there was so much as a slight dusting on the ground. I got in my car, started it up, and hurried to type in the address to the co-op. When the estimated arrival time calculated on my screen, my mouth fell open. 53 minutes? Seriously? My mom was sending me out to the boonies. They probably didn't even have Wi-Fi out there. I turned on a true crime podcast and started on my way. At least I'd miss out on a couple hours of cleaning. More by the time I checked out and picked up snacks for their trip. As I drove toward Haywood, the buildings got farther and farther apart. Closer to the co-op, I even saw houses with barns and horses. I'd grown up my whole life in Emerson, and I could hardly believe this existed only an hour away. My phone guided me to a tin building with pickups parked around outside. I parked on the gravel lot between a muddy red truck and an old blue Jeep. Instead of going in right away, I sat in my car for the last few minutes of the podcast. I had to find out how this crazy wife got away with using an empty seasoning jar to murder her husband. Okay, so maybe redheads already had a stigma about being crazy. And maybe listening to morbid stories about murder mysteries wasn't the best way to rep my hair color. But I liked it. Sue me. I detached my phone from the aux cable, got out of my car, and locked it. An older guy on his way in chuckled. "What?" I asked, wondering if I had something stuck to my clothes or in my hair. It was a little wild today. "Nothing," he said. "Just can tell you're not from around here, Red." I bristled at his comment. "How so?" "We don't lock our cars out here." He pushed into the shop, and the bell on the door clanged loudly. "Great," I muttered, and started inside, leaving my doors firmly locked. Once within the building, I immediately caught a strong whiff of dust. Already sensing my asthma being triggered, I pulled my inhaler from my coat pocket and sucked in a deep breath. I instantly felt better. I walked over the thin brown layer of dirt covering the cement aisles, searching for dog food amongst all of the feed and medicine for livestock like chickens, horses, and cattle. It was like being in a different world. Did this store sell the types of things my parents warned against? Were the people here all a part of the problem my mom said caused my illness? Everyone else here seemed so purposeful, like they'd been here at least 100 times before and knew exactly where to go. Me, no. I walked down almost every aisle, without being asked by an associate if I needed help, until I found the right brand of chow for Rosie's golden retriever. I matched my mom's messy handwriting with one of the labels on the bag and hefted it over my shoulder. I wasn't freaky strong or fit, but I held my own at the store, especially when my parents needed extra help with a shipment. Like Mom said, we had strong roots. On my way to the loan register up front, I took in the person checking out. Muddy jeans, frayed at the hems, worn cowboy boots, black cowboy hat, and a battered tan coat that had clearly seen plenty of work on the farm. But then I caught sight of the way his jeans fit his backside, and I was quickly wishing I had a free hand to fan my face. Hello, cowboy. Maybe I should offer to drive to Haywood more often. I stepped up to the register and put my dog food on the counter as he took his bags. He glanced at me, and my mouth almost fell open. "Ray?" I said. I could have kicked myself for thinking even one positive thing about him. He cleared his throat and nodded, like he'd rather be anywhere else. That made two of us. "What are you doing here?" I asked. He held up a medicine bottle. "Got a sick cow. Have to give her some of those horrible antibiotics. Or would you rather I let her suffer?" My mouth fell open, but I realized I didn't have anything to say. With all the tension around his eyes, I couldn't. He was worried about his animal. He gave me a long, hard look and walked away. A beep sounded, and I looked to see the cashier pointing a scanner at the barcode on the dog food bag. "Will that be all for you?" I turned toward him and nodded. I'd had enough. 12. "How was Haywood?" Corey asked as we got ready for bed. I shrugged and got under my covers. It was fine, except I saw this guy from school there, and he was completely rude. Even though all the lights were off, save for the lamps on our bedside tables, I could see the interest light her face. I never talked about guys, even rude ones. "Who was it?" Her bed squeaked as she got into it. "Ray Sadler." I said his name like it disgusted me, because it did. I couldn't get his judgment of me off my mind. He's been a jerk to me since the semester started. "What did he say?" She already sounded grumpy, her protective streak coming out. "It wasn't what he said. It was how he acted." "Like what?" she asked, propping her head on her hand so she could see me. I made a mean mug and sent it her way. She cringed and sucked in a breath. "Ouch! Why did he do that?" "Maybe because we've been arguing all week about production agriculture." "What?" she snorted. "Oh, is that why you were asking Mom that stuff at dinner?" "Yep. And of course, I got nothing. Go figure." She lay sideways on her pillow, her face illuminated by the lamp. "So he's mad, why?" "Because apparently they use antibiotics on their animals." I got into bed and settled under the covers. "I actually saw him getting some for a sick cow tonight." "So what's the deal?" she said quietly. I rolled my eyes. "Mom and Dad's store advertises no antibiotics." "Well, you aren't your parents." I managed to smile and propped my head on my hand, mirroring her. "Thanks, C, but I definitely profit off of them." "You've more than earned it," she teased. "Maybe he's just being rude because he has a crush on you." I threw a pillow at her. "That is so outdated. I want a guy who likes me to not treat me like dirt." Laughing, she said, "Sounds like a plan." She yawned so wide it looked like her face might split in half. I chuckled at her. "Get some sleep." "You too." She flicked off her lamp. Within a few minutes, she was out, snoring. But I lay awake and stared at the ceiling. There had to be more to Ray's distaste for me than what my parents did for a living, right? I shook my head. It didn't matter. Not really. We were halfway through our senior year and had gone this long without talking, or really knowing anything about each other. Might as well stick with the status quo. After a night of restless sleep, I got up, threw on my robe, and went to the kitchen to find the twins sitting at the breakfast bar and finishing the muffins Mom had made them. I glanced around the hall and saw Dad carrying bags outside. Mom came into the kitchen with a worried look on her face, talking on the phone. "What do you mean you can't come?" she demanded. After a moment, she said, "I don't care if they get sick." She paused. "What are we supposed to do? I can't call Sheila. She's crazy." Mom closed her eyes, pursing her lips together. She only did this when she was really stressed. "Look, Rosie, I'll talk to you later." She pressed both sides of her phone until the screen went black, then bent over the island, banged her head on the quartz a few times. The twins looked at each other and giggled. I frowned. "What's wrong, Mom?" She looked up at me, a red spot on her forehead. "Rosie can't come." "What?" Dad asked, coming into the room. He was so big and tall, the space already felt smaller. "Rosie has the flu. She doesn't want to come and get the girls sick." "She could just keep her distance from Ginger," Dad said. "Corey's immune system is so strong, she'd just need some hand sanitizer and she'd be fine." "Gee, thanks," I mumbled. Ignoring me completely, they carried on with their own conversation. "I guess I can stay with them?" Mom suggested. Dad shook his head. "You've been practicing lines with the twins for weeks. I'll stay." "No, Daddy," Tara whined. "We want you there." "We do," Kara agreed with a quick nod. "Please come." Can't Ginger and Corey stay with one of their friends? Tara asked. Absolutely not, Mom said. We don't want to burden any other parents. Like I was such a burden, doing my homework and going to bed every night. We could just stay here, I said. We'd be fine. They both gave me a look like I'd sprouted a second head. What? I said. We can video chat every night. Twice if you want. And if we get in trouble, we can always ask one of the neighbors for help. They looked at each other for a moment, and I could tell my offer was tempting them. That just made me want to stay on my own that much more. You're only going to be gone for a few days, I reminded them. Kara and Tara are depending on you. Both of you. Corey and I can hold down the fort. Mom lowered her voice, like we couldn't all hear her, and said to Dad, Ginger is going to college soon. Maybe this can be a test run to see how she'll do in the dorms. My heart burst through my rib cage and bounced around the room. Had Birdie gotten through to them? Please, I said. I'll be so good you won't even believe it. I can do this. I know I can. Dad's firm expression faltered as he looked to Mom. You're sure? Hesitantly, she nodded. I leapt into her arms and squeezed her tight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Laughing, she stepped back. You're welcome. Corey shuffled into the kitchen. What's going on? We're staying on our own, I cried. Even tired, she jumped up and down delightedly. A few ground rules, my dad said, his voice stern. No parties, no friends after 9, and under no circumstances can you bring over any boys. Is that understood? Quickly, I nodded. We will be checking your assignments while we're gone, and if anything is missing, you will be staying here next year, Ginger. No arguments. Do we have a deal? That means you're going to let me stay in the dorms? I almost couldn't let myself hope. He glanced at Mom, and she smiled, nodding. My excitement so far overshadowed any nerves I had, I nodded within a second. Of course we have a deal, Daddy. I gave him a big hug and stepped back. I couldn't wait to tell my friends. For once, Corey and I were free, and I knew we would do anything to keep from messing it up. 13. I ran up to my gathering of friends at Rory's locker. You won't believe this, I cried. What? Rory asked, slowly turning her gooey gaze away from Beckett. Shaking the jealous feeling in my chest, I said, My parents are going to LA so my sisters can audition for a show, and my aunt got the flu, so they are letting Corey and me stay at home by ourselves, I squealed. If it goes well, they'll let me stay in the dorms. Can you believe it? Jordan shook her head. I thought they had you on lockdown. I held up my wrists and shook them at my friends. The handcuffs are gloriously, miraculously free. They giggled, and I laughed along. Seriously, this is a big deal. If I play my cards right, I'll be living in the dorms next year. That's huge, Callie said, beaming at me. You can totally do this. As long as Ray doesn't ruin it for me. Zara's eyebrows drew together. Something you're not telling us about the cowboy? I frowned, replaying our encounter in my mind. I saw him last night at the co-op in Haywood, getting medicine for a cow. I don't know why his parents weren't doing it. Jordan and Zara gave each other a look, but Rory answered. My mom told me his family owns a ranch, and he has to do a lot of the work since his dad died. A pang of hurt swept through me. When did that happen? Her eyebrows drew together, like she was thinking really hard. Summer of 8th grade year, I think? He only started as a ship freshman year. I knew he started then, but I guessed I hadn't realized the circumstances. While I was lying in my sickbed, he'd been grieving the man who gave him life. I immediately felt guilty for being so rude to him. If I only had one parent and a full-time job on top of school, I'd be a little crusty too. "Did you miss my question?" Zara said. "What's going on between you two?" "Nothing." I rolled my eyes for effect. He completely snubbed me when we ran into each other this weekend, so business as usual. The bell rang, and I shrugged. "I'll see you guys at lunch?" They agreed to meet me at our usual table, and Jordan and I continued toward videography class. "So the run-in last night was pretty bad?" she asked. I pressed my lips together. "You have no idea how ready I am for this project to be over. I wish you could be my partner." "Same," she said. "Danny is the absolute worst. But at least we've got our project done." "You're done already? I'm not even sure that we have a subject." She raised her eyebrows. "You better be done. It's due on Monday." My heart sank as I realized what that meant. Mr. Davis had said that it didn't need to be great quality. Maybe Ray and I could get some filming done today, and then I could finish editing on the weekend. But when Jordan and I walked into the room, I didn't see Ray anywhere. I went ahead and sat in our regular spot, got out my notebook with ideas, and waited. Some of these ideas would be too hard, but we could always do a day in the life of playground equipment. Maybe we could even walk over to the elementary school and get some clips of kids playing on a slide or something. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of class, and everyone got to work editing their videos. I couldn't believe how far behind Ray and I were. Mr. Davis walked my way and said, "I got a call from the office. Ray won't be able to come in today. Apparently, he came down with something last night." I raised my eyebrows. I knew exactly what he came down with, and it was a case of lying. He was having to work on his farm instead of going to school. But I didn't say that to Mr. Davis. Instead, I asked, "Is it okay if I start filming?" If he didn't have a receding hairline, his eyebrows would have been all the way in his hair right now. "You guys haven't started filming yet? I thought maybe you were doing that outside of class." "No," I cried. "We spent this entire time arguing." "I'm disappointed," Mr. Davis said. "I expected more from you, Ginger. When you go to UCLA and start working afterwards, you can believe that there are going to be some difficult people to work with, especially in Hollywood, and especially when money gets involved. You and Ray need to work on this together." He lowered his voice. "You might be my favorite student, but I have no problem giving you a 0 if I need to." Shaking his head, he walked away, and the guilt that engulfed me made my eyes sting. I'd never disappointed Mr. Davis, never worried so much about disappointing my parents. Yet one project with Ray had made me forget all of my principles, my work ethic. I needed to remember who I was and get this done, like a true professional. I reached into my backpack and got my phone and a piece of paper with a number I swore I'd never use. My fingers were steady as I typed it in and fired off a message. I would get this video done. My future in the dorms depended on it. "Ginger, we need to get that video done this weekend. When can you meet?" "Ray, I can't. Send me a video and I'll edit it." Ginger. "That's not going to work. We need to do the project together." Ray. "Hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but some of us have bigger things to worry about than sucking up to Mr. Davis." My mouth dropped open at the message on the screen. How dare he? He didn't know the first thing about me or my life. Had no idea that I had to pick up extra shifts at the store any time someone called in sick, or that my parents had every second of every day scheduled for me. Not that he'd ever bothered to look deeper than my Nash family name. I picked up my phone and went to talk to Mr. Davis about what Ray had said. Before I even reached the desk, he held up his hand. "If this is about your partner, I don't want to hear it." He frowned. "I'm sorry, Ginger, but you're going to have to figure it out or face a bad grade on this assignment." Fine. I would figure it out, with or without Ray Sadler. 14. My friends didn't have any solutions at lunch, but they agreed to go to Corey's game with me that night and brainstorm. Callie was going to be there anyway to play pep band for the game. Although none of us were athletic in the slightest, we've been to more sporting events this year as a group than I imagined any of us had been to all of the prior years of high school combined. Callie and I did our homework in the cafeteria while the JV girls and boys teams played their games. At least for basketball games, she didn't have to wear the marching uniform, just an EA polo and khakis. Both of our phones chimed with a text, and I lifted mine to see who it was. Jordan. "Where are you guys?" Zara. "Making a Seton Bakery run," sunglasses emoji. My mouth watered as I looked at Callie. "Yay," she said. Our phones alerted us again. Rory. "Beckett and I are sitting in the gym. We saved you guys seats." I lowered my phone and looked at Callie. "Should we go meet them?" She nodded and began gathering her books. "I need to put these in my locker before I join up with the band, though." "I'll come with." We walked together down the hallway, Callie in her band uniform, and me dressed casually in jeans and an Emerson Academy t-shirt. She nudged my arm. "I meant to ask, how close are you and Ray to being done with the project? Maybe you can finish up and make it look like he did his part?" I rolled my eyes toward the ceiling. "Not even close, and I have no idea what to do." "What do you mean? Haven't you been working on it since Tuesday?" Embarrassment flushed my cheeks. "Ray and I spent the entire week arguing, and now we have no filming done. With Ray refusing to help, there's no way I'll get a decent grade on this." The ball of tension that had been building in my chest felt bigger than ever, making it hard to breathe. She rubbed my back sympathetically. "What can I do to help?" "How about brainwash Mr. Davis into giving me a new partner, one who isn't completely horrible?" She snapped her fingers regretfully. "If only I had that skill." I shook my head with half a smile. "I'll figure it out. I have to. Maybe the others will have an idea." Twisting the dial, she said, "I'm sure they will. They're brilliant." She put her books in her locker and grabbed her piccolo case, and then we walked to the gym. She gave me a wave and went to sit with the rest of the pep band members. I glanced to the court and caught sight of Corey. I gave her a little wave, but she didn't notice, already in the zone. The only time I had that much focus was when I was editing videos. Hours could pass by without me noticing it. Scanning the stands, I saw Rory and Jordan sitting with their boyfriends about midway up the bleachers. Going to hang out with them would make me a fifth wheel, but at least Zara would be here soon, and I wouldn't be completely alone. As I walked up the steps, I watched the girls' team warming up on the court, wearing their dark blue warm-ups. Corey shot from the free throw line and then moved aside so another girl could have a turn. I was always in admiration of her when she played basketball. For a big girl, she moved quickly and had a formidable presence on the court. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't proud to be her sister. I reached the row where my friends were sitting and waved at them. Rory's boyfriend, Beckett, lifted his hand off of Rory's shoulder to wave at me, and a twinge of jealousy went through me. I felt like I was missing out on everything. I didn't have a boyfriend. I didn't have any extracurricular activities outside of videography. And if I cannot figure out this issue with Ray, I wouldn't be going to college to have any of those experiences either. Jordan folded down the chair beside her. "Take a seat, girl." I gave her half a smile and sat down. "Your sister's a boss," she said. "Just wait until you see her during the game. I wouldn't want to play against her." Jordan looked around at the half-empty bleachers and then the court in front of us. "This is actually pretty cool," she said. "Way more low-key than the football games." "True," Beckett said, crumpling the top of his concession stand popcorn. "It's kind of nice, like the players can actually focus on the game instead of all the chaos going on." Rory smiled at him. "You seem to always do a good job of focusing, though." He gave her a sweet smile and said, "Thanks, Cupcake." "Guys," I groaned, "can you please stop being so cute? You're killing me." They laughed, and Rory said, "You'll be just as gooey someday, and then you'll get it." That possibility was seeming further away than ever. Not only did no one like me, but the only guy I had been attracted to for the last several months turned out to be a complete jerk. I clearly had poor taste. "Hey," came Zara's voice. I looked over and saw her carrying a tray of drinks, and then I saw the skinny, artsy guy walking behind her. At our confused expressions, she said, "This is Phineas. He scores some of the movies my dad works on." My mouth fell open, but I quickly closed it. I didn't want to embarrass her. This must have been one of the guys her dad was setting her up with. She handed us each our drinks. Mine, the soy latte. Rory, hot chocolate. A cappuccino for Beckett, and mochas for Kai and Jordan. I loved how well she knew each of us, even though we were all so different. Once we had our drinks, Phineas extended his hand for us to shake. He was kind of cute, in that grungy artist way. He had a beard that definitely hadn't grown in all the way, and wore a beanie, a sweater, and tight pants. Had her dad really set her up with this guy? She could do so much better on her own. The game started, and they announced each of the starting players. When they called Corey's name, I stood up and cheered loudly, and so did all of my friends. Corey looked up at the stands with an annoyed smile, and I pointed at her, mouthing, "You've got this." The game began with her at the middle. She got the tip-off against the other player, and I cheered again. Zara leaned over toward me. "Hey, I have an idea about your project." My attention immediately shifted away from the game. "Tell me, I'm all ears." She leaned closer and whispered, "Okay, so what you can do is look up his parents' name on the county registry. It's public information, and you should be able to find it online. That will have their address, if they own the property, which I'm assuming they do since they farm. It's probably been in their family for generations." My eyebrows rose. This is sounding dangerously close to stalking. "No," she cried. "I want you to do some research. Then go to his house and make sure that he does his part. If he's a true cowboy, he'll want to stand up for his honor, or whatever." I pressed my lips together, considering her idea. It could work, she said. Maybe. I turned my eyes back to the court. Corey shoved a girl out of the way and scored a basket. Everyone in the stands went wild, including me. Still, in the back of my mind, I couldn't stop thinking about Zara's idea and wondering whether it was brilliant or terrible. Maybe it was both. 15. I was midway into a cheesy teen romance movie, stuffing my face with full-fat, non-vegan chocolate ice cream, when Corey walked through the door. Her curly red hair was a mess she had thrown into a hurried ponytail, and she looked exhausted. Her eyes landed on the ice cream I had sitting out. "Please tell me you got me some." "I'm not a monster," I replied. "I have 2 tubs for you in the freezer, salted caramel and cookie dough. You can choose which flavor you like." Within a few minutes, she returned and lay over the couch with a massive bowl full of both flavors. "What should we do this weekend?" I shrugged. "This already feels pretty crazy, right?" I sent her a teasing smile. "Mom and Dad would never let us eat this kind of stuff." "Oh, yeah." She loaded a spoonful into her mouth. "Totally." I laughed. "How was school today? You know, other than killing it at the game." She smiled and shrugged. "People are already asking each other to the spring fling dance, and I'm sick of it." "Ugh, it's the worst," I agreed. "Especially when no guy wants to take you." I furrowed my eyebrows together. Why wouldn't anyone want to take you? She sent me a glare before taking another bite of ice cream. "Seriously," I said. "Corey was pretty, fit, and had these long legs that looked great in shorts or dresses. She might have been tall and more full-figured, but standing next to each other, she was clearly the beauty of the family." "Do you want to go with anyone?" she asked, changing the subject. "Because we have such a great selection at Emerson," I said sarcastically. "There are a few cute guys in the junior class." She shrugged like it was no big deal, but I wondered if there was something more to that. From her expression, she wasn't about to divulge any secrets. Maybe I should start dating younger guys if Mom and Dad are going to keep me here forever. "Look, Ginge," Corey swallowed her ice cream, "what Mom and Dad don't know won't hurt them." Maybe she was right. Going to Ray's and holding him accountable was only fair. I'd keep it to myself, but if they found out, they couldn't fault me. I was only trying to do what they wanted me to. I woke early in the morning to Corey's snoring from the opposite end of the sectional. 16. Rising from my supreme sugar coma, I went to the den to do my breathing treatment, while Corey caught some extra sleep without Mom ordering her around. I couldn't remember a time in my life when I wasn't starting my day with a treatment, having to wake before the rest of my sisters. But that was fine. At this point, the noise of the machine hardly registered, and I basically had an extra 15 minutes or so to watch YouTube. This morning, though, I had a pad of paper on my lap, trying to think of ideas for the video. Anything I came up with had to be better than Ray's ideas, if he actually had any. Eventually, I wrote down several topics we could finish this weekend. A day in the life of a basketball player? We could watch my sister. A day in the life of a grocer. A day in the life of a videography student. Why was I having such a hard time thinking of anything worth documenting? Nothing I had come up with was novel or unique, really. And I hated that. My phone went off with a video request from my mom. I pulled off my mask, since I was near the end of my treatment anyway, and swiped right. "Hi, Mom." "Hi, Agave Nectar." She lifted the phone to show the twins waving to me from the back seat, then swiveled it so I could see Dad driving. "Hi, honey," Dad said. "Ready for day one?" I asked the twins. Mom turned the phone back to them so I could see their identical faces looking back at me. "Yeah," Tara said. "A little nervous," Kara added. "Don't be," I said, smiling at them. "You're going to do great. The best 8-year-old twins there are." "Thanks," they said in unison. "See?" I teased. Mom's face appeared on the screen again. "How did you sleep?" "Like a rock," I answered. "Corey up?" I shook my head and stood up, grabbing my notebook. "I'll go wake her." "Thank you," Mom said. "So you're sure you're okay? I can always ask Janet to check in and stay the night until we get back." "We're doing great," I said. "We were in bed by 10 o'clock last night, and we have all of our homework done." Well, that might have been a stretch, but it would be true by the end of the weekend. She blinked quickly and looked away. I stopped on the threshold to the living room. "Mom, are you crying?" After wiping her eyes, she said, "I've never been away from you or Corey without having Rosie there." "We're fine," I replied gently. "We've got things covered, and we're just a call away." Nodding, she swallowed and said, "Can I talk to Corey now?" "Sure." I set my phone on an end table and went to shove her awake. She groaned and pushed me away. "Mom wants to talk to you," I whispered. "Pretend you slept in your room." With another groan, she pushed back her flyaway hairs and rolled from the couch. She grabbed the phone from the end table and mumbled a greeting to Mom. As they talked, I went to my closet, grabbed a fresh outfit, and went to the bathroom to get ready. After getting dressed and brushing my teeth, I fixed some of my curls with a curling iron and hurried through a makeup routine. Part of me wished Mom would allow me to get foundation strong enough to cover the smattering of freckles across the bridge of my nose, but this was all I had to work with. When I finished applying my lip gloss, I sprayed on a spritz of organic ginger cranberry perfume and stepped out of the bathroom. Corey and I passed through the house like ships in the night. I was a morning person, and she was not. Around 7:45, I finished with breakfast, putting my cereal bowl in the sink. What now? Zara's idea niggled in the back of my mind, and I decided it was now or never. 17. After looking up Ray's mom's name in the school directory, I did a search through the county assessor for their house. My creeper skills were rising to the next level, which both pleased and bothered me, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I packed my bag with video gear and my inhaler. I made a mental note to go by the pharmacy on the way back to get a refill to help save Mom some time. My heart was beating quickly with fear and anticipation, but I took a deep breath to steady myself. I'd get out there, do the filming with him so he could say he participated, and be home before Mom and Dad called. I'd chat with them before bed. Corey wouldn't tell about my trip to the country, and it would be business as usual. People did crazier things all the time, like the Dulce Periculum Death Wish Club jumping off literal buildings. I could do this. I didn't bother texting him before I left. Honestly, I'd had enough of doing things his way. That was what stalled us from making headway on the project all week. No, we were doing this my way. Which seemed a little disturbing with a murder mystery podcast playing in the background, but oh well. My ETA was nearly an hour and a half, and I wondered how long it must take Ray to get to and from school every day. An hour, at least. And he did that long commute with EA-level schoolwork and working on his family farm? Part of me was starting to admire him. But that feeling was about as welcome as an asthma attack. There were plenty of emotions I could feel toward Ray: frustrated, annoyed, and irritated, to name a few. None of them included admiration. As the miles to my destination decreased, the world changed around me. Just like on my way to the Haywood Co-op, the buildings got farther apart. Pastures with grazing livestock replaced suburban homes. Barns and shop buildings replaced garages. The sky was starting to turn gray, with big, heavy clouds clustering the sky and moving by. I couldn't tell whether it would be rain or snow, but I didn't like it. I couldn't wait for spring. As my car dropped off blacktop and hit the rough gravel road, I let off the gas and slowed down, even though all I wanted to do was hurry up and get this over with. Now, the houses were a mile or more apart. I wondered if the people out here felt isolated, being so far from their neighbors, or any modern convenience, really. My phone informed me that my destination was coming up on the left, and I took in the scene. The single-story home had been painted brown, like it was meant to belong in the landscape surrounding it. The grassy pastures were brown in the winter, along with a big barn and shop to hold livestock and equipment. I hit my turn signal, out of habit, not because anyone was actually coming, and pulled into their dirt driveway. It looped a circle around their yard, and I pulled to a stop alongside one of the 3 pickups sitting in the drive. I wasn't sure whether Ray was out somewhere working, but I decided to try the house. Maybe his mom would see we needed to get homework done and give us some time to work on the project. There was a sidewalk to the front door, even though there weren't sidewalks anywhere else. I stepped on the cragged cement and started toward the house, suddenly filled with second thoughts. What was I thinking, just showing up at his house unannounced, and without asking for his address? I looked like a bona fide stalker. And they were probably the kind of people who kept guns instead of pepper spray. This was definitely a bad idea. I was about to turn around, get in my car, and send him a text message when the front door banged open. Ray had his head turned toward the person behind him as he stepped out, dressed in tan coveralls that matched his worn coat. I heard him say something about the North Pasture and Star, but that was all I could make sense of. He faced forward to go down the porch steps and stopped immediately, making the girl and boy, who had to be middle schoolers, bump into his back. "What gives?" the girl asked. Then she caught sight of me. She gave me a guarded look that so closely matched the one on Ray's face. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprise and something else in his voice I couldn't quite identify. "How did you get my address?" Stumbling over my words, I lifted the school bag with video equipment. "Thought we could work on the project." His jaw clenched. "I have real work to do, Ginger." He'd finally said my full name again, but I hated it, because some part of me responded to the way he said it, warmed to the way his lips moved around the letters of the word. I fought off the confusing sensation and lifted my chin. "This project is important to me. You don't have to stop working. I'll film you, a day in the life of a cowboy." The boy sniggered and pretended to swoon. "Movie star Ray." Ray shot him a glare that sent a message. Ray was the alpha here, the man of the house. He turned his blue eyes on me, and they were darkening like the sky above. He was frustrated. That emotion I could handle. I held my own in this stare-down, knowing deep down I wouldn't leave until I had what I wanted. The door opened again, and a woman stood halfway out, carrying a younger child on her hip. "Is this one of your friends, Ray?" "No," he said. She seemed confused, her smile faltering as she looked to me. "Can I help you?" "No," Ray said again. "She's a classmate. Wants to come ride horses with us." "Oh." Her expression changed to mild surprise and then worry. "Okay. Just make sure she doesn't keep her foot all the way in the stirrups, and that she rides on Star with Laura." "Yes, ma'am," Ray said. He continued past me down the sidewalk, his cowboy boots carrying him away. I stared behind him for a moment, lost and distracted by how purposefully his long legs moved when I'd only ever seen him saunter. Both his brother and sister followed him, and Laura asked me, "You coming?" Shaking my head, I started after them. "What are you doing?" "Saddling the horses," he answered over his shoulder, already several yards ahead. "I don't have the camera out yet," I called. "Guess you'd better hurry." 18. We approached the barn, where 3 horses paced around a corral. They were stunning, each shades of brown from a light latte tone to the deepest espresso. Ray turned toward me. "Wait here." I didn't like following instructions from him, but I gave him a jerky nod and stood outside the fence while he and his siblings each walked inside. Now was the time to get out my camera, to start capturing what I needed to create this video. Getting the recording equipment sorted was simple. I'd done it so many times I could do so in my sleep. Once I had it all together, I watched my surroundings through the screen. Sometimes my mom suggested I was missing out by filtering my life through a camera. But I thought it was the opposite. Filming required me to carefully examine each moment, roll it over in my mind to decide if I needed to continue shooting or try a different angle. I could relive my memories in editing and filter them down to only keep the most important ones. And finally, I could see them through fresh eyes as someone else watched. I captured the scene unfolding in front of me as Ray's younger siblings haltered the horses and led them to the barn. I zoomed in and watched Ray's sure movements. He brushed down their backs in swift, smooth strokes before laying a blanket and saddle over their backs. There were straps and clips on the saddle, but Ray and his siblings expertly fastened them in no time at all. Then the siblings led them out of the corral using leather reins. A strong gust of icy wind blasted past me, and I shivered. I'd dressed warmly for a day outside, but I much preferred the warm interior of my house to this. Even if the horses were beautiful, and Ray's brother and sister weren't as rude as he was, I was so ready for this to be over. "Got your shot?" Ray asked, holding the leather reins between his teeth as he pulled on his gloves. I nodded from behind the camera. "Of the horses." "And I suppose you want to watch us move the cows." Again, I nodded. He extended the reins to his brother, who gripped them, and Ray walked toward me. "You're gonna want to put that thing down." "The camera?" "No, the megaphone. Yes, the camera." I rolled my eyes and set the camera atop a fence post so it could keep filming even if I wasn't holding it. "What now?" He walked to his sister and took the reins from her. "Hop on." She put her foot in a stirrup and gracefully swung over the horse, like she was made for it. And I definitely was not. Ray handed her the reins and turned to me. "Get the gist?" "Ray, I think I'm too..." This was embarrassing to say. I bit my lips and looked toward the gray sky and rolling clouds. "I'm too heavy. I don't want to hurt the horse." His eyes studied me, and his voice was gruff as he said, "You're just fine." My heart quickened, whether from what he'd said, or the way he'd said it, or the fact that I was about to get on a 1,200-pound animal I didn't know. "Here." He put his hand gently on my back. "Start with putting your foot in the stirrup." I was too busy tingling at the soft pressure of his touch to make my legs move. At least he mistook my hesitation for nerves. "I'll help you up, and Laura will keep Star from moving." His sister nodded from atop the horse. I took a deep breath. Being a videographer, a storyteller, was all about having experiences and living life. That's what I'd been wanting. I could do this, even if I was afraid. I gripped the back of the saddle, put my toe in the stirrup, and used every bit of my strength to begin hauling myself up. The problem was, I wasn't strong enough for this awkward movement. Ray's hands were firm on my hips as he helped me into the space behind where Laura sat in the saddle. His strong fingers gripped my body like I'd never expected, and it sent chills dripping down my spine all the way to my toes. His eyes were unreadable as he looked up at me. "Good?" I swallowed and nodded. My voice was not to be trusted right now. He handed me the camera and went to his horse, easily getting on like his sister and brother had. After gently towing his horse's sides, it took off at a trot, and his brother went with him, but his sister turned to me. "Hold on tight with your legs and put an arm around my waist if you need to, okay?" She was all business, but there was a kindness in her voice that instantly warmed me to her. I nodded and followed her first instruction. The back of the horse wasn't comfortable, but heat radiated from the horse's body, warming me up already. I put my camera strap around my neck and held on to the back of the saddle with my other hand. She started slower than the others, for my benefit, I was sure, but soon we were bouncing toward the pasture and I had my arm around her waist. Unlike me, she was solid, muscled from years on the farm. I wondered what they thought of me and my extra curves. Did they judge people like me? More specifically, did Ray? At the barbed wire gate to the open, grassy expanse, Ray hopped off his horse, detached the post, and tossed it aside. "He's leaving it open?" I asked Laura. "So the cattle can come through here." "How far are we going?" 3 miles there and 3 miles back." I balked. 6 miles at this pace? How long will that take? She shrugged. "Depends on how the cattle do. 3 or 4 hours, maybe." I did the math in my head. That would still give me plenty of time to drive home before the store closed to grab my inhaler refill. We were fine. Once I had enough video of us walking the horses, I switched my camera off and just took in the plains around me. How did this exist just an hour and a half from my house, from the beach? When we reached the end of the pasture, Ray did the same thing to the gate on this end. Then we started down a rutted dirt road. Up ahead there was a yellow sign, "Road not maintained by county. Travel at your own risk." This was the sticks. But it wasn't the kind I had imagined, with outlaws and guns and guys in stained white undershirts. No, it was peaceful out here. A nice change of pace from the rush of the city and everyone's constant demands that needed to be answered immediately. Ahead, Ray opened another gate, and I wondered if he was tired climbing up and down from his horse so often. The quick way he moved told me probably not. He was used to hard work. Wouldn't shy away from a challenge. "This is where we have the cows," Laura said. "We'll walk the fence and catch any stragglers, then start pushing them toward the feeding pens." I nodded and held on as she started along the barbed wire fence with her family. I had no idea how, but the cows responded to the horses and the other way around. Star seemed to have an instinct of how to get a cow to move with the herd. swinging her long neck to guide them and stepping in just the right places. As we pushed the cattle onto the road, Ray and his brother expertly maneuvered their horses, keeping the herd together. They moved fast and turned at the drop of a hat, cutting off rebellious cows, stopping them before they had a chance to make their escape. Mooing and dust filled the air in a cacophony that felt as natural as the rising and setting of the sun. Laura stayed toward the back, catching stragglers and gently pushing them ahead. It was a slower pace than the boys were moving, and I appreciated it. "How did you guys learn to do this?" I asked, holding the camera out to capture her answer. Her voice warmed, biting through the chill in the air. "Our dad taught us. I was riding before I could walk." I smiled at the obvious respect and affection in her voice. "I bet you miss him." "We all do," she said. "It's been extra hard on Ray." "Yeah?" I turned off the camera. This seemed private. Her tone turned melancholy. "One second, he's getting recruited to play football at Emerson Academy, and the next, he's quitting all his extracurriculars to help run the ranch. He would have dropped out of school if Mom had let him." My eyes trailed to the man hard at work ahead of us, leading his siblings. I hadn't known he'd been recruited for football. All I knew was his dad had died shortly after he started freshman year. How had we been at the same school, in the same class, and remained practically strangers? Our school wasn't that big. It was like we'd been on parallel tracks all this time, but now our realities were crashing us together. As we walked the cattle back to the pens by their barn, I couldn't get the thought of Ray and all I didn't know about him out of my mind. This picture of production agriculture didn't align with what my parents had been advertising against. I had more questions than answers, and I had to figure out how to learn more. I wanted to know more about this way of life, but mostly, I wanted to know more about Ray Sadler. 19. I got off the horse and filmed as they brought the cattle to the corrals. Dust rose in the air around me from the animals' slow, clomping footsteps. Ray and his siblings hollered from time to time, encouraging the cattle to go smoothly into the pen, but the cattle didn't look scared. They seemed content to follow the others in and start chowing down on the feeders full of hay and grain. Even though they were in smaller pens instead of the pasture, they didn't look sad or disgusted, just interested in more food. I climbed up the fence and angled my camera to get the perfect vantage point of the action. Ray and his siblings had it down, working as a team until every last cow was in the corral and had an opportunity to drink some water and eat from the troughs full of food. I watched him and his brother and sister in awe. I'd never carried this much responsibility in my life. My parents didn't even want me living in a college dorm with a roommate, and here they were caring for a herd of cattle, their family's livelihood. Up here on the fence, away from the horses' warmth, it was much colder. I pulled my hat further over my ears, wishing for central heat, or at least a reprieve from the frigid wind that had been blasting me for hours. With all the cattle in the pen, Ray climbed up the fence and sat next to me. I trained the camera on his rugged face. "How was it, cowboy?" He gave me a tired smirk. "Fine." "Tell the people what you just did." As usual, he kept it short. "I did what I had to do." With an exasperated smile, I turned the camera off. "You're supposed to give the people what they want." "Which is?" "More of your smile," I didn't say. "Well, I want a nap," I said instead. He chuckled while I rolled my eyes. "Seriously, I said. If you want people to actually know what you do out here, you need to be a little more open. With a sigh, he spun his finger in the air. Start rolling. I turned my camera on him, and he tipped his cap and started in a southern drawl. Well, you see, darlin', us country bumpkins just chase them there cattle round for fun. I rolled my eyes at him, and he became more serious. The heifers, that's a word for young female cows, are going to start calving in February, and we wanted to move them closer to the house. Today, they're here for a break, and so we can make sure they're okay after the move. But then we'll let them into the pasture by the house. That will keep them close, so we can make sure they and their babies are okay. I swallowed and turned off the camera. Better. This side of Ray was different. Him worrying about helpless, defenseless animals, wanting them close so he could watch them better, speaking with so much emotion and knowledge about their needs. It caught me off guard. What now? He asked. I don't think we have time for editing, but maybe a few questions? I definitely wasn't stalling to hear him talk some more. Nope, not at all. Not wanting to discover more of this side of Ray. Let's get it over with. He hopped from his perch and started walking away. Wait, I yelled, scrambling down from the fence. Where are you going? He slowed, but didn't stop. Gotta grind up some more hay for the girls. I assume you're not talking about your mom and sister. He chuckled. Hey, you actually laughed at one of my jokes, I said, falling into step beside him. He looked at me sideways, stifling his smile. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. The dust from the cows was starting to make my chest tight, so I pulled my inhaler from my coat pocket and took a puff. Not much came out, so I shook it and got a full blast. Asthma? He asked. No, leprosy, I teased. Yes, asthma. Again, he smiled, and I pointed at him. Got you to smile again. He shook his head and walked to one side of a single-cab pickup. I took my cue and went to the other side. It was dusty on the inside, with a gun hanging from a rack in the back windshield and a cooler in the middle. I leaned forward, worried about getting too close to it. Is that thing loaded? Course not. You always unload a gun before putting it up. Why do you have it? I asked. Feral animals, skunks, wolves, rattlers in the summertime, things that try to hurt the herd, or my family. He put the pickup in drive and made a loop around the house, following a trail that led beyond the barn. I was still reeling from the straightforward way he talked about defending what mattered to him and his family, what lengths he was willing to go to for their protection. He parked outside of a fence enclosing rows and rows of hay bales, then nodded toward the camera bag at my feet, gathering dust from the floorboards. You want to start filming? I nodded and began unzipping the bag. Once I had the camera out, I pointed it at him and said, rolling. He straightened his shoulders to face me better. What do you want to know? What did we do this morning? He explained why we moved the cattle and how we kept them together, even without fences or corrals to guide them. Then he talked about how the horses were trained to work with cattle and instinctively knew what to do, just like I'd suspected on my own. Should we film the feeding? That sounds like a good idea. I kept my camera trained on him as he drove up to a massive row of round hay bales and backed up to them. Now I'm picking up a bale so I can give the girls, heifers, extra to eat in case it snows or rains tonight. You're not worried about them getting too cold? They have fur to keep them warm, and a lean-to they can get under for shelter. Plus, they'll create their own heat by huddling together. They're not as helpless as city people make them out to be." He opened his door and looked out the back. His hands manipulated a switch by his waist, guiding a contraption on the flat bed of the pickup. The machine clamped onto the bale, and it came down on the bed with a thud. After shutting the door, he put the pickup in drive and said, "Next question." I pushed my lips to the side, thinking. "Favorite part about ranching?" For a moment, he was silent, and then he took a deep breath. "When I was little, my dad used to tell me, 'Everyone has to eat, and we get to feed them. That means wherever they are, they have a seat at our family table.' He didn't say have to or want to, get to. Because the fact is, I get to work with animals that are strong and powerful and annoying." He gave me a look like he was thinking of someone else that was the same way, and I smiled as he continued. "I get to be outside and feel the sun on my skin and experience nature in all of its forms. I get to be a part of the world in a way most people never get to be, and I get to continue my dad's legacy, even when he can't." My heart jerked painfully in my chest. There was more to Ray than his prickly exterior, but something didn't make sense. If you care about your animals so much, why are you mad that people like my parents don't want them locked in cages? He gave me a sideways glance. "Turn that camera off." My guard went up. "Why?" "Because I'm talking to you, not our class." I lowered the camera and set it in the bag. "Here's the deal. You think that an animal is just like you, that it's cold when you are, hungry when you are, sick the way you are. It's not the same. Like pigs in farrowing crates. You know, they can roll over and kill their piglets. Or that some pigs even eat their babies. It keeps them safe, lets us raise more for the resources we do use instead of wasting it all. There's more to it, but you have to know, animals being treated well is in everyone's best interest. A sick animal, a scared animal, is an animal that can't gain weight. We make our money on them having as good of a life as possible, and I'm damn proud of that." His words hit me hard, because I could see how much he cared. But I could also see the house of cards my life was built upon. What if my parents had been wrong? What if the way we made our money was only hurting people like Ray and his family? They worked hard. I could see that, up close and personal. I may not have known much, but I knew they believed they were doing the right thing. They didn't deserve our judgment or condemnation. His voice was gruff as he said, "Go ahead, argue with me." I slowly shook my head. "I don't have anything." "No more questions?" His lips quirked slightly. "I know you must have one." I did, but was I brave enough to ask it? I decided I was. I had to be. "Why have you been so mean to me instead of just telling me this?" Ray let out a heavy breath and put the pickup in drive. "No answer?" I accused, barely keeping the bitterness from my voice. "Give me a second, okay?" he said harshly. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter than I'd seen him do all day. I stayed quiet, my hands in my lap, but inside, my mind was screaming questions. Why was he so upset? What was the truth behind his behaviors? Because the guy I'd seen today wasn't the same one who was mean for no reason. He loved his dad, cared for his siblings and mom, was gentle with cattle, and worked hard, even though he attended one of the most academically challenging schools in the state. It wasn't adding up. He got out of the pickup, opened the gate to the corrals, drove in, and then shut the gate. I wanted to tell him I could handle getting the gates, but he clearly wasn't in the mood to ask for help, or accept it. He drove slowly, and the cattle parted around him, some even reaching for the bale with their long tongues. I retrieved my camera and got some shots of them eating, stretching for straws of hay. He stopped somewhere in the middle and lowered the bale, then got out and cut the twine that held it together. Fearlessly, he walked past the large animals and got into the pickup. Now I was on the edge of my seat, waiting for his answer. Would he tell me the truth? Or was he just stalling long enough so he could dump me by my car and send me on my way? Outside of the corral, he put the vehicle in park and turned to me. I love ranching. Wouldn't trade it for anything. My dad dedicated his entire life to raising food for other people. He gazed over the pasture toward his house and clenched his hand on the steering wheel. I'll be damned if I stand around while anyone suggests he died in vain or that we should be ashamed of the work he did. He hung his head and breathed deeply, like this was the most exhausting thing he'd done all day. And that was saying something, since we'd ridden horses for what felt like forever, and my legs were already growing sore. My heart went out to him. Although Ray presented as strong and capable, he was still a son without a father. Despite how my parents' overprotectiveness irked me, I couldn't imagine life without them. I reached over and put my hand on his, where it rested on the bottom curve of the steering wheel. You should be proud of the work you do. Under thick lashes, his blue eyes met mine and made my breath hitch in my throat. Do you mean it? He asked. I nodded, unable to find my voice. His voice was rough. That means a lot. I lowered my hand from his and rested it in my lap, feeling the charge of energy around us. So many emotions whipped through me with more force than the wind blowing outside the pickup, rocking it slightly with each big gust. Ray watched me, and I realized he was waiting for me to respond. But what could I say? I think this, I gestured out the window at his home and the surrounding pasture, is incredible. His expression softened, and he reached out and covered my hand on my thigh with his. It was big and warm, and sent tingles through the denim where his fingers overlapped mine. Thank you. His hand left mine, and the absence of his warmth was palpable. I found myself longing, somewhere deep inside, for him to hold my hand again, to open the door to possibilities. But Ray had a list of responsibilities I couldn't dream of, and I didn't want to add myself to the list. He ran his finger over the dusty clock on the dash, showing the time was nearly 5 o'clock. You better get home. Fighting to keep my expression steady, I nodded. He was saying what we both knew. There was a place where I belonged, and it wasn't here with him. 20. When I reached my car, I realized my phone didn't even have service at Ray's house. I had to wait until I was back in Haywood near the co-op to text Corey and let her know that I would be home soon. There were a few messages from my friends, asking if I could hang out, but I had to text them back and let them know I couldn't have friends over. After locking my screen, I continued driving. Even though I usually listen to a true crime podcast, I couldn't bring myself to pay attention to that with the loud thoughts in my mind. What I had seen today was completely different from what my parents warned me, and their customers, against. Ray had admitted to using antibiotics, but wouldn't it be cruel to let the animals go without medical treatment? The cattle on his farm looked healthy and happy. They put them in pens, but they had plenty to eat and room to move around. One farm didn't represent every single one, but I still couldn't reconcile the fact that Ray felt personally attacked by my parents' advertising. If we had been wrong about him, who else were we wrong about? But what could I tell my parents that would make them take a second look? My mom had been so passionate about antibiotics causing my illness, and my dad had just ordered those signs for the windows. Would it be too late to change their minds? And if I couldn't convince them, what did their business say about me? What did it say that I profited on the misconceptions they spread? This so wasn't my territory. Rory was the one who stood up for the little people. Jordan was the one who proudly spoke her mind. Zara was the confident one, and Callie knew better than anyone else how to be kind. What did that leave me? As I approached my house, I saw a few extra cars parked around the driveway. Corey must have had her friends over. I pulled into the garage, grabbed my camera bag, and walked inside to find every starting member of the girls' basketball team sitting in our living room. While the TV played a teen soap opera, the girls ate from bags of junk food and what had to be GMO popcorn. "Hey, girls," I said, shutting the door behind me. They returned the greeting, and Corey stuck out her bag of popcorn. "Want some?" "No, thanks," I said with a sigh. "Long day?" her friend Alva asked. "You have no idea." It crossed my mind that, despite my early morning, I hadn't even made it back to town in time to refill my inhaler. I wasn't too worried about it. My asthma hardly ever flared up anymore. Besides, I had my breathing treatments every day and extra treatments at school, just in case. I could always run by the pharmacy on Monday after school, if the pharmacy was open. My parents didn't believe in using the big-name stores' pharmacies because they said it was keeping small businesses from having a chance. So, I was at the mercy of Circle's pharmacy's schedule, which was run by one man who probably should have retired 5 years ago. A deep tiredness sank into my bones, but I was nowhere near sleep. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a big glass of ice water, and then settled behind the desk in my room. I needed to edit this video so it would be ready for a class on Monday. I pulled the memory card from my camera and inserted it into the card reader. Lines of video files populated my screen, and I imported them into my editing software. My favorite part of the whole process was looking through each shot and seeing how they came together in separate pieces to form a cohesive story. With so many different shots to choose from, I could already tell this would be one of my better works, even without lighting and sound setups. I watched the clips and took cuts from the ones that I liked the most, ones where Ray's siblings worked just as capably as any adult, ones where the cattle stomped through the pasture, and then the close-up of Ray, his intense blue gaze as he spoke of the thing that mattered to him more than anything else in the world. He may not have been a practiced public speaker or used eloquent words like we were taught at the Academy, but what he lacked in skill, he made up in heart. I roughly pieced together the clips I wanted and then worked to trim it down. Mr. Davis wanted a video that was 5 minutes or less, and so far, I'd gathered more than 10 of my favorite moments from the day. Even though it had been hard work riding on the back of the horse and trying to keep myself upright, I felt this strange sense of energy from being so close to nature. I finished the draft and glanced at my screen. I'd been at it for 3 hours. That was good for tonight. I would have to go over it again tomorrow to add some finishing touches, and then send it to Ray, so he had a chance to look over it before Monday. My door opened, and Corey held her phone to her chest. "Mom and Dad want to talk to you." I extended my hand for her phone and took in their faces pressed together on the screen. As I took it from Corey, I said, "Hi there." "Hi, Stevia," Mom said. "Your hair looks a little crazy. What were you doing today?" I used my free hand to smooth back the rough curls sticking up at every angle. "I was outside videotaping." It wasn't a lie. "Where are you guys?" I couldn't see much behind them, but it didn't quite look like a hotel room. "We're still here at the audition center." She frowned, and Dad scrubbed at his face as if just the word audition stressed him out. "Aren't the twins exhausted?" I asked. Mom laughed. "Oh, yeah." She panned the camera over them lying on a patch of red carpet with a couple of stuffed animals and a throw blanket spread over them. I laughed softly at the sight. "So, they're doing well." Dad chuckled. "They actually might make it all the way. You would be so proud of them." "I am," I said. "When will we know?" Mom became all business. "Their last callback is Monday, and then we'll know if they made it to the very final audition." "Which is when? Could you be staying longer?" She smiled. "Don't act so excited. It would be a couple of weeks out. You're not rid of us yet." I let out a sigh. "Not excited, just curious." "Okay, maybe a little excited. Being on my own this weekend was so refreshing. Like I finally had space to be me and not coal destined to be a diamond under the pressure of their thumbs." "Well," Mom said, "I'll let you get some sleep. Just wanted to call and make sure you were okay." "I am," I said. Or at least I would be. 21. When I woke for my breathing treatment in the morning, every part of me, especially my inner thighs and butt, burned from riding on the horse. My hair was thick with tangles from the wind the day before. I hadn't even done most of the work, and yet I felt like I'd been through an Olympic-level workout. As I got up from my bed and went to the den, I understood why cowboys walked the way they did in movies. It wasn't to be cool or tough. It was because their hides were literally chapped. My parents didn't even need to punish me for driving out to the sticks. Surely this pain would stay with me the rest of my life and remind me what a terrible idea it had been. I slowly settled into the chair, hooked the mask over my face, and began the treatment. The gentle hum of the machine washed over me, and I sat back in the chair with my eyes closed. Someone jostled my shoulder, and I jerked awake. I tried to sit forward and stand up, but then I realized the mask was still hooked on my face. Corey reached down and touched the button on my bear-shaped nebulizer. "You fell asleep during your treatment." She laughed. I pulled at the straps to the mask and hooked it over the bear's ear. "I can't believe I did that. I was awake, and then—" I just shook my head. She leaned against the wall and rubbed at her tired eyes. "It was running for like an hour and woke me up. How late did you stay up?" "Not too late after I gave you back your phone." Concern etched her face. "Are you sure you're not getting sick?" I knew where her mind was going, and I needed to steer it as far as possible in the opposite direction before she called Mom and Dad and worried them both over nothing. "I was just tired from yesterday. I ended up tagging along with Ray and his siblings while they worked." "How was it? Did he make a move?" she asked. "Wait, You can tell me over breakfast." I nodded and slowly walked with her to the kitchen, where she scrounged for eggs and bacon in the fridge. Sitting into the chair like a 100-year-old woman, I said, "I have no idea why you work out." She laughed at me. "So I don't look like that every time I do any amount of physical activity." I glared at her and then slumped forward. While she cooked the eggs and bacon, I recounted the day, about how he reacted when he first saw me, and then how things began to change as I saw what his life was like. She folded one arm over her chest and she held out the spatula. "You know Mom and Dad are never going to change their minds about the store." I sagged. "I know. And I can't even show them the video or they'll know I was out there with a boy." She shook her head, then perked up. "Can you show me the video?" I nodded, and she set the spatula down to clap her hands together excitedly. Slowly, painfully, I went to my room to get my computer. After I played the draft of the video, Corey said, "This is seriously amazing. He makes me want to be a cowboy, or at least date one." She raised her eyebrows at me. "Hubba hubba." I rolled my eyes. Please, even if I could get Mom and Dad to go for it, and he somehow found the time for a girlfriend, I'm the last person he'd be interested in. Although what I'd said was true, it hurt more than I was willing to admit. "Whatever." She turned to tend the sizzling skillet. "It really is good, though, the video." I smiled. "I still need to do some touch-ups, but I hope Ray likes it." "If he doesn't like it, he's stupid." I gave her a look. "What?" she asked defensively. "He can't be stupid. He's at the academy on scholarship." "For football, right?" I lifted my eyebrows. "How did you know?" "Word spreads, especially about cute boys." Laughing, I said, "True, but even if he was recruited for football, you know no one lasts at the academy if they can't keep up with their grades." She nodded and flipped the eggs over. "What's on your agenda for today?" I asked. "The girls want to go to Emerson shops and go dress shopping for the dance." "Sounds fun," I said. "Sure, if you call trying on 1,000,000 dresses and then buying the first one fun. Mind if I take the car?" I shook my head. "Honestly, I'll just be around here. Maybe one of the girls can pick me up if we make plans." She nodded and plated some eggs over easy for me. "Bon appétit." "Merci beaucoup." As we ate our meal, she told me about her friends and how they had drama around the spring fling dance and who would be taking who. I shook my head at it all. Maybe that was a benefit of not having any guys interested in me. No one to worry about asking or not asking, or flaking, or who had the better dance proposal. After Corey had cleared her plate, she said, "I'm going to go get ready." "I'll be here," I said, partly because I could work at the table, and partly because standing up seemed like an unnecessary evil. I slowly ate my breakfast as I added transitions, titles, and credits to the film. At the end, I realized I didn't have Ray's brother's name and sent him a text asking. Ginger: "Hey, working on the video. What's your brother's name, the one who worked with us?" Ray: "Colton." He was a man of few words. I added Colton to the credits and then began exporting. Ginger: "I'm sending you a draft of the video. Let me know what you think." After it finished uploading to my computer, I sent it to his school email and waited. I didn't know what he was doing, but I couldn't take the anticipation of him seeing the video and hating it. What would I do if he didn't like it? What would I do if he did? Instead of waiting anxiously by my phone, I went and used our parents' jacuzzi tub to take a long bath with Epsom salts. Corey did that sometimes after a tough workout, and I hoped it would do wonders on my body like she said it did on hers. After I was out of the tub, I wrapped a towel around myself and went to check my phone. One new message. A thumbs up emoji from Ray. Seriously? I squinted at the screen. Thumbs up? That's it? I poured my heart into making this video and to giving a good tribute to his life, and all he could give me was a measly emoji? I couldn't even justify his response, or lack thereof, with a reply. I simply uploaded the clip to the school Dropbox and closed my computer. I was ready to be done with this project, and Ray, once and for all. 22. I went to my room and got dressed in leggings and an oversized hoodie. That was maybe my favorite part of weekends in the winter, was being able to dress as comfortably as I wanted. There was nothing like curling up on the couch in a big hoodie with my arms stuck in the kangaroo pouch. That was exactly what I decided to do today. I went and flipped on the TV, playing one of the new releases on Netflix. Corey came out from the bathroom a little bit later, looking absolutely stunning. She'd straightened her hair and wore her eye makeup just right. She had relatively clear skin already, so all of the natural makeup Mom got us was hardly necessary for her. Heading out? I asked. Yeah, she said, grabbing the keys from the hook. Maybe I'll find a Mom-approved dress. Good luck, I teased. I lifted my chin. I'll be here, right here, not moving. She laughed. Ice it, you'll feel better. Feeling better seemed like even less of a possibility than Ray and I becoming best friends, but I waved goodbye anyway and sank back into the crack of the couch where I could almost disappear. The door didn't shut completely, and in walked Zara's fabulous self, followed by Rory, Callie, Jordan, Kai, Carson, and Beckett. I stared at them. What are you guys doing here? And then my heart dropped. Boys, you have to get out. What? Carson asked. The other two looked at each other, just as confused. If my parents find out there are boys in this house, my head will be on a platter, and the neighbors are definitely watching. The guys chuckled awkwardly and stepped out. Zara came to the couch and said, Come on, we have something fun to do. I gestured at the TV. Like sit and watch awesome movies? Rory laughed. I mean, that's one thing we could do, but also... She gestured to Jordan. Jordan grinned. We have to go see the new townhouse my mom and I are going to be moving into. My mouth fell open wide. What? Jordan nodded excitedly. We got our next check, and it was big enough for the deposit and first month's rent. My smile couldn't have been bigger, knowing I had a part in their success, even if it was a small one. I'm so excited for you guys. Zara nodded. And then we're going to go axe throwing at this guy's place that my dad set me up with. Like at his house? I asked. Her boyfriends were reaching new levels of weird. No, it's just a place that he owns. I raised my eyebrows. Interesting choice, Zara's dad. So, you're up for it? Zara said. Sure. There's just one problem, though. I'm not sure if I can stand up. They looked confused. It's a long story. I extended my arms, and Callie and Jordan helped pull me up from the couch cushions. Zara looked confused. Did you try a new workout yesterday? You could say that. I went to the door and slipped on a pair of furry boots. I followed your advice and went to Ray's for the video. But then I ended up working cattle. An outburst of surprised cries and questions broke out in my living room. "Can I explain this on the way there?" I asked. "Sure," Zara said with a mischievous grin. "We probably shouldn't leave the boys out in the cold too much longer." I grabbed my phone and purse before going outside and locking the door behind me. A stretch limo waited along my driveway, and I looked at Zara. "Don't give me that look," she said. "Blame Jordan's boyfriend." Jordan rolled her eyes. "It was this or a conversion van." I shrugged. "Not a bad choice," I said. "Looks like someone's getting used to dating a billionaire." "Almost billionaire," Jordan corrected. "We'll have to wait till we finish at UCLA." I shook my head and followed them down my driveway to the black limo. We crawled into the back seat, where the guys were waiting. Carson smirked at me. "Are we allowed in here?" I rolled my eyes. "You know my parents are crazy." "That's true," Beckett said. Kai nodded. "We should have thrown rocks at your window and asked you to let down your long hair." I shook my head and sat back in the long leather seat. I wasn't Rapunzel, but I felt like it sometimes. "I'm out. Now what are you guys going to do with my freedom?" Jordan said, "Next up, my new house. And on the way there, you best be telling us why you were at the Cowboys' house yesterday." Kai raised his eyebrows. "You were at Ray's? I thought you guys hated each other." "It's complicated," I said, explaining that I went out to his house to film our video project and ended up staying there all day. I told them about working cattle and how we'd had what I thought was a moment before his cool treatment today. Kai frowned. "Maybe he's just bad at texting?" I rolled my eyes. Is that even possible anymore? Then it hit me. I didn't even have cell service there. How did he text me? He shrugged. "They just have a different way of life out there." "Maybe, but I'll be happy when this project is over. Now tell me about this townhouse." Jordan gracefully accepted the change of subject and told me it was on the border between Seton and Emerson. She and her mom had toured it yesterday and signed a lease on the spot. Apparently, it was really beautiful on the inside and in a lot safer neighborhood. "But it is farther from the bakery," Jordan said with a frown. Kai chuckled. "Oh no, you're going to have to wait 10 minutes instead of 5 for your morning muffin." "It's awful," she said. I smiled and shook my head. "You guys are crazy about that place." "For good reason," Rory pitched in, grinning at Beckett. "I guessed it was pretty hard not to love the place where your love story started. And they did make pretty good cakes." "Okay," Jordan said. "This is the complex." We pressed our faces up against the tinted glass and watched the townhomes come into view. They were painted with pretty coastal colors and had nicely landscaped grassy areas between each of the buildings. "We might even be able to get a dog," Jordan said. I raised my eyebrows, excited for her. "No way." I'd have to wait until I had my own place to get my own hypoallergenic pet. She nodded. "We'll have to see how busy I am when I start college, but it's definitely on the table." "I'm excited for you," I said. "So," she began, "are you guys gonna help me set up my new room?" "Who do you even think you're asking?" I teased. "Callie's like the queen of helping people, and you know the rest of us will be there too." The limo driver turned around the parking lot and left the cute townhomes behind. "So, axe throwing," I said. My parents would never approve of it. But if Zara's boyfriend was paying for it, I wasn't going to turn it down. Zara rolled her eyes. The guy is a pretty good investor in Dad's business, and he just happens to own an axe-throwing business on the side. It's not going to last between us, but I figured, while I'm with him, might as well make it fun for the rest of us. She shrugged. What's wrong with this one? I asked. She gave me a look and shook her head. You mean besides the ratty ponytail and weird obsession with seafood? What? Callie asked, looking queasy. Any time we go out to eat, he orders oysters, and it's super creepy. Beckett pretended to be throwing up, and Carson stuck his hands out like a bowl to catch the imaginary throw-up. I crinkled my nose. That is so weird. I'm telling Dad tonight that he has to find someone else, but I thought, might as well have some fun first. The limo driver came to a stop in front of the building with the sign saying Emerson Axes. It was a bar that also had axe throwing inside, which, to be honest, sounded like a really terrible combination. Didn't you guys see that video that went viral with a girl who threw the axes? I asked. They looked at me, clearly confused, and I rolled my eyes. Did any of them spend any time on YouTube? I got out my phone to search the video and held it out so they could watch. They each reacted with various shades of humor and horror. Callie swallowed. Don't throw it on the floor. Got it. Laughing, I shook my head. That would be a good start, and we should probably pass on the alcohol, too. Right, Zara said sarcastically, because we'll definitely be allowed to drink. Hey, I said, it's your boyfriend's place. Her nose crinkled. Ew, don't call him that. The driver opened the door, and after the guys helped me up, we walked inside. Zara checked out axes for each of us from the counter where they served drinks. Again, the terribleness of this idea struck me. Zara was right to ditch this guy. But since it was mid-afternoon on a Sunday, there weren't too many people here, and definitely no one throwing axes. The guys took one lane, and we girls took another. We all sort of looked at each other like, who's going to go first? I raised my hand and took an axe. If I was going to live my life, I probably should start now. Holding the weathered wooden handle, I lifted the axe above my head, feeling sore in spots I hadn't noticed before. With a battle cry, I threw it as hard as I could, or at least I tried. The back side of the axe caught on my jacket hood. The fabric yanked over my head, and I tried to stop, but I'd already put so much force into the throw that I landed face first and tumbled to the ground, the axe clattering beside me. Callie ran to me first. Are you okay? She cried. I rolled to my back and stared up at her. Completely fine, but absolutely mortified. Now the boys were looking down at me, and my cheeks were flashing so red I could have disappeared into the cherry-colored target at the end of the throwing lane. Hard to do that and look cool, I said. The girls burst into laughter, and even the guys chuckled along. Beckett came over and hauled me to my feet. I think you pulled it off. 23. On Monday morning, my legs and arms hurt worse than they had even the day before. I groaned as I rolled over in bed, and Corey shushed me. I need as much sleep as I can get, she groaned into her pillow. It's your fault, I whined. The Epsom salts didn't work. Did you ice it? I just stayed quiet. Of course I hadn't iced it. That sounded like pure misery. Exactly, she said, and rolled over. Within seconds, she was snoring softly. People who fell asleep that quickly had some kind of strange superpower. I didn't trust it. With a sigh, I sat up, pressed my fists into the mattress, and got out of bed like an old woman. I slid my socked feet over the wood floors as slowly and painlessly as I could to the den to do my breathing treatment. After pouring in the medicine, I put the mask to my face and flipped the switch. To make sure I wouldn't fall asleep, I had my phone out and watched different YouTube videos. But my heart just wasn't feeling it today. I knew I would be showing the day in the life video to Mr. Davis this morning, and I cared about what he thought. Even more intimidating, though, was knowing I'd be able to see Ray's reaction to the entire thing. When all the medicine was gone, I flipped the machine off and went back to the room to wake Corey. As I walked to the kitchen to pour myself a bowl of cereal, my phone began ringing. Right on time. I swiped the screen and my mom's face appeared. "Good morning, Agave Nectar." "Almost done?" I asked. She nodded. "We're packing up the room right now. I forgot to ask, did you get your inhaler refill?" "Yeah," I lied. I would get it today, so it was technically a pre-truth, right? "Good. And you didn't have any asthma attacks?" "No," I said shortly. I hated that my sisters had just had a major audition, and we were still talking about me. The worst part about being the sick kid is knowing that your parents worry about you just a little more, that they think you need more, and that means they have less for the others. But taking it away from them had never been something I wanted. In an attempt to turn the conversation back to them, I asked, "How late did you guys end up staying out?" "We didn't make it back to the room until 1. She rubbed at her puffy eyes. "It was crazy, but we're hoping to get another call back." "I think they will." I smiled. She nodded. "Hopefully Rosie will be feeling better when it's time for us to leave again." My throat tightened. After everything, she still didn't trust us. I swallowed and said, "Hopefully." "Okay," she said. "I'll see you when you get home from school. Dad's heading to the store when we get there to make sure everything's going well." A thought crossed my mind. Would it be okay if I went to the store to help out? She seemed surprised, but smiled nonetheless. "I'm sure he could use an extra set of hands." "That would be great." "I guess I'll see you after that," she said with a pleased smile. "We checked your grades. No tardies, no absence. What color will you decorate your dorm room?" My heart soared. "Green, definitely." She grinned at the phone. "Perfect. Just make sure you're at school on time this morning and all your assignments are in today, and we'll get that process started." Moisture pricked at my eyes. "Thank you, Mom." "We love you, maple syrup. I'll see you tonight." "See you then," I said, and set my phone down on the counter. I wanted to scream and jump and cry and fall into a puddle on the floor all at the same time. But I hadn't reached the home stretch yet. I tried to eat, but my cereal tasted like cardboard, more so than usual. The nervous shake of my hands didn't help either. I only finished about half of my bowl before giving up to go get ready for school. Even though I decided to go with a messy bun, I still had to redo it 3 times. It would have been faster to just straighten it and move on. Checking my phone screen confirmed I was already running behind, and I still didn't have my uniform on. But that was still better than Corey. When I went to my room to put on my outfit, she was still asleep. "Corey!" I cried, shoving her shoulder. "Get up! We can't be late. No tardies, remember?" Her eyes flew open, and she sprang out of bed like she'd been ejected, letting loose a curse word. I went to her closet and threw clothes out to her, ordering, "Change!" After she locked herself in the bathroom, I went to the kitchen and poured her cereal in a glass, an actual glass, because my parents didn't trust plastic. "I'm going outside," I yelled at her. 2 minutes and I'm leaving." This was so not what I needed this morning. Frigid air hit me like a brick wall, and I tucked my chin into the collar of my coat as I ran to the car. Within a minute, Corey sprinted outside, shrugging on the other half of her coat. She slid into the car and shut the door beside her. I peeled out of our driveway and held out her cereal. "Please don't break that in the car." She rolled her eyes, clipping on her seatbelt. "You forgot. I'm the coordinated one." Ouch, but also true. She laughed. I smiled, feeling like I had this, like I was seconds from officially gaining my freedom. We arrived just in time, even with my slow crawl through the parking lot. A guy made a lewd comment to me, to which I told him to go to hell. That was something I could handle. But when I walked up to the building, I realized there was something I hadn't considered: the stairs at the school entrance. They stretched up ahead of me like a marathon, or a bed of hot coals, or a Thanksgiving meal full of organic celery. For a moment, I looked up at them, and then I heard a low voice say, "Sore?" I glared over at Ray, or at least I intended to, but when I saw his chiseled features and the kindness in his eyes, my heart caught in my throat. He extended his arm for me, and I begrudgingly took it. Even through winter coats, I felt warmth emanating from him, or maybe that was just my reaction to him, to the fact that he was helping me, that he was this close, and that the steam of his breath mingled with mine. We reached the top of the stairs, and I released his arm, missing the contact more than I cared to admit. "Sorry," I said. "That's kind of embarrassing." He shook his head, hitching his thumb through his backpack. "Horseback riding takes a little bit of getting used to." I smiled. "You can say that again." "Well," he stepped awkwardly toward the doors. "See you in class?" Jerkily, I nodded. But he didn't realize we were both going the same direction. We walked beside each other silently for a moment before I continued toward Rory's locker, where my friends were hanging out. Callie caught sight of me first and said, "Are you feeling okay?" My cheeks heated, thinking of my fail at axe throwing. "I'm fine, but pretty sure I won't be adding axe throwing to my resume anytime soon. I'll leave that to you lumberjacks." Rory laughed. "Are you ready to show your video?" "I'm ready to have it over with," I answered, still thinking about the strong, steady way Ray's arm had felt underneath mine. The bell rang, and I glanced toward the ceiling. "Good luck," Zara said. The others turned toward their classes, but Jordan slipped her arm through mine and said, "Don't worry. Mr. Davis is going to think whatever you do is great." I shook my head. "It's not that," I said quietly. "It's just worried about how the class will treat Ray afterward." Now that I thought about it, a day in the life of a cowboy had been a terrible idea. Ray had kept his life story pretty well under wraps at the academy. In a way, this was like a revealing or a debut for him. Would my classmates be okay with him? Or would they be rude? I already knew the answer to that. Jordan shrugged. "It's not like he's not used to catching flack for being here on scholarship." "Yeah, but farming is different," I said. "How?" she asked. We reached the video room, where Mr. Davis was standing in the doorway. "Can't wait to see what you came up with, ladies." We replied and then entered the room. Jordan sat by her partner, and that left an open space by Ray. Seeing my dilemma, he offered a soft smile and patted the rolling chair next to his. I pressed my lips together and walked closer, then said, "Howdy, pardner." He shook his head. "What?" I asked him. "I'm practically a bona fide cowboy by now." "One ride does not a cowboy make. Also, you would technically be a cowgirl." "So you're saying I'm a cowgirl?" I said. He chuckled. "Sure, cowgirl." Mr. Davis called the class to order and pulled up the server file containing the class's video projects. "Where shall we start?" he asked. Another student in the class offered to go first, and one by one, Mr. Davis went down the files until finally he reached ours. 24. I could feel all eyes on me as Mr. Davis tracked a mouse over the screen and double-clicked the file name Nash Sadler Day in the Life. The screen had stopped on a shot of the cattle in the pasture, and one of the girls in class made a loud mooing sound. A couple of other guys joined in, and one said, "Of course Ginger would want to do a cow. Takes one to know one." Before Mr. Davis could even open his mouth, Ray snapped, "Enough." His voice was low, deadly, daring anyone to cross him. Everyone fell so silent, the humming sound of Mr. Davis's monitor seemed loud. We had never heard Ray talk like that, especially not to other students, especially not in front of a teacher, and never in defense of me. Mr. Davis cleared his throat. "I'll second that motion, Mr. Sadler. Now, let's get back to class." He clicked the play button, and the sound of cattle stomping echoed through the room. The memory of my time with Ray was so strong, I could practically smell the dust rising in the air and feel the rocking of the horse underneath me. The screen panned over the cattle and then zoomed into two guys, Ray and his brother Colton. In the background of the video, Ray's voice played, talking about cattle and how they were removing them and why. The screen changed again to the cattle stretching their tongues to gather hay from the hay bale as we drove into the corral. There was a shot of Laura making sure the tank was full, and another of Colton getting off his horse to shut the gates. At the end, it went straight to Ray, his face on the screen even bigger than he was beside me. I glanced over at him to see how he was reacting to this, but his visage was a blank slate. I did notice his Adam's apple bob, though, the only hint at all of the depths that lay beneath his still water surface. He spoke on the screen about the importance of raising cattle and how ranching had invited everyone to his family table. At the end, I watched the credits roll over the screen, introducing us and his siblings, and finally listing that the filming had taken place at the Sadler Ranch. When the screen froze, Mr. Davis clapped his hands together emphatically. "Very good, students. Very well done." I carefully watched Ray, and finally he met my eyes with his blue gaze, the one that was so clear, but also so difficult to read. He cleared his throat and whispered, "Good job, pardner." My lips quirked up. "Thanks, pardner." "Hey, you left something at the ranch. Would you come by my locker and get it?" Mr. Davis began explaining his plans for the next lesson, so I simply nodded and turned my attention back toward the front of the room. Soon after the bell rang, Ray stood and waited for me. I went to Jordan and whispered, "I need to go get something with Ray." Her eyes sparked with excitement, but I shook my head. Nothing was happening between Ray and me. Nothing could. I followed him down the busy hallway, hardly saying a word, but feeling like everyone was listening to us. The silent cowboy and the heavy AV nerd, Why would we be together? Where's your locker? I asked him. We just passed it, he said with a smile. My eyebrows drew together. What do you mean? You said you wanted to go to your locker. He reached the custodial closet and glanced around to make sure no one was watching, before getting out a key and unlocking it. Step into my locker. I glanced back into the emptying hallway. I feel like I'm definitely the girl in the scary movie going where she obviously shouldn't. You watch too much TV. He stepped inside, and I took a breath before joining him. He closed the door behind us, secluding us in a grungy but well-lit closet, filled with all of the various cleaning supplies a school could ever need. I perched atop the floor waxing machine. How did you get the keys? Just gotta know the right people. Of course, Ray knew the janitor. He leaned back against the sink and folded his arms over his chest, making his jacket strain at his muscles. Now that I had seen him so at home on the ranch, I realized how out of place he felt here. I wanted to make sure you were okay, Ray said, his eyes soft, his voice gentle. After what that guy said. I shook my head. I'm fine. Really? I added at his skeptical look. That happens all the time, practically every day on the way into school. You know, just the way the world works. You can't be a redhead with freckles and a size 18 without catching some flack. His brows drew together. What does your size have to do with it? I gave him a look. You might be a gentleman, but you don't need to pretend to be stupid. I'm not stupid, and your size is... He cleared his throat. You look good. I raised my eyebrows. Ray Sadler, is that a compliment? He grinned, shaking his head, and I could have sworn there was a ghost of a blush on his cheeks. If you want a compliment, here's one. That video was really good. My mom even said so, too. My smile grew wider. Little Ray showed off the video to his mom? My siblings were in it. Sure, I said. Teasing him was way more fun than I'd anticipated. Okay, I think they can pick on you if they want. He pretended to be leaving. I shoved his shoulder and he smiled. So, he said, friends? The bell rang and I stood. I needed to get to class. I didn't know if we'd ever get to be friends, but I answered, definitely not enemies. 25. Butterflies continued dancing in my stomach through the rest of my classes, all the way until lunch. When I reached my friends at our new table that was big enough for all of us and our boyfriends, Jordan said, Spill, spill, spill. Zara looked up from her salad. What's going on? Jordan pointed her finger at me. She ran off with a certain cowboy to his locker because she forgot something at his house. Don't use quote fingers on me, I said. Rory lifted her eyebrows. Well, did you forget something? My cheeks flushed red. No. Aha! Jordan cried. And Ray totally defended her in class. Someone made a joke about her, and he completely shut it down. Callie's mouth fell open, and she covered it. Are you serious? I rolled my eyes. About the cow joke? Of course. You know how people are in this school. Carson pounded the table. Give us the details. I raised my eyebrows at him and then grinned at Callie. You've converted him. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, quit deflecting. What happened with Ray? Still laughing, I shook my head. He brought me to the custodial closet, and Rory squealed, and Zara said, "Please tell me that he kissed the crap out of you." "Let me finish," I said with a laugh. "You're all ridiculous." They fell silent, and Beckett said, "But the suspense is killing me." "Right?" Kai agreed. I shook my head. He just wanted to make sure I was okay. Apparently, he's never heard someone make fun of a fat girl before. Beckett frowned. "I don't like it that you girls call yourselves that." "Why?" I asked. "It's what I am. I'm not ashamed of it." "But it's not all of who you are," he said. We were quiet for a moment. I picked up a cucumber slice from my tray. It doesn't matter anyway. Nothing's going to happen between Ray and me. Zara swung her head toward Jordan. "We've heard that before from this one, and now look." She pointed her fork at Kai. "She's dating an almost billionaire." Jordan leaned her head against Kai's shoulder. "True," she said. "My parents aren't changing their ways anytime soon, and I'm pretty sure Ray doesn't want to date the poster child for anti-farming." The weight of it settled in my chest. It wasn't about what I wanted. It was about reality. My friends slowly changed the subject, but I couldn't help being disappointed by my own words, no matter how true they were. Maybe going to the store tonight and talking to my dad would help. A girl could dream. After school, I got in my car and drove to the store, thinking about the conversation I would have with my dad. While he wasn't around as much as my mom, he was easier to talk to, more even-keeled. As I pulled into the parking lot, the signs we put up stared back at me. Cruelty-free. No factory farming. No GMOs. Where I'd been fairly ambivalent before, I now felt ashamed. My parents might have done the research online, but I doubted they knew any farmers personally, had never gotten their hands dirty, or rode a horse long enough to feel like their legs would fall off the next day. I took a deep breath and got out of the car, locking it behind me. The parking lot was pretty empty, but around 4 it would be so packed everyone would be rushing around to keep up. Inside, Janet slowly cleaned the register with a rag, looking bored. She thrived on the busy times. At the sound of the door buzzing, she perked up and said, "Hi, Ginger. How's school?" "Good," I answered, glancing around for my dad. "He's training the new stalker." "New stalker? Did Leroy leave?" No, she said. "He's planning on expanding some offerings soon, especially around the meat counter, so he wanted to be sure we had enough help." Would that mean more hours for Dad, too? Why hadn't he told us? But then again, my parents didn't exactly loop us in on a lot of decisions around the store. We were just there to help if needed. I couldn't wait to go to the dorms at UCLA to start finding my voice and people who would listen. Wasn't that exactly what I was trying to do tonight? To have my voice heard? My stomach swooped with nerves. I had no idea how my dad would react. "How are your grandchildren?" I asked Janet. She could talk about them forever. I definitely wasn't in a rush to have the conversation I needed to have with my father. "Good," she said. "Anna lost her 4th tooth, and her parents got her an iPad." She rolled her eyes. "Is there any chance she's tutored by Rory Hutton?" Rory had mentioned her tutoring student losing a bunch of teeth. "Why, yes," Janet said. "You know her?" "She's one of my best friends," I answered. "She's a wonderful girl, and her mom comes here quite a bit." I couldn't help thinking, if Rory's mom was a trained health educator and shopping here regularly, What did that mean for Ray's farm and his way of life? Thanks to him, my world had expanded in a big way, revealing issues I didn't even know existed. I didn't like worrying about the world's issues. I didn't like being uncomfortable at all. In fact, I'd spent almost all my time after my illness trying to enjoy life as much as possible. Now I had these complicated moral questions hanging over my head. Part of me hated to admit that I disliked Ray for even bringing these things to the forefront. But now that I knew, I couldn't ignore it. "I'm going to go back and find my dad," I told Janet, and gave her half a smile before waving goodbye. Midway through the store, I found my dad and a guy who looked almost my age stocking shelves with a cart full of cans. In his ripe t-shirt, I could see his defined muscles flexing with each movement. Holy biceps. "Hey," I said, if only to get my jaw off the floor. Dad came over, gave me a big hug, and with his arm still around me, said, "Ginger, this is our new stalker, Knox." Knox turned a smile on me that almost made my heart stop. And I'd misjudged him earlier. He had to have been in college, judging by the fullness of his 5 o'clock shadow. How had he landed a job here when usually it was older people looking for some extra cash? I could not wait to tell Corey about this. She would be all over him. And then I realized they were looking at me, waiting for me to talk. "Hi, Knox. Do you go to school nearby?" "Brentwood U," he said. "In my second semester." "Nice." Dad tightened his grip on me. "Why don't I go get Janet to help Knox, and you and I can hang out?" Although old Ginger would have balked at Dad's protective show, new Ginger had bigger things to worry about than hanging out with a cute guy. "Sure," I said. I gave Knox a wave. "Enjoy your first shift." He sent me another 1,000-watt smile and said, "The time is ripe to live a healthy life." Laughing, Dad turned and said, "He's already fitting right in." When we reached Janet, he asked her if she would go back and help Knox, and then we continued to his office. It was in the corner of the store with one-way windows, so he could do his work and still keep an eye on everything happening. I sat in one of the rolling chairs, and he took the other. "What's up, kiddo? How was your weekend?" Eventful, I wanted to say. "Fine," I said instead. "Good," he replied. "Your mom was really worried about you." "Isn't she always?" "Good point." He chuckled and was quiet for a moment. I said, "Dad, can I ask you about something?" "Sure," he answered. "Anything." I glanced down at my hands and my worn fingernails that I was always chewing too short. "Why did you and Mom decide to go with the whole organic, cage-free thing?" He scrubbed his face and smoothed his beard. "You know, when you got so sick, your mom and I were worried, and we couldn't help but think it was our fault, that we'd done something wrong, fed you something wrong, had something bad in our house. And your mom began researching everything she could to make sure that it didn't get worse for you, and that it didn't happen to the others." "And she landed on food?" I asked. "Partially," he said. "You know, that's why we changed all the carpet to hardwood flooring and swapped out our cleaning supplies for gentler chemicals. And your mom learned that there was a real niche in this space. People in our area were looking for options like what we have in our store, and they just didn't exist before." "So you don't think that regular food is bad?" I asked. How much I cared about his answer surprised me. "Your mother's the expert. Alls I know is that people want this, and I don't feel bad about giving them that option, especially when you were so sick and the only thing we could control was your environment. We gave that to ourselves and everyone else with ripe. I looked down at my lap again, processing. Why do you ask? No reason, I answered. I looked up and smiled. So, do you think Knox is going to work out here? He grinned. Between you and me, I think it'll be fine as long as we keep him away from Corey. 26. When I arrived at home, the entire house smelled like Christmas dinner. No one sat in the living room, so I followed my nose and watering mouth to the kitchen. What are you cooking? I asked Mom. She turned away from what looked like a pan of gravy. Ginger! Ginger's home! The twins yelled in unison. They ran into the kitchen to greet me before Mom had even answered my question. Hi, girls, I said, bending to hug them both. I'm so proud of you. Tara stepped back. We haven't gotten the call back yet. So, I said, you two went all the way to L.A. and showed your skills in front of everyone. That took a ton of guts. Their eyes lit, and Mom nodded proudly. She's right. Kara hugged me again. We missed you, though. What did you and Corey do all weekend? Eat junk food? Mom watched with way too interested of an expression. Nothing much, I said. Homework, hung out with the girls. What happened to your sweater? Mom asked. I was doing laundry and saw a big gash in the hood. My heart froze, right along with my voice. Did you get it caught in that tree out front? I keep telling your father it needs trimmed. Relief washed over me. I'm not as coordinated as Corey. Corey came into the kitchen then, saying, and don't you forget it. I rolled my eyes. How could I? Okay, Mom said. Go wash up. Dinner's almost ready. The twins left to their bathroom, and Corey and I went to ours. Once we were safely inside, I shut the door behind us, and she gave me a suspicious look. What's going on? She asked. You have to see the new stalker at the store. He is flaming hot. I fanned myself. Hotter than Ray? My eyebrows came together. What does Ray have to do with it? Oh, she turned and began washing her hands. A little someone saw you two sneak into the janitor's closet. My mouth dropped open. Who was it? One of my friends, but don't worry, I swore her to secrecy. Uh-huh. And how many people did she tell before you? She paused. Then, don't deflect. You have to tell me what you did. Did you kiss? Forgetting her hands and the water pouring over them, she eyed me closely. Of course not. But why did my cheeks feel warm? Nothing's going on between me and Ray, I reminded her, and myself. Sure. Really, I said. I didn't know why it mattered so much that Corey believed me, but it did. She didn't seem to quite agree, but then her eyes brightened. Does that mean the new stalker is yours? Taking my turn at the sink, I said, You've got dibs. Trust me, you're going to want them. She already had her phone out, ready to do some stalking of her own. What's his last name? I have no idea, but his name is Knox, and there can't be too many of them that go to Brentwood U. Her fingers flew over her phone, and within seconds she was showing a profile picture of a Knox Torres. His grin popped out from the screen. That's the one, I said. Holy heart eyes! I nodded. Exactly. You should see him stock those cans. I waggled my eyebrows. She waggled hers back. He can handle my cans any day. Corey, I cried, halfway between a blush and laughter. "Girls," Mom yelled from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready." That night, as Corey and I lay in our beds, she said, "Ginger?" "Yeah," I yawned. "Can I ask you something?" "Didn't you already?" I could feel her glaring at me in the darkness. "Go ahead," I said. "Why were you so willing to let me call dibs on Knox? I mean, you're closer to his age, and he's cute." Oh, I didn't know why. He was cute, but I hardly knew the guy. Maybe he was too parent-approved? But then again, my dad had practically dragged me away from him. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Does it have anything to do with Ray?" she asked in a small voice. "No," I answered immediately, because even if it did, I didn't want to like Ray. We couldn't work as a couple. Maybe in a vacuum, but not in real life, where I'd be going to UCLA soon and he'd be working on his ranch with cattle that didn't take vacations on the weekends. But why did that thought have a knot forming in my stomach? "I don't know," I finally said. I waited for her answer, but all I heard were soft snores coming from her side of the room. Just like Corey, I needed to put my thoughts of him to bed. 27. When we reached the parking lot in the morning, Corey and I parted ways as usual. She caught up with one of her friends, while I walked more slowly, taking in the dark skies overhead. It didn't snow often in our part of California, but maybe it would this year. Even though I hated the cold, I wouldn't mind seeing the white flakes falling from the sky. A sophomore named Dugan came up on my right and said, "Hey, Grant." "What?" Grant guffawed on my left. I stopped, already spotting a joke and wanting no part in it. "You know why Ginger has red hair?" Dugan asked, stopping right beside me. "I don't know." The other egged him on. "Why?" "She has gingivitis." I rolled my eyes toward the sky. "Seriously? That's the best your peanut brain could come up with? Go to school. You clearly need it." Dugan frowned. "So you're not going to be answering any of our questions, then?" When I didn't speak, he said, "Like, do the carpets—" "Do not say what I think you're going to say," Ray cut in, stepping between me and Dugan. He shot Grant a glare so harsh it could have singed ash. Grant stepped toward his friend, who had to look up at Ray to meet his eyes. "What are you going to do about it, redneck?" Dugan demanded, clearly outmatched. He should have run away while he had a chance. "Something I don't want to repeat with a lady present," Ray said evenly. "Now, if I were you, I'd get." Dugan glanced over to Grant, probably trying to decide if they could take on Ray in the school parking lot. I could hardly breathe from the cold, the tension, or a combination of both. "Let's get out of here," Dugan said, patting Grant's shoulder. "Looks like Cowboy wants to find out the answer for himself." I gave them a disgusted look, but Ray stared them down until their backs were to us and they were a good distance away. Then he turned to me, bending down to meet my eyes. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. They're just jerks who got bored with their own lives." I glanced at the pavement and continued walking. Wasting time worrying about bullies wasn't a part of my agenda. Ray's long legs easily strode alongside mine. "Why do you act like you don't care?" "I don't," I ground out. "But why?" he pressed. I stopped then and stared at him. Why did he need to worry about this? He may have been a ship, But he could clearly stand his ground. He didn't need protection, and he certainly didn't need to worry about protecting me. What do you want me to say? That I hate being picked on? That I worry about what they'll say or what they'd do if we weren't in public? That it sucks to be singled out because of my size and my hair? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But what would complaining about it do? Give you someone to talk to, so you're not bottling it all in? His eyes were hailstorms full of feeling, but how could I lean into that without unleashing a flood of my own? I blinked back tears and said, I can handle it on my own. You don't have to anymore. I raised my eyebrows, truly surprised. And why is that? Ray tugged his backpack over his shoulder. Because I'm going to walk you inside from now on. He turned and started toward the school again, then glanced back. You coming? All I could do was nod. At Rory's locker, he parted ways with me, but all my friends watched him walk away. Zara's eyebrows were sky high. What was that about? Apparently, I have a personal bodyguard, I said. Can we talk about something else? Sure, Callie said. Maybe over milkshakes at Waldo's? Refined sugar and processed fat sounded amazing. I'm in, if my parents say yes. Same, Jordan said. I still need to see what Chester found at his weirdest cleaning job. Chester, the old guy who sits in the restaurant? I asked. Isn't he retired? Rory nodded. He has to be. He's always there. Jordan grinned. He is, but he used to do housekeeping at a hotel. I bet he found all sorts of strange stuff. My stomach roiled at what he might have found, but my curiosity was also piqued. Operation Chester is on, then. Good, Jordan said with a smile. The bell rang and we parted ways. Jordan reached into a paper bag she held and extended what looked like a coffee cake muffin. I raised my eyebrows. Is that from Seton Bakery? Want it? My eyes widened. I had organic granola for breakfast. Of course I want it. She laughed as I took it and dug in. Unfortunately, I was so preoccupied with the muffin, I missed the brick wall in front of me, along with Jordan's warning against it. I slammed into the wall and fell down, crumbs covering my body. Are you okay? Ray asked. That looked like it hurt, Jordan cried, dropping to the floor next to me. I kept my eyes closed. Let me lie here in a pool of my own embarrassment. It's been nice knowing you. Is she always this dramatic? Ray asked, sounding amused. His voice was closer now. Had he gotten down too? More or less, Jordan answered, taking one of my hands. Let's get you up. Ray took the other hand, and they hauled me to my feet. Jordan brushed crumbs from me, while I did my best to avoid eye contact with Ray. Unfortunately, that didn't keep me from seeing his smile as he said, You don't need protection, huh? Only from myself, I said, and sat in class, my head, cheeks, and pride on fire. 28. I texted my mom from inside a bathroom stall, asking if I could hang out with my friends after school. Mom, do you have your homework done? Never mind that the day wasn't even over, but so far? Ginger, I don't have any. Mom, what are you doing? Ginger, hanging out at Waldo's. Mom, okay, but don't eat there. I'll have supper ready at 7. I gazed toward the ceiling for a moment, but then typed back a quick, okay, and put my phone in my backpack pocket. I was about to get up when I heard heels clacking over the tile of the bathroom floor. "Did you see Ginger and Ray this morning?" Tinsley asked. Her voice was unmistakable. She was the only one who could hit that blend of whiny and pompous at the same time. A scoff came next. Then Merritt said, "I don't know what is with the guys in this school. It's like they all saw Beckett go for Rory, and they all decided to chase after cows instead of real women." Poppy laughed, snorting. "Ray's all about the cows anyway." "Exactly," Merritt said. "It'll all blow over once they realize there are actually hot girls around here interested in dating them." "You are?" Tinsley asked. Merritt's voice became suggestive. "That cowboy can ride me any day." I nearly gagged, but fought to keep quiet until they left the room. When I finally reached the sink and looked in the mirror, my face was as white as my uniform shirt. The only difference was the smattering of dark freckles over my nose and cheeks. Was Merritt right? Had Rory and Jordan had their chance, and now it was over for the rest of us? Did Ray only want to spend time with me because he thought fat girls were on trend? I asked the girls the same question at Waldo's diner. "What?" Zara sputtered. "That's ridiculous." Rory and Jordan gave each other a look, and Callie said, "Never mind that there are girls out there with good hearts and fun personalities." "Exactly," Rory said. "It's like no one can see past our fat to know the person underneath." "Yes," Jordan agreed. "Or acknowledge that curves are attractive to some men." I frowned and shook my head. But Merritt probably wouldn't be worried about breaking a horse's back just by sitting on it. I told them about being at Ray's and how scared I'd been just to get up on the horse, how much he'd had to help me just so I could sit down. Rory said, "But he told you that you were fine. I know it's hard when a guy hasn't treated you like you matter before, but try not to overthink it." Jordan smirked. "Do you know who you're talking to?" "Hey," I said, throwing my balled-up straw wrapper at her. The waitress came at that moment with our milkshakes, and my cheeks flushed bright red. "Sorry," I mumbled. She smiled as she set a strawberry shake in front of me. "Kids will be kids." To avoid talking, I stuck the straw in my shake and took a sip. The sweet, cold drink filled my mouth, and I closed my eyes as I smiled. Why couldn't my mom see the value in food like this? It was amazing. Zara set her milkshake down. "What if you just asked him?" "What do you mean?" I asked, stirring my thick drink. "If you don't understand his motives, other than just being a nice guy, just ask him." She shrugged. "You make it sound so simple." She shrugged again. "It is, as long as you don't mind hearing the answer." I thought about it for a moment. Then something popped into my mind. "Jordan, what did Chester say he found cleaning?" She nearly gagged and let her straw out of her mouth. "No way am I repeating it." The rest of the time we spent together having fun and begging Jordan for answers. But I still kept thinking about Zara's suggestion. For the next week, Ray stayed true to his word and met me in the parking lot each morning. Although we didn't talk much, his steadfast presence was comforting. On the 1-week mark, he asked to carry my backpack. I narrowed my gaze. Now I had to ask. "Why?" "Why what?" Why are you doing this?" "Why wouldn't I?" I stopped between a line of cars and let out a frustrated sigh. "Can you please stop answering my questions with questions?" "I don't know. Can I?" He had an amused smile on his face that made me smile too. I hit his arm. "You're annoying. And I'm carrying your backpack." He extended his hand, and I stared at it for a moment. "Really?" He nodded, and I slowly slipped the strap off my arm, resting it in his hand. He hauled it over his other shoulder with ease, but I felt completely naked now, without the weight of my schoolwork, of my responsibilities, on my shoulders. Again, it felt like every eye was on me, seeing Ray carrying my things. Boyfriends carried things. Ray wasn't my boyfriend, though. He wasn't exactly my friend, either. What was he? A nice guy, I decided, with a rough exterior. 29. When I got home, the twins were practically bouncing off the walls. They'd changed out of their school clothes and were wearing their big puffy dresses from last Easter. They ran by me, giving me identical high fives, and I continued to the kitchen. "What is going on with them?" I asked Mom. She turned from the stovetop and grinned. "They got a call back." "What?" I cried, then turned my head to the living room to shout, "Why didn't you tell me?" They came bouncing into the kitchen and said, "We did it!" Laughing, Mom said, "Get out of here, you Tasmanian devils." They happily obliged, and I sat at the counter. "That is so good. When is it?" "Next weekend," she answered. "I already asked Rosie, and she said she's feeling good enough to come over. Maybe we can finally get that dog food out of the garage." I nodded. Not that I had anything against my aunt, but I knew where her allegiances lie. Just like I'd always be there for my sisters, she'd always be there for hers, which meant she wouldn't be there for me if it conflicted. And with my parents, it usually did. "She'll be here Friday evening and stay until we come back." "And after that?" I asked. "What if they get the part?" "We'll cross that bridge when we get there," Mom said. Ever since the twins started acting classes last year, it was all about getting to play a role, not about what happened after. Why could she take things as they came with the twins when every part of my life had to be explicitly planned out? But arguing with Mom was like trying to prove a point to a brick wall. I could speak until my face turned blue and bang my forehead against it as long as I pleased, but none of it would matter. So I decided to change the subject instead. "Where's Corey?" I asked. She was usually home by now. "I didn't see her in the living room." "Volunteered to help out your dad." I smirked. Sure, that's what she was doing. Not checking out the cute new stalker, and doing everything she could to make Dad's worries come true. "I have to say," Mom added, "I love what an active part you two have been taking in the family business, especially with it growing like it has. There may be a future there for one of you." My chest tightened. Living in this corner of the world, under the leadership of my parents, was the last thing on my list of hopes and dreams. UCLA was just the start. I wanted to have a full life, one that included a career I loved and a guy I couldn't get enough of, and maybe someday a family of my own, where I could show my children that I loved them as more than an extension of myself, that I loved them enough to let them learn on their own. The next morning, Ray waited by our parking spots. "Man, he fills out the uniform," Corey said as I pulled in. I smirked. "You should see him in Wranglers." Her mouth fell open, and she grinned. "Take a picture, please." Laughing, I put the car in park. "Maybe, but I wouldn't give it to you." "Boo," she pouted. Yeah. I turned off the car and got out. Being greeted with Ray's smile every morning wasn't the worst thing to happen this year. "Good morning, Ray," Corey said sweetly. He tipped his head. "Mornin'." She grinned way too big as she walked toward the school. My cheeks felt hot, like Ray could somehow hear what we'd been talking about moments before. He extended his hand for my bag, and I gave it to him. We walked quietly for a moment, sans leers and mean words from boys. "Thanks for this," I said. It was actually kind of nice not having to worry about it every morning. Nice to feel his presence beside me. "You know, one of the things my dad taught me was that if you see a lady in distress, you do what you can to help." A smile touched my lips. Whether at his old-fashioned language or the fact that he'd helped me, I didn't know. I just knew I wanted to hear more. "What else did your dad teach you?" "Lots of things. Never leave your boots outside at a party. Always finish what you start. Some things are not for sale. And if you're going to ask a girl on a date, you need to ask her father first." I blanched, sputtered. "What? That's arcane. A woman should be able to decide on her own whether or not she wants to go." "I agree." He chuckled quietly and turned his smile on me. "What would you think of that, Ginger Nash?" If I'd been speechless before, I was even more mute now, and not for a lack of thoughts racing through my mind. But once they came out, they just kept flowing. "Don't you think my dad's the next Antichrist?" "I think he has one hell of a daughter," Ray answered easily. "And what about the ranch?" "I can take a Saturday night off here and there." "But what about the—" "Ginger." He stopped at the sidewalk, his hands on my shoulders. "Do you want to go out with me, or don't you?" I glanced down at his large fingers spread over my shoulders, the warmth that filtered through them and the excitement that flooded my body at the simple touch. But more than that, he excited me. I'd never met someone like Ray, so principled and commanding, yet tender and caring. Biting my bottom lip, I nodded. "I do." The grin on his face lit my soul. He turned away for a moment, then nodded back to me. "Well then, I'll let you know what he says." I suppressed my smile and cocked an eyebrow. "Good luck with my dad." "Do I need it?" I laughed. "You'll need more than that. He's a little—" "Prickly?" "Protective." I started up the stairs. "Make sure you bring your knight's sword and a suit of armor." Ray snorted, matching my pace. "Is he a father or a fire-breathing dragon?" "Same difference." We topped the stairs, and I glanced over at him. Instead of seeming deterred, he looked that much more determined. "You're not scared, are you?" It wasn't a question, but an observation. "Hey," he said, "some girls are worth fighting for." 30. I didn't tell anyone about Ray saying he'd talked to my dad about a date. Honestly, I didn't know what to make of it myself. Was the whole ask my father's hand thing outdated or sweet? What did I think about dating Ray? Considering the fact my dad would likely turn him down, worrying probably wasn't worth the time. Still, he'd said some girls were worth fighting for. I was worth fighting for. "Why are you smiling?" Corey grumbled. "Senior homework can't be any better than this." I glanced up from my work spread in front of me at the kitchen table and shook my head. "It's not like I have a thing for Nietzsche." She waggled her eyebrows. "He did have a pretty impressive mustache." "Gross," I laughed. "They hardly even took baths back then. Can you imagine how disgusting it must have been?" She pretended to gag. Mom came into the kitchen. "What is so funny? Your giggling is going to wake the twins." Corey rolled her eyes. "Mustaches." With a smile, Mom said, "I love that you two get along." "Us?" I said, shoving Corey's shoulder. "I hate her." "Same." Corey stuck her tongue out at me. The alarm on the front door chimed, signaling Dad's return from the store and the end of our homework time. Corey and I started packing up our books, but Dad came into the room and said, "Not so fast. Mom, can I talk to you?" Corey and I gave each other a look as she followed him out of the kitchen. "What's that about?" she asked. I shrugged, but the nerves fluttering in my stomach gave a different answer. Had Ray already asked Dad? Was Dad's face pleased? Frustrated? I hadn't gotten a clear enough look to tell. "You're a horrible liar," Corey muttered. "Did you get in trouble?" "Me? You're the boy-crazy one." She raised her eyebrows. "And the Wrangler comment earlier was—" Hearing our parents' footsteps, I elbowed her. She stopped talking, and we both looked toward the entrance to the dining room. They entered the kitchen, their expressions giving nothing away. Agonizingly slow, Dad walked to the cabinet and got a glass, then poured himself an ice water from the fridge. He even took several long drinks. The suspense was killing me. Corey gave me a look, which I didn't return because Mom was watching me. What had they talked about? Finally, Dad sat at the table next to Mom. I could feel Corey's anticipation next to me, but not as much as my pulse pounding through my ears. "I had an interesting conversation with a young man at the store today," Dad said. I swallowed. "He asked if he could take you on a date." My pulse quickened. Corey's jaw fell open. Mom's lips twitched. This moment? This was family history. "And?" I managed. I was waiting for the part where he turned Ray down, told him I wasn't dating until I was 30, or married, or both. I said, "Maybe." "Maybe?" Corey cried from beside me, like the fate of her heart was on the line. Dad nodded. "I said he needed to have dinner with the family, get to know us first." Despite myself, my grin was growing, along with a healthy dose of terror. "Seriously?" "Yes, he's coming over Friday night at 6. Was it possible for vocal cords to become paralyzed? Because mine were refusing to move, unlike Corey's. "And if it goes well?" she asked. Dad looked me straight in the eyes. "Then, on a one-time trial, we will allow you to date him." He chuckled softly. "I was actually impressed with Ray. Very polite young man." Corey shook my shoulders, but kept staring at Dad. "Does that mean I can date?" He waved his fingers. "Get a young man like Ray to ask me permission, and I might consider it. Now, both of you need to get to bed." It seemed my legs weren't quite as frozen as my voice. I walked to my dad, gave him a quick hug, and whispered a thank you before going to my room. As I dropped onto my bed, the truth washed over me, in the form of Corey's voice. "Ray Sadler is coming to our house." I swallowed. "You could be going on a date with him." A nod. "He is so hot. I can't imagine what Dad must have thought of him." Her eyes widened. "What do you think he said to him? Has Ray texted you?" Both of our eyes landed on my phone, sitting innocently on my desk. We pounced on it, and I held up the screen. One new message from Ray. Ray. The suit of armor worked. 31. Friday, after the bell rang and the other students left for extracurriculars, my friends and I barricaded ourselves in a bathroom near the cafeteria, hoping no one would come by and ask us to leave. Zara began unzipping a bag with hair supplies. "Remind me again why we're doing this in a public restroom?" "Because my parents only let me stay because they think I'm helping the drama department practice makeup." I looked in the mirror and began pulling my hair out of its braid. "Extracurriculars only." Jordan smirked. "You and Ray are getting ready to do some extracurriculars, am I right?" Rory and Zara burst out laughing, while Callie and I blushed furiously. She was so innocent. And me? Well, Jordan's assumption was dangerously close to the fantasies I couldn't allow to run through my mind. "Just help," I cried, "or there will be no extracurriculars happening until I'm at UCLA." "Dang, we better get on it," Zara said, making a big show of plugging in the straightener at the outlet by the sink. While she worked on my hair, the other girls lounged around the bathroom. Jordan sat against a wall, her elbow propped on her knee and her hand on her chin. "How do you think he's going to do tonight?" I shrugged, and Zara said, "Don't wiggle." Sitting still, I answered, "I have no idea. I mean, my mom is super against traditional agriculture, and that's his bread and butter. Literally." Rory groaned. "Food puns, Ginge?" "My parents own a grocery store," I defended. "True," Rory agreed. "So as long as you keep the conversation away from food, you'll be fine." I closed my eyes. This was beginning to seem more and more hopeless. Maybe if we were all watching a movie or going on a walk in the park, we could avoid it. But over dinner? I didn't stand a chance. "Hey," Callie said, scooting closer to rub my knee. "It'll be okay. He clearly likes you, or he wouldn't have asked at all." Her words were a balm for my angsty heart. Ray liked me. "But he loves his ranch." My friends fell quiet for a moment, but that didn't still the rush of emotions in my chest. Could my first date be over before it even started? Zara finished up with my hair, and I stood from the floor to look in the mirror. She'd done amazing, putting loose waves through my hair. In contrast to my regular tight curls, my hair was long, past my shoulders, and I looked polished in a way I hadn't before. Curls were beautiful, sure, but the frizz left me looking constantly disheveled. I hoped Ray would like this look as much as I did. "What time is it?" I asked. Callie glanced down at her watch. 5:30. My eyes widened. I better get going. I rushed to help Zara clean up her supplies. "Go," she said. "We've more than got this covered." With a nod, I hurried toward the door, then turned back and smiled at them. "You guys are awesome." I ran back to give them a hug. "You're going to do great tonight," Rory said. "Definitely," Callie agreed. Jordan nodded into my shoulder. He'd be crazy not to stick it out. Exactly, Zara said. Then she swatted my backside. Get out of here! Blushing, I ran to the door for good this time, got outside, and rushed through the cold air to my car. I had to take deep breaths to settle my lungs. I reached for my inhaler, then had a moment of panic when I realized I still hadn't filled it. The clock on my dash let me know I didn't have time to stop at the pharmacy and have a drawn-out conversation with the chatty pharmacist. And I couldn't ask Mom to grab it tomorrow, because that would be admitting I'd lied about it the first time. There was no telling what she and Dad would do, from grounding me to revoking my privilege of living in the dorms at UCLA. I took deep, calming breaths and began the drive. I could do this, at least until Ray left and I could have a breathing treatment. Mom would believe that I needed a second. My asthma always seemed to get worse in the winter anyway. My plan was firmly in place by the time I pulled into the driveway. I rushed to the front door and slipped into my room to change. I opted for a pair of black leggings and a long cable-knit sweater. The ivory color made my hair stand out, and the shape looked good with my curves. Outside my door, I heard the twins yelling about who had to take out the trash. With a sigh, I stepped into the hallway and called, "I'll do it." I continued to the kitchen, where they were both stepping away from the trash can, their chests rising and falling in tandem. Corey had a stack of dishes she was setting the table with. Mom had brought out the china. "Good," Mom said. "You're ready. After you bring that in, can you make sure the living room is tidied up?" She did a double take. "You look nice." "Why do you seem so surprised?" I asked, on edge. "Didn't think the drama kids would do so well," she said lightly, then glanced at the stove. "You have 5 minutes to get that living room ready. 10 if he has bad manners." My heart sank. I forgot to tell Ray about the 5-minute rule. I hefted the trash bag and went outside to dump it. Before coming in, I fired off a text. "Ginger, you need to be here 5 minutes early." I was nearly finished rushing around the living room, picking up throw blankets and tossing the girls' toys out of the way, when my phone chimed. As I lifted it from my pocket, the doorbell rang. The twins stampeded to the door while I pulled out my phone. "Ray, do you know me at all?" The door opened, and I glanced up at him, at his wide grin and the cowboy hat in his hand, and I knew Ray was the guy for me. 32. Immediately, Tara said, "Can I wear your cowboy hat?" "Sure thing," Ray said, handing it over. She dropped it on her head and galloped away. Kara ran after her, yelling, "I want to wear it! I want to wear it!" Despite the commotion, our eyes collided, held. I'd been in Ray's world, and now here he was in mine. Headlights panned over him, diffusing light through his dirty golden hair. Cold air from the open door hit me, snapped me away from the depths of Ray's eyes. "Come in," I offered. He stepped inside, and from behind me, Corey said, "Hi, Ray, can I take your coat?" Clearing his throat to speak, he said, "Sure." He shrugged it off, and she took it from him. "Did you find our house okay?" she asked. "My friends usually have trouble the first time. Did Ginger tell you it was the house with the gnomes? That's what I tell my friends." "I found it okay." Ray's eyes were still on me, and I was beginning to feel exposed. Could he see the butterflies dancing in my stomach? Feel the goosebumps tingling on my skin from his open stare? The door handle turned, and Dad appeared behind Ray, haloed by the porch light. "You're early," he said. "I appreciate a man who's punctual." "Thanks, sir." Ray extended his hand, and Dad shook it. "Nice firm shake," Dad complimented. I'd never seen Dad like this, never watched Ray put on the charm for an adult other than his mom, but it made me like him that much more. Ray didn't need a suit of armor. He had everything it took to blow a Nash away. Dad put a hand on Ray's back and said, "Let me introduce you to Ginger's mom." They went ahead of us, and Corey came over to me, a grin splitting her face. "You are so going to date him." "You think?" I whispered back. She nodded and squealed. Okay, we squealed. "Shh," I finally said to both her and myself. "We've got to play it cool." I leveled my hand through the air. "Smooth." "Smooth's practically your middle name." I nodded sarcastically. "Oh yeah, I basically invented the word." The twins galloped through the living room, Kara now wearing his hat and yelling, "Yee-haw!" Corey facepalmed. "How are we related to them?" "Is it bad that they're cooler than me?" Laughing, she said, "Come on, we shouldn't leave him in there to fend for himself." My stomach bottomed out. Right. We walked into the kitchen just in time to see Ray carrying a casserole to the table using 2 red gingham potholders. Mom gave me an impressed look behind his back and then said, "Now, if my girls want to be helpful too, they can get out the tea and start cutting lemons. Do you take your tea with or without lemons, Ray?" "With," he said, gently setting the pan on the table. Corey grabbed the pitcher, and I took a clean lemon out of the basket to begin cutting. I peeled off the organic sticker, got a knife, and sliced off the ends. Near the table, I heard Ray ask Dad about his day and strained my ears for the answer. Then I felt a stabbing pain in my finger, literally. Blood poured from a gash in my finger, turning the skin of the lemons red. Juice got into the cut, and it burned so bad I cried out, "Ouch! Oh no!" Mom yelled, hurrying to me. "Corey, get the first aid kit." "Again?" she said. "Go," Mom ordered. I walked my hand to the sink, knowing the drill. Heat built in my eyes, half from embarrassment and half from actual pain. Ray's silence was deafening. God, could I be any more awkward? Blood ran from my thumb under the water until Corey came with the red bag and Mom got the gauze. "It's pretty deep," she said. "You might need stitches." "I'm fine," I said. Whether or not that was true didn't matter. Did they know how much it took to get this dinner together? I so was not wasting it with my clumsiness. Mom wrapped up the cut and said, "Corey, I think you should handle the lemons. Ginger, sit down." Dad chuckled. "We might be able to spare ourselves an ER visit." As I went to the table and sat across from Ray, I caught sight of his smirk. I kicked him under the table. Corey set the bowl of cut lemons between us and said, "Ginger's the brains of the family, not the brawn." The smirk on his lips had been replaced with an amused twinkle in his eyes. "I hear you're quite the basketball player." "She is," Mom agreed, sitting at the table. She called over her shoulder, "Twins, dinner." Dad nodded proudly. "They might even make it to the state championship this year." Corey held up her 2 fingers and crossed them. "I hope so." Okay, so this was better, right? Nice and normal. Mom began dishing food, and we passed plates around until each of them was covered in some of Mom's best cooking. "This looks delicious, Mrs. Nash," Ray said. Mom gave him a pleased smile. "Thank you. It's all organic." My blood drained at the flash of annoyance on Ray's face, but he quickly covered it. If my parents noticed, they didn't say so. "What do your parents do?" Mom asked. "We have a family ranch," Ray said. The fact that he didn't mention his dad made my heart catch. My parents weren't as great at hiding their reactions as Ray had been. Mom paused with her fork in her mouth, but Dad said, "That's great. Family farms are the backbone of America. It's these factory farms putting operations like yours out of business." I closed my eyes. Ray let out a quiet breath. "How do you like owning a store?" I opened my eyes, seeing him in a different light. He cared about me. Why else wouldn't he let them know? The ranch and that way of life meant the world to him. Did that mean I could matter that much to him, too? "It's great," my mom said. "We can support sustainable farming and good health for our daughters without all the chemicals." A vein throbbed in Ray's temple. "Chemicals?" Ray asked evenly. I nudged his leg under the table, letting him know I was there for him. "Antibiotics, hormones," Mom said. "You know they pump the animals full of them at the big feedlots just to make an extra buck." "Let's not talk shop," Corey said, but Ray was already speaking. "We use antibiotics to prevent disease. Healthy animals grow faster. Organic animals, on the other hand, get sick and have parasites at much higher rates." "Most of which don't affect human health," Mom argued. "Unlike Ginger's antibiotic-resistant pneumonia that nearly killed her." I put my head in my hands. "Mom, can we not?" "No," she said fiercely. "This young man who claims to like you should know what he's defending. You almost died. They had to put you on a ventilator, and you were laid up for weeks afterward." Ray met my eyes. His blue gaze was worn, intense, apologetic. But he didn't need to be sorry. He had my full support when he wiped his mouth on the napkin and said, "I know what I'm defending. A way of life that keeps food on your table, that makes sure we use as little resources as possible so we can pass the farm down for generations." Mom raised her eyebrows. "Good luck doing that with all the toxins you're pumping into the groundwater." "Mom," I admonished, "you have no right." She ignored me and continued on her tirade. "What research have you done, Ginger?" I wanted to defend Ray, to say I'd been at the farm and seen how much they cared for the cattle and the land, but I was mute, torn between the boy who could be my future and the future freedom my parents could so easily rip away. I could feel his eyes on me as I stayed silent. "Exactly," she said. "I can tell it's not going to be a good fit, Ray." My mouth fell open, and Corey cried, "Are you kidding me? You have been so rude." "You're welcome to stay for dinner, Ray, but you may not have a date with our daughter," Mom finished. "Because I believe differently than you do?" he said, holding back all the anger I knew welled within. "Because you stand for something that nearly destroyed our family. We want nothing to do with terrorism that guises as a noble way of life," Mom said, her eyes reflecting the fire of her red hair. Ray ground his teeth and looked at the table for a moment. He stood and dropped his napkin on the plate full of food before turning and walking toward the door. I glared at my mom and dad, my heart throbbing just as painfully as my thumb, before following Ray out the door. How dare they speak to him like that? Call him a terrorist. Ray didn't hurt anyone, especially not his animals, and certainly not the people he loved. Even in my sweater, the cold air instantly hit my skin. "Ray," I called. His hand rested on his truck's handle, and his eyes fell on me, full of guilt, of sorrow. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry," I breathed. He stepped closer to me, put his rough hand on my cheek, and said, "Don't be." I didn't realize I was crying until his thumb brushed away an icy tear. "So, what now?" I asked, trying to stifle the heat in my eyes. "I go back to my tower?" "No, you keep being royalty." He pressed his lips against my forehead, warm and safe, but distant. "Good night, princess." I watched him drive away, shivering from the cold and from the longing of wanting something I knew I could never have. 33. My first instinct was to go to my room, avoid my parents and what they'd done altogether. Ray deserved a better explanation, though. I deserved a better explanation. Just because my parents believed differently from him didn't mean they had to be so rude. Would they have kicked him out if he had a different opinion on politics or education? And why did I have to date someone who believed the same way they did? With my 18th birthday coming up, I'd be an adult soon, no matter how much they insisted on treating me like a child. Did they expect me to follow their rules forever? When I reached the dining room, the table was deadly silent. Only the scraping of carefully placed silverware broke the thick silence hanging in the air. Corey had a scowl on her face, and the twins had made themselves so tiny their shoulders barely showed above the tabletop. Time to wreck the silence, just like they detonated my life. What was that about? Mom cut through a green bean. Deciding who is appropriate for our daughter to date. Clearly, that young man was not it. And why not? Because he works on a farm? No, because he defends a way of life that nearly destroyed ours. My mouth hung open. You act like farming is an act of terror. The way his family does it? She shook her head. You, of all people, should understand why we won't allow you to date him. Because I got pneumonia 4 years ago? The doctor himself said the bacteria could have come from anywhere. I probably got it in the hospital. She glared at me. Because you almost died. You were intubated. You got so depressed, we were worried you would. I remember what I had to go through, which means I should be the one to decide which risks I'd take. I know the cost better than anyone. Dad's hands balled on his silverware. Enough, Ginger. Because you don't like what I'm saying? You're going to shut me up like you did Ray? He trained an icy stare on me. Because you let a kid into our house who argued openly with your mother and me in front of our children. It's unacceptable. For anyone. And especially for someone who wants to date our daughter. My lip curled in disgust. You're walking on thin ice, he growled. And if you want to keep arguing, we can talk about your ability to make decisions on your own in the dorms. The thin ice I was apparently standing on shattered underneath me. They were throwing the dorms in my face? Would it be like this every time I disagreed with them until I graduated from high school? From college? Feeling the heat in my eyes seconds from spilling over, I turned and went to my room. They didn't care to understand me or Ray, and I wanted as little to do with their judgment as possible. Suddenly, the world I was raised in felt less secure than ever. If my parents believed so wholeheartedly in what they did, then why did Ray's way of life pose such a threat? Surely the truth would come out sooner or later, but here I was, caught in the middle of it all. Each of my friends had lives, things to look forward to, while I felt like a crab trying to climb out of a boiling pot. How could I free myself when everyone was desperate to keep me safe? Feeling disgusted, I changed out of my sweater and ripped a brush through the waves Zara had created. It had all been a false hope. Now, in my organic cotton pajamas, I turned off the light and slid under the covers. Half an hour later, the door cracked open and Corey came in. "Ginger?" she whispered. I opened my eyes, the sliver of light from the hallway shining too brightly. "I tried," she said softly. "I know," was all I could manage, before rolling over to face the wall and succumbing to the flow of disappointed tears. 34. On the way to school Monday morning, my heart rate kept climbing higher and higher, and I could feel it throbbing in my bandaged thumb. This would be the first day I saw Ray since Friday, and I didn't know what to expect. Would he still walk me to the building? Would he give up? Would he even care? "Corey," I said, "I'm freaking out. Help." She looked up from her half-finished homework assignment. "About Ray?" I nodded. "Mom and Dad were awful to him. What if he hates me?" "Has he texted you?" she asked. "No, but he doesn't text a lot anyway." Her lips tugged down in a frown. "If he likes you, he'll stick it out, right?" Why would he? Honestly, what future was there for us with my parents so adamantly against him and me together? We were over before we even began. Nudging my arm, she said, "You're a stone-cold ginger fox. Of course he will. Got grit, don't quit, right?" I wished I had that much confidence. I wanted to shut my eyes as we pulled into the parking lot, just so I wouldn't have to see Ray's absence, to look for him only to realize that he had given up on me, on the possibility of us. I pulled into my spot, and Ray stepped into view. Corey screamed beside me, clapping her hands together. My grin was too wide to be embarrassed. She hopped out of the car, and I heard her chirp, "Hey, Ray." "Hey, Cor." He opened my door for me and waited for me to get out. "Ginger." The smooth honey way my name fell off his lips made me melt. "Hey," I breathed. He took my backpack and shut the door behind me. For the first few steps, we were quiet. I kept glancing over at him, hardly believing he was still here, but thanking my lucky stars that he was. "The heifers keep asking about you," Ray said, his gaze ahead. "The cows?" I asked, confused. "Yeah. Apparently they miss having you around the ranch." Finally, he rolled his head to the side, waiting for my response. My lips quirked. "They do?" A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Think you can do something about that?" Was he asking me to the ranch? My parents would never allow it, and that thought nearly ripped me in half. I tried to play it cool. "I can video chat." He paused at the bottom of the stairs. "The girls'll never accept that." "No?" I asked, fighting harder than ever to keep a silly grin off my face. In person is the only way to satisfy these girls. This weekend? I questioned. Think you can get away? He asked, his eyes revealing more hope than he probably cared to share. My heart skipped a beat or two. What about my parents? I thought your dad wanted you to have my father's permission first. He also told me some things are worth fighting for. Saturday, I said, before I could logic myself out of it. I'll be there. I didn't know how, but I knew I wanted to go. I'd found a way to get into film school, a way to go to the dorms. I'd find a way for the possibility of love, too. We walked inside, and, by my friends, he handed me my bag. See you this weekend. And if I thought my sister made me blush this morning, my friend's very public celebration did an even better job. 35. At the lunch table, Jordan sang, "Ginger has a date." The boys, who hadn't heard the news this morning, had equally shocked expressions. Thanks for the surprised looks, I said. I really needed that boost in confidence. Callie elbowed Carson's ribs, and he straightened up as Kai and Beckett composed themselves. That's awesome, Kai said. When, where, who? Okay, 5 W's, I teased. Saturday, at the ranch, with Ray. But I'd hardly call it a date. He asked me to come see the cows. Zara snorted. That's totally code for kissing you breathless in the hayloft. My cheeks warmed again, and I swore they'd be permanently colored at this rate. Jordan batted my arm. He's cute. You should go for it. Hey, Kai said, what am I? He's cute for Ginger, she amended. But are your parents going to let you go? I covered my face. They're going to be out of town for the twins' auditions again, but my aunt's going to watch us. Is she cool? Beckett asked. I shrugged. I guess we'll see. Carson looked up and said, Hey, Ray. I glanced behind us to see Ray carrying his tray toward the empty table where he usually sat with his homework. And dear Lord, Carson was going to call him over here, wasn't he? I turned my face toward the table, doing what I could to calm the torrent of butterflies in my stomach. Sit with us, Carson said. Yeah, Jordan said, and scooted over so Ray could sit right beside me. Ray hesitated, and I said, You don't have to. Is it okay with you? He asked, oblivious to all the people around us. All I could do was nod, because I realized I did want him to sit with us. Somewhere between my car and the school doors, I'd felt more comfortable with him around than him gone. As he settled in, Rory sent me an approving look from across the table. Of course, Ray saw it. His smirk was proof enough. So, Ray, Callie said, what did you think of the required reading in Lit? There Callie went, trying to make him feel welcomed instead of like the prize hog they were all making him out to be. Did I mention I loved her? He shrugged and picked up his hamburger. I don't know, but the Cliff Notes version was good. The guys cracked up laughing, and Carson said, I like this guy already. Maybe I did, too. When the bell rang, Ray offered to carry my tray, and I said I'd see him the next day. After he'd gone a separate direction, my friends surrounded me. Jordan hit my arm. He is so perfect for you. Right? Rory said. Callie nodded. He's funny. Rory agreed. And cute. So cute, Zara said. For Ginger. She sent a teasing smile Jordan's way. And he's nice. I can't believe he carried your tray. Their words just made my giddiness surface right along with my nerves. But what if he doesn't like me? Rory snorted. What are you talking about? He's head over boots for you. Jordan sniggered at the pun, but my eyebrows drew together. Head over heels? That might be pushing it a little far. I didn't want to get my hopes up for something that might never happen. Come on, Jordan said. He's been walking you to class every day. He said he misses you, Callie agreed. He said the cows miss me, I corrected. And what if my parents find out? They'd kill me. Jordan lifted an eyebrow. If your parents treat you like a bad girl, maybe it's time to act like one. Zara nodded. But why are we talking about your parents? He's going to kiss you this weekend. Are you ready? My stomach bottomed out. A kiss? From Ray? She smiled evilly. Have fun, and tell us all about it. 36. For the rest of the week, the subject of Ray was all we talked about at school, but completely off limits at home. Not that I wanted to bring him up. Now that I knew how my parents felt about him, I had this sense of protectiveness over him, over his family. But I also knew the floor could have been made of eggshells after the argument I had with my parents. So, when my mom asked me to run an errand, I did. When my dad asked me to pick up a shift, I did. And when they pulled out of the driveway Friday morning before school, I waved them goodbye, more than ready for a break. Rosie came to Corey's game that night, and we sat together, cheering for her louder than anyone else in the stands. At halftime, she sat back in her chair and put her feet on the bleacher in front of her. I ate a handful of popcorn and then offered her some. Taking a few kernels, she said, Is the boy here? My cheeks immediately flushed at the mere mention of Ray, and she hadn't even said his name. My parents told you what happened last Friday? With a cringe, she nodded. I think your mom was just caught a little off guard. I bet she'll come around. I reached over and pulled some of her smooth red hair back from over her ear. What are you doing? She asked, leaning away. Checking to see where your marbles are. You've obviously lost them. She batted her hand at me, laughing. Come on, she was a teenager once. She snuck out our bedroom window to see your father her fair share of times. My eyebrows flew up. My mother? She nodded. Mm-hmm. Snuck out? Rosie had to be kidding. Again, she nodded. If anyone knows what you're going through, it's me. Our parents were the picture of strict. Apparently, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I muttered. So, what about the guy? She asked. Was he totally overwhelmed? Actually, I paused. Promise you won't tell Mom? She wiped her hands off, then took my own. As long as you're not hurt or in danger, it stays between us, okay? My chest already felt lighter. In that case, he asked me to see him at his family's ranch this weekend. I cringed, bracing myself for an answer I didn't want to hear. Can I go? Of course, she cried. I'm so excited for you. Honestly, I keep telling your mom she keeps you too locked up. You need to get out, live a little, be a teenager before you go to college and go wild because you've never been able to test your limits in a safe way. I took in her face, So like my mom's, but the words coming out were so different I almost couldn't believe them. Really? You mean it? She nodded, then leaned in conspiratorially. But only if you're back before dark and tell me everything after. I promised her I would, and for the rest of halftime, she asked me about him. I told her everything that made it so hard to stay away. How kind he was, how he kept the other boys from picking on me, his dry sense of humor, and finally, how big his heart was for his family. That was how I found myself driving to the Sadler Ranch Saturday morning with 2 soy lattes and muffins from Seton Bakery and murder mysteries playing through the speakers. My heart beat faster the closer I got to his house. The second the brown home came into view, my heart practically vibrated in my chest. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the panic. But then he stepped out the front door, and I was a goner. He had on the Wranglers I loved so much, and a cowboy hat rested low over his eyes. He belonged on the cover of a country music album, or in my arms, immediately. I parked my car, trying to play it cool, and turned it off. The hot air from the heater stalled, but I still felt warm with his blue eyes on me. I grabbed the muffins and coffee and got out of the car. "Thought you might like some breakfast," I said as he approached. He nodded and took one. "Thank you. Let's eat it in the truck while I check cattle." My lips quirked. "Of course." He walked beside me to the truck and opened the door for me. He even held my hand as I got in. The cold leached through my coat, and I shivered as he walked around to the driver's side. He got in and fired it up. "Sorry it's cold," he said. "Should warm up quick, though." "This should help." I lifted my latte to my lips. "What is it?" He indicated our drinks. "Only the best soy latte you'll ever have in your life." "Do you mean the only one?" He sampled it and lifted his eyebrows. "Not bad." "Wait," I said. "That's your first soy latte?" "Guilty," he said, resting it in the cup holder. Shaking my head, I said, "You have so much to learn." "So do you." "Like what?" "Have you ever driven a tractor?" My heart bottomed out, thinking of the giant piece of machinery I'd seen him drive last time we were here. I could only imagine the amount of damage I could do. "No, but I don't think that's a good idea." He grinned. "Good. Bad ideas are the best kind." The way his lips moved around his words made me realize I was going to do anything he suggested, bad idea or not. We ate our breakfast as we drove down the driveway toward the barn. It rested a ways back from the house, the red paint silhouetted by a light gray sky. The heater had reached full blast, cocooning us in a shelter of warm air, and the scent of Ray's cologne mingled with dust within the cab. It made me feel more at ease than I ever expected to feel here, with Ray. How had he gone from my annoying project partner to someone who brought me comfort? How could he go to more? We reached an area behind the barn, lined with rows of stacked hay bales, a pile of feed, and even a tower. "Is that for water?" I asked. He shook his head. "Grain." He parked, killed the engine, and said, "Let me get your door." I waited until he came around, and he took my hand to help me down, except when my feet touched the ground, he still didn't let go. My heart leapt to my throat. Ray and I were holding hands. His were big, hard, where mine were small and soft, but somehow the differentness of them made them fit that much better, made the connection that much stronger. The sounds of the farm hit us, soft mooing and the brush of wind over the grass. We walked slowly, adding our footsteps to the music, toward a green tractor parked near the pile of feed. He had me climb up the ladder in front of him, bracketed by his arms. I was acutely aware of the view he had, and it made my cheeks flush. I'd worn my jeans, the ones that stretched around my curves and hugged my hips. At the heat in his eyes when we reached the top, I didn't think he minded. He opened the door for me, and we stepped into the cab. The shutting door muted the sounds around us, so all I could hear was his breath. It tickled my ears and made goosebumps rise on my skin, even under my coat. He sat in the main seat, and I took a smaller one next to him. The tractor roared to life and vibrated underneath us, and it struck me just how high we were off the ground, at least 8 feet, maybe more. In a calm, even tone, Ray explained each of the gears and then set us in motion. The big tractor tires rolled us. He used the scoop bucket to put hay and other feed items into the back of what he called a feed wagon. Once it was full, he said, "Your turn." My stomach bottomed out at the idea of driving this giant thing. "That's okay. I'm good." He lifted an eyebrow. "Ginger Nash, backing down from a challenge?" Okay, he got me. "You know what? Scoot over. You can take the little seat." Except his butt probably wouldn't be hanging over the edge like mine had. "I'll survive," he said, making sure the tractor was parked. I got up, and he began shifting over, but I tripped over his boot and landed right in his lap. His firm arms kept me from falling over completely, but now I was pressed up against him, feeling his breath on my neck and his hands on my waist. My heart stalled, sputtered, and I bit my lip, trying to quell the reaction I had to him. I needed to move before he learned how truly pathetic, how completely hopeless I was. I moved to get up, but his hands stayed firm, sending butterflies racing through my stomach and hot blood pumping through my veins. I turned to face him. For an explanation or a kiss, I didn't know. His dark blue eyes were hooded, but his lips turned up in a smirk. "You might want to watch your step." My breath caught. I did need to watch my step, especially around Ray Sadler, when my heart was at risk of falling right along with me. 37. So I survived driving a tractor, and Ray even took a selfie with me to commemorate the moment. Then we got into a truck Ray called the feed wagon and dropped off food for all of the cows. He said there was supposed to be a winter storm tonight, but they'd move them to the pasture the next day. "If you're not moving them yet, what do we do now?" His eyes sparked. "I want to show you the hayloft." Remembering what Zara had said about Ray kissing me in the hayloft, my cheeks heated. He drove the pickup up to the barn and parked outside the gates. When he let me out of the pickup, he intertwined his fingers with mine and didn't let go until we reached the white wooden door. What did it mean that Ray held my hand? Would he continue after today, or was this a one-time thing? It couldn't continue, I realized. My parents would never allow me to date, especially not someone like Ray. But Corey was right. What they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. This was my chance to live, to experience life, instead of watching everyone else through the video screen. Inside the barn, dust and hay wafted up to my nose, making me cough. Instinctively, I reached for my inhaler, and then my heart stopped. My inhaler. I'd completely forgotten to go by the pharmacy to get my refill. "Everything okay?" Ray asked, waiting by a ladder nailed to the wall. With my chest still tight, I coughed again and nodded. I would be okay with deep breaths and some relaxation. I had my breathing treatment this morning, and it had been nearly a year since my last real asthma flare-up. I was just panicking over nothing. "You head up first," Ray said. "I'll be right here." I stepped closer and eyed the worn wooden planks nailed to the wall. "You sure these will hold?" "Dad and I installed them ourselves. You insulting my workmanship?" I rolled my eyes. "Your precious pride is still intact. Unless the wood breaks, then you and your pride will be squished." "I'll take my chances." I gripped onto one of the planks, feeling the soft wood and grit of dirt under my fingertips. Using all my strength, I hauled myself up, noticing spider eggs in corners and dirt caked into the cracks on the wall. Soon, my head poked into a different level, and when I reached the top, I gasped. Hay was pressed up against the walls like I'd expected, but Ray had strung twinkle lights around the rafters, had a big quilt spread in the middle, along with a cooler and a guitar. An electric furnace made this room so much warmer than outside. I turned to him for an explanation, but as he easily climbed into the upper level, all he did was smile. "This is amazing," I breathed. I had to take steadying breaths so my asthma wouldn't flare up from the exertion of getting up here, or the overwhelming flutter of my heart. With a shrug, he moved to sit on the quilt and patted the spot next to him. My heart pounded right along with the butterflies in my stomach as I sat next to him. Who would have thought Grumpy Ray had this in him? Taking his guitar, he said, "I'm full of surprises." His fingers gently moved over the strings, familiar, but getting acquainted. "Can I play you a song?" Biting my lip, I nodded. "I'd like that." He shrugged off his coat, and, turning his eyes from me to the instrument before him, he strummed some even beats, mixing the chords with a tap against the smooth wood. Soon his voice joined the chords, and it poured straight through me to my heart, where the notes swirled around and touched every part of me. I thought it might be awkward, having him sing for me, but something about him and me just felt right. The song was the perfect mix between fun and sweet, and it lit up the hayloft even more than the twinkle lights. As he put the guitar down, my eyes felt hot. No one's ever sang a song for me before. "I loved singing for you." He reached out and ran his rough fingertips over my cheek, tucking my hair back behind my ear. My breath caught in my throat while my heart raced wildly. His eyes moved to my lips, and suddenly I couldn't stop looking at his, imagining what they would feel like on my own. There were only inches between us now, millimeters, and then his lips touched mine, strong, sure movements meeting my tentative ones. The smell of him blended with the aroma of hay and dust and pure excitement. This was what it felt like to kiss, to live. 38. We spent the rest of the afternoon in the hayloft until I got the niggling feeling that time was running out. I hated moving from my spot with Ray, talking about nothing and everything, listening to him sing, and melting into his world. "What time is it?" I finally asked. He grabbed his phone from his pocket and, after looking at the screen, said, 4. I leaned my head into his shoulder and groaned. His hand gripped my back, taking a hold of my curls. He held me for a moment and said, "You can always come back." But could I? The only reason I'd been able to drive all the way to his farm was because my Aunt Rosie agreed to it. What happened when Mom and Dad were back? What about in a few months when I graduated, went to UCLA? He went and turned off the heater, then easily crawled down the ladder. Without him and the heater, the cold quickly reached my heart. I walked to the hole where the ladder led to the ground floor. Ray took my hips and helped me down, just as comfortable as if we'd been doing it for years. He gripped a lip of wood on the barn door and shoved it open. The darkening sky hit my eyes, but still I blinked against the brightness compared to the hayloft. I looked down, trying to get my light eyes to adjust. His mom had a trench coat wrapped around her and was running toward the barn, toward us. "What's your mom doing?" I asked, shielding my eyes. He followed my gaze and hurried to the fence so he could meet her. My heart dropped at his worry and the quick way he leapt to action. I walked quickly after them, my heart racing. When I reached them, I asked, "What's going on?" She pushed whipping strands of hair out of her face. "The storm's supposed to be here any minute. You need to get on the road, honey." My chest constricted. I still had an hour and a half to drive. "We'll get her home," Ray said, already moving toward the pickup. "Get in." His mom came to my side, and I scooted over so she could sit beside me. But that just put me closer to Ray, leaving my shoulder to bump against his as we crossed the uneven ground to his house. His mom got out and said to Ray, "See you inside," before closing the door. For a moment, Ray and I sat in the pickup, watching small white flakes begin to fall, softly at first, but steadily harder. "You need to go," he said. I couldn't bring myself to speak, so I only nodded. I turned to open the door, but he said, "Ginger, wait." I turned to him, and he lifted my chin with the crook of his index finger, then narrowed the distance between us. Excitement, warmth, fear, all of it rushed through me until he silenced it with the crush of his lips on mine. He pulled away, and I took a deep breath. Part of me liked knowing I was breathing the same air as Ray, that each breath I took gave me more of him. I did need to go, or I'd never be able to leave. I got out of the pickup on my own, walked to my car, and drove away. As I started down the dirt road away from his house, I watched him standing by the fence, both arms resting on the gate. In a fraction of a second, I'd seen a relationship flash before my eyes, one with fire and strength and conflict and passion, the kind I'd only dreamed of but knew I'd never have. And now it was in my rearview mirror, and staying there. My ringtone sounded from the side pocket of my camera bag, and I reached over to get it. I must have just gotten into service. Rosie's name lit the screen. "What's up?" I asked. "Where are you?" "Leaving Ray's now. Should be home in an hour and a half." "You won't make it," she said fearfully. "It's a complete whiteout here." Terror ripped through me. "What do you mean? I can just drive slow, right?" Her voice was small. "No, Ginge. I think you need to stay where you are." My fingers slipped, and I fumbled with the phone before gripping it tighter. "Stay at Ray's?" "Stay safe," she asserted, "even if it has to be at Ray's." Tears stung my eyes, and I slowed to a stop on the dirt road. This had been a stupid idea. My parents would find out I was here, that I disobeyed them, kept secrets from them, and they'd have my head for it, my freedom. But now, my only choice was to make a 3-point turn in the middle of the road. The mile back to Ray's house was the longest of my life, but not as torturous as the walk to the front door and seeing the confusion in his eyes. "I can't make it," I said pointlessly. "I can drive you," he offered. His mom came behind him and said, "Come in, honey. You can stay with us." Ray seemed to relax, drifting into step behind me like the falling snow outside. I followed his mom into a kitchen. All the pieces of Ray I didn't quite understand fell into place, and it made me like him even more. This didn't look like any of the farmhouse decor I'd seen on televised home renovation marathons, but it seemed more friendly, with dark wooden cabinets, a big white refrigerator, a stove that obviously saw plenty of use, and a big table that could have seated 10. Right now, his youngest brother sat at one end of the table, working on a page in a coloring book. In the other room, I could hear a TV going and Laura and Colton arguing over what to watch. "I'm guessing you didn't pack an overnight bag," his mom teased. "No, ma'am," I said, addressing her the same way Ray had earlier. She swiveled her head toward Ray and nodded approvingly. "Manners, I like it." His cheeks flushed red. Was he blushing? It was so completely adorable, I almost gushed out loud. Who was this person, and where had he been all my life? Ranch Ray was way better than Academy Ray, any day of the week, but especially on snow days. "Come on," his mom said. "I should have some of Mark's sweats that'll fit." Ray blanched, and I realized who Mark was. His dad. "No, I can wear this," I began. "Nonsense," she said, loud enough for Ray to hear. "Mark would have wanted you to be warm and comfortable in our home." She looked at her son. "Isn't that right, Ray?" Instead of responding, he left the kitchen altogether. My heart hurt for him, because I knew he had to be hurting right now. But I also felt abandoned. We'd been so close all day, and now I was in this warm house with his welcoming mother, feeling nothing but ice in my veins. His mom put her arm around my shoulder. "He's taken it the hardest of all of them." A lump was growing in my throat for him. I can't imagine what I'd do without my dad. "You shouldn't have to." She led me to a bedroom off the kitchen. The simple bed, made with a handmade quilt, stood out from the vanity dresser and nightstand with a photo of her husband on it. I wondered how many times she'd fallen asleep looking at that picture, wishing he was there. She continued to the closet, digging through a tote in the corner. "I've been meaning to take these to the thrift store, but I thought the kids might want them someday." She came back with a pair of sweatpants that still had tags on them and a plain blue t-shirt. I sniffed, trying to clear my emotions. "I'm guessing he didn't wear sweats much." She laughed, making her look years younger. "No, it was work clothes or underwear on the couch. No in between." The thought made me smile. Typical dad move. "Mm-hmm." She smiled at me for a moment, and then shrugged. "I'll give you some privacy. I need to talk to Ray anyway. You can hang out in the kitchen until I get there." She'd said, not we. As I peeled the stickers off the sweatpants and shirt, I couldn't get my mind off Ray and how he was hurting just feet from me. I hoped I could make things better, or at least not make them worse. 39. The shirt still had creases. probably from when it had been folded on a store shelf and then stayed that way in the saddler's closet. But it was soft and warm, and would be way more comfortable to sleep in than the jeans and sweater I'd worn. The only problem was the hips were tight, and the legs were way too long. I had to roll them up so I wouldn't be tromping around their house looking like a little kid. There was already one sitting at the table. When I walked into the kitchen, he looked up at me with bright blue eyes, the mirror version of Ray's. "Hi." "Hi," I said warmly. "What's your name?" "Jonah, like the whale." "Jonah was the whale's name?" I teased. He tossed his head back and laughed. "No, the guy he ate. But Mama says you are what you eat, so maybe his name was Jonah?" "True. You're smart. How old are you?" He held up 3 fingers and a bent pinky. The math in my head wasn't hard, and I had to sniff back tears all over again. 3.5, I guessed. He nodded, making his straight blonde hair bounce. "Want a color?" "Sure," I answered. He carefully ripped a page from his coloring book, biting down on his tongue for added concentration, and passed it to me, along with 3 of his crayons. I began filling in Mickey Mouse's red shorts, while he colored a blue Goofy on his page. "You're good at staying in the lines," I said. "I am," he agreed. "You're a good colorer, too." "Thank you," I said, oddly flattered, considering the compliment was coming from a 3.5-year-old. Footsteps sounded in the doorway, and I watched as Ray and his mom walked into the kitchen. Mrs. Sadler went to the refrigerator and began retrieving ingredients for supper. Ray didn't say anything, just sat across the table from me and said, "Hand me a sheet, will you, Jonah?" I was watching him, and he had to know it, because he turned those blue eyes on me and held my gaze. I wanted to know what he thought, to make sure he wasn't upset about what I was wearing, but his eyes were liquid shields. My gaze flicked to his lips. They always gave him away. They lifted into a smile, and I could feel relief pouring from me. That was until he reached across the table, and my heart sped to a breakneck pace. His fingers skimmed my shoulder, sending lightning bolts straight to my gut. He peeled a sticker from my shirt and held it up. "Forgot one." There was humor in his eyes, and it eased my tension so much I practically slumped in my chair. "I'll have you know I did see it. It just got restuck." He made a tisking sound and shook his head. "Excuses, excuses." "Uh-huh," I said, fighting a smile. We were good. I liked that about him, too. He moved past hurts. But that just made this harder, because I knew it couldn't last outside of today, outside of this storm. "What's wrong?" Ray whispered. Apparently, I wasn't as hard to read as him. Instead of saying something I knew would disappoint us both, I glanced out the window at the snow falling outside. It was heavier now. I could hardly see to the corrals by the barn. "Will the cows be okay?" "They should be," he said. "They can get into the barn and the lean-to if they need, and I'll be out checking them as I can." His mom added, "When you have enough visibility to actually see what you're doing and not get lost." Ray gritted his teeth. "Lost?" I asked. "We're 100 yards away." His mom nodded. "I know it doesn't snow much here, but in Idaho, where I'm from, there used to be blizzards so bad you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. If you went out, you tied a rope to your waist so you could find your way back." "Wow," I breathed. "That's crazy." "Yep." She pointed a wooden spoon at Ray. "And no amount of cattle or paychecks are worth my son's life, or his education." He turned his gaze toward the ceiling and sighed. I know, he said, like they'd had this conversation at least 100 times already. My curiosity piqued, but I bit my lip to keep from asking the question. Just ask, Ray said, reading me like a book. Yeah, Jonah echoed. Just ask. I smiled at him, but it quickly faltered. Why didn't you sell the ranch when... I couldn't bring myself to say it. It's been in the family for generations, Ray said, and Sadlers don't give up when things get hard. His mom made chicken and dumplings for dinner, and it was one of the best things I'd ever tasted. No gluten-free bread, no organic chicken, and a tall glass of milk to top it off. I was in heaven. Or, at least, I thought it was, until she pulled back the foil on a chocolate sheet cake and served it with vanilla ice cream. I took a bite, and the ice cream dissolved the chocolate in my mouth, flooding my taste buds with the most delicious flavor. I barely kept from moaning out loud. This is amazing. Oh, hush, his mom said. Just an old family recipe. I need it, I said, immediately. Laughing, she took a bite of her own cake, then said, I'll let you take a picture of the recipe card before you go. There was so much smiling and laughing in the Sadler house, even though they'd experienced such a great loss. It was like magic existed here, kept them going. Being here felt more like home than my own house did sometimes, and I'd only been around for a few hours. When we finished, I went to the sink to help Mrs. Sadler with dishes, but she took the sponge from me. I've got this, honey. Ray, why don't you show her the guest room? Sure. He started toward the door to the living room, and I realized that was my sign to follow. He opened a door to a stairwell and hit a light switch, showing an exposed concrete wall. I followed him down the wooden stairs and into a living room with cement floors and rugs spread throughout. It looked like they used the basement for food storage, with a deep freeze and standing freezer on one side, and a hangout space for the kids. There was an older TV and couch down here, plus rugs to add some warmth to the cement floor. On one side was a finished wall boxing in a room, and another wall mirroring that one. He led me to the one on the right and opened the door to an empty bedroom. This is it. The bed was covered in a handmade quilt, a sewing desk against one wall, and a dresser with old photos sitting on top. I went to it and saw a younger, more carefree Ray squatting by a puppy and grinning cheesily up at the camera. You were so cute. What happened? Ha ha, he said. My fingers brushed the frame of another photo, an older man who looked just like Ray, and 3 kids, each holding up a fish. They were all smiling. Jonah wasn't born yet when it happened, Ray said, following my gaze. His jaw stayed clenched as he shook his head, but his eyes showed all the emotion of his words. He would have loved Jonah. How could you not? Carefully, I put my hand on Ray's forearm, and he didn't shy away. His lips lifted slightly before he turned to me. What do you think? I glanced at the bed, at the tufts of yarn lifting from the quilt, holding it together. I love it here. When I turned back to him, the smile had reached his eyes. Yeah? I nodded. I like you here. You're so much different at school. He scratched his neck, seeming uncomfortable. It's hard to be it all, you know. I feel like, at school, I have to be the perfect student to earn my spot because they wanted me for football and it didn't work out. And here, I have to be... He searched for the word, but I already knew it. Everything, I finished for him. His silence told me I was right. He moved and sat on the bed, and I sat beside him. "What now?" he asked. "You don't need to help your mom with anything?" He shook his head. "No cattle?" Another shake of his head. "No homework?" There was a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. "None." He was getting closer. My gaze flicked from his dark blue eyes to his slightly parted lips, wondering what it would feel like to have those lips against mine again, to have his hands on my hips again, strong and sure. My ringtone trilled, and we jumped apart like snapping out of a trance. I went to my phone and saw the name on the screen. My mom was calling. 40. I might have said a few words I'm not proud of, but holy you-know-what was I panicking. "What?" Ray asked. "What's going on?" "My mom's calling," I hissed. "If she finds out I'm here, she's gonna freak." Ray didn't miss a beat. "Tell her you're at a friend's." I nodded. I could do that. It technically wasn't a lie. I took a few deep breaths and answered the phone, making sure it was just my face on the screen. Both of my parents' faces greeted me. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad." "Hi, sweetie," Mom said, and Dad gave a greeting of his own. "How are you?" Dad asked. "Rosie said you're staying with one of your friends?" I nodded, thinking on the fly. I thought it would be safer than to drive, you know. "Very smart," Mom said, seeming relieved. "Do you mind if I talk to your friend's mom? I want to make sure they know what to do if you have an attack and can't get out." My gut dropped. "Mom, I know what to do. I can handle it." "For my benefit," she said, "to make me feel better. I should have just brought you and Corey with us to L.A. So we could sit around the hotel and be bored?" I knew I was hedging, but I was freaking out. No way Mrs. Sadler would keep our secret. "Let us talk to your friend's mom," Dad said. "We've got to get the girls down. Final callbacks are tomorrow, and I think they have a real chance at landing this role. Who knows? You may end up staying over at your friend's more often if they do." Ray smirked, and I hit him. "Did you trip?" Dad asked. No. I stood up and went toward the stairs. Ray jumped ahead of me, so there was no chance of him being seen on my screen. We came into the kitchen at the same time his mom did. She wiped her hand across her forehead. "Just got Jonah down." I smiled and held my phone to my chest. "Good. My parents were wondering if they could talk to you about my asthma." Her eyes widened. "Are you okay?" I nodded vigorously. "They're just precautious." "I get it." She smiled and extended her hand for the phone. Begrudgingly, I said to my parents, "This is Sally," and handed it over. She smiled warmly into the phone. "Hi there." Mom introduced them. "I'm Barb, and this is Mark." Nerves raced through my system, and I folded my arms tight over my chest to keep from exploding. Dad said hello, and Mom said, "I know we're being extra careful, but I'd hate to see something happen." "No need to explain yourself," Mrs. Sadler said. "I'd be the same with my little girl." "There always are babies, right?" Mom said. Mrs. Sadler chuckled and nodded. "So, lay it on me. What do I need to know?" Mom launched into a big tangent about asthma and triggers and how to use my inhaler, on and on. And then she finally said, "I'll text you the info so you have it." With a relieved laugh, Mrs. Sadler said, "Thank you. I promise we'll take care of your girl, and I'll make sure they stay separated at night." "Oh," Dad said, "there's no need. You know how teenagers are. They need to let loose every now and then." Mrs. Sadler's eyebrows rose. I do, which is why they will be separated. My cheeks, ears, and neck felt hot, and I was freaking out. She was one more sentence away from revealing everything. "Thank you," I said, and reached for my phone. "I'll give them your number." She said goodbye to my parents and passed my phone back. "Have a good night, honey," Dad said. "Love you," Mom said. And then we ended the call. I nearly sagged from the relief, and I gave Mrs. Sadler an apologetic look. "Sorry, my parents are a little overprotective." "Really?" she said. "It seemed like they'd be just fine with you two sharing a room." My blush returned with a vengeance. "Well, they're progressive. They do own that crunchy food store, right? Fresh, raw, ripe," I said. She pointed her finger. "That's the one." Ray frowned. "We better get back to working on our homework." His mom nodded. "Have fun." "Fun," he said. "I thought we weren't allowed to let loose." She rolled her eyes and batted a hand at him. "Get out of here." With an awkward half-smile, half-wave at his mom, I followed him downstairs. He sat on the chair, and I flopped back on the bed, then rolled my face into the mattress and groaned. "Watch out," he said. "My mom might worry we're doing what teenagers do." If I wasn't so mortified, I might have laughed along with him. 41. Ray grinned at me from the desk chair, while I did my best to ease my complete embarrassment. "So what about you?" he asked. "You know everything about me. You even know where I sleep." I folded my legs underneath me, getting more comfortable on the bed. "Technically, I haven't seen your room yet." "You don't want to?" He was only half joking. "Because of all the dead bodies?" "Dead bodies?" "They're always hidden in the bedroom," I explained. The incredulous look on his face was adorable. "Why, how would you even know that?" "That is one thing you should know about me." I pushed back my sleeves. "I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts. Like, a lot." His eyebrows rose. "Getting plans together?" "More like curing boredom." Laughing, he said, "If I'm bored, I watch a comedy." "That works too," I said. "I'm not picky, really." "Is that what got you interested in video? Watching movies?" I nodded. "Kind of." He flipped his chair around and rested his big forearms on the back, then his chin atop them. "Story time?" I teased. With a smile, he nodded. "Once upon a time..." He laughed. "Good start." "Stop making me laugh or I won't get the story out." With a pretend zipper, he shut his mouth and waited. I sighed. At the end of 8th grade, I got a really bad respiratory infection, and between that and asthma, it was a pretty serious condition and eventually led to pneumonia. Pain crushed my chest, just thinking about how hard it had been to get even a gasp of air, the fear that had settled over our household during that time. I was in the hospital for 6 weeks, and when they brought me home, I couldn't leave the house. I had to keep away from allergens or other triggers that would make my asthma worse and put me back in the ICU on a ventilator. I watched movie after movie, because that was all I could do. Exercise made my asthma worse, so I was pretty much bedridden for an entire summer, except to use the bathroom and eat. Sympathy melted Ray's blue eyes, letting me know he was hearing each word and feeling the memory with me. My parents were always worried about me, and when they thought I was sleeping, I heard them crying instead, arguing about what to do with me. I got so depressed, I stopped watching movies altogether. I just lay in the dark, and I thought... I shuddered. I thought about what it would be like if the lights never came on. Understanding crossed Ray's expression, and he moved closer, rubbing my shoulder. I didn't like to think about that time, how close I had been to giving up on life. But I needed to get through this. Some part of me needed Ray to know it all. Like, if he could see the darkest parts of me, maybe he'd understand the light. Taking a deep breath, I said, "One day, my mom could see how depressed I was getting, and so she got me a video camera. I took home videos of everyone, made videos on the computer, and when Dad got home from work, we'd all sit on the couch together and watch what I had made. It made me feel like my life mattered, because people looked forward to seeing how I experienced it. Ever since then, I've been hooked." "I'm sorry you went through that," Ray said. "I can't imagine being cooped up a whole summer." I nodded. "But I'm thankful for it, too, because if I hadn't gotten sick, I wouldn't have learned about videography, and I wouldn't have started on the path that got me accepted to one of the most prestigious film schools in the country." "Where's that?" he asked. "UCLA. Where else?" "It's so crowded in LA," he commented. That was the one downside, along with the dirty streets and the rush everyone seemed to be in. "But it will be worth it." Ray nodded. "That video you did on the ranch was amazing. You have some real talent." "You mean I had some talent to work with?" I winked at him. Laughing, he shook his head. "Really, not many people can tell the story of agriculture and tell it well. They're either too close to it and can't be unbiased, or they look at it through a critical lens. You just told the truth." But it wasn't unbiased. The more time I spent with Ray and his siblings, the more I appreciated the work they put in. And I wondered if my parents knew what they were doing, pushing the organic over conventional groceries. Ray wasn't the money-hungry businessman running cattle through a dirty factory, like I'd come to expect from PETA's videos. He cared about his animals. And more than that, he cared about sustaining a farm that would last for generations to come. "I'm glad it did your story justice," I finally said. "Now all there is to do is wait for our A+. I laughed. "So cocky." "Confident. There's a difference." There was, and I was coming to appreciate it the more time I spent around Ray. There were plenty of things I wanted to try and see and do, but right now, all I could think about was Ray sitting in front of me, muscular legs framing the back of the chair, deep blue eyes studying me. "What else do I need to know about you, Ginger Nash?" I bit my lip. "That I'm scared?" "Of what? I thought you were fearless." Maybe I had been, but knowing what I had to lose changed things. "What if we're just going to go back to being strangers, and this night is all we have?" His lips turned down, but only for a second. "Why would I want something like this to last less than 24 hours? "You saw my parents," I said. "They're crazy protective." A mischievous light filled his eyes. "I won't tell if you don't." "But what about the fall?" I asked, not feeling as jocular as he was. "You'll be here and I'll be in college." "What if we took it one day at a time?" he asked. He tried to keep his expression light, but I could tell my answer mattered to him. "What are you saying?" I breathed. He leaned forward, a twinkle in his eyes. This close, I could smell his cologne, see the small freckle atop his left cheekbone, feel the warmth rolling off his body. "I'm saying I like you." My heart tightened in my chest. We were signing up for heartbreak, both of us, but I realized we were also agreeing to an adventure, to an unforgettable experience, and I couldn't say no, not to the man sitting across from me. "But what does that mean?" His hand reached up, caressing my cheek, and every part of me went haywire. How could a simple touch with his rough fingertips send my heart skittering at a jaunty pace, and my stomach swooping, and my skin tingling? "You're beautiful," he breathed, his voice husky. "And when a guy has something beautiful, he doesn't let it go. Not when it's easy, and definitely not when things get hard." And in his eyes, I saw something I never expected. The truth. He believed those words with everything in him. His forehead came to mine, and for a moment we stayed like that, the air charged around us. My lips physically ached to touch his, but this feeling was so amazing I feared changing something, even taking a breath, would ruin it. Ray wasn't giving up, and I wouldn't too. 42. His brother wanted to know if we were up for hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Like the drink. It all seemed incomprehensible with my head and heart in the clouds. He turned to me, his eyes losing heat. "Do you?" Jerkily, I nodded. How could we come back to reality, to hot chocolate, after communicating, feeling something like that? "Yes," Ray called. The footsteps stalled and started back up the stairs. Ray stood and extended his hand. I stood and put mine in his. It was large and easily enveloped my own, like he could physically wrap me up and keep me warm. I had to admit, at Ray's house, I felt completely safe, sometimes even more so than at my parents' home. He kept our connection until we reached the guest room doorway, then he separated from me completely. I hated the distance that formed between us. I wanted Ray up close and personal, and this time I wanted him to make his move again, to put his lips on mine and remind me how a kiss from him could feel. Then I shook my head again, happy his back was toward me. Get a grip, Ginger. We'd barely started dating. He had more responsibility resting on his shoulders than I'd had in years. It wasn't a good match. But why did it feel so good when his skin was touching mine? We made it upstairs, and his mom and sister turned to us before looking back at what they were focusing on. My cheeks immediately heated, feeling like they could tell what we'd been doing, what I'd been thinking. Could they see the way I looked at Ray? Could they tell the way he felt about me? If so, we probably wouldn't be allowed downstairs on our own anymore. "Want to play a board game?" Laura asked. "What a great idea," Mrs. Sadler added. "That would be some great family time." I smiled at them. "Should I go downstairs and hang out for a while so you can spend time together?" "Nonsense." Mrs. Sadler dropped some marshmallows into a few cups. "Anyone who stays the night here is a part of the Sadler family forever." She set one of the mismatched mugs in front of me, and I breathed in steam from the sweet liquid. It smelled homemade, not like something that came out of a box. "How did you make this?" I asked. "A little something I learned from YouTube University." She winked. I grinned at her. "One of my friend's moms is actually a big YouTuber. Last I checked, she had more than 100,000 subscribers." Hacinda Junco, right? Mrs. Sadler sat at the table and wrapped her hands around her own cup. She has some great tricks, especially for grass stains. She eyed Ray's younger brother. She's a genius, I agreed. Ray finished a sip of his drink. Ginger actually helped make that channel. Mrs. Sadler and I both looked at him in shock. How did he know I'd played a part in that? He certainly hadn't been on my list of contacts to call on launch day. He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Everyone at school was talking about it, wishing they had Ginger to go YouTube famous, Ray explained. It might have been just me, but his cheeks definitely looked a little pink. His mom patted my arm. Those videos are fantastic. You should be proud. Okay, now I was blushing. Jordan's mom was so good on camera, and Jordan was a great help with the editing and everything else. And then Kai Rush, his family developed Rush Plus, and he sent a notification out on the whole app. That's how I found out, she said. Way too neat. I agreed. I was beyond glad that Jordan's family had begun to put themselves into a better situation, including the townhouse I'd be helping them move into next weekend. Laura stood from the table. I can go get the board game. Which one do you want to play? Mrs. Sadler named off a few options, and Laura left to get a game I hadn't heard of, Quirkle. Within half an hour, we were all laughing and playing at the table. This is so much fun, I said, grinning. I bet you and your family do things like this all the time, Mrs. Sadler said. I shook my head. With the store, my dad works long, late hours. Mom barely has enough time to put the twins through their acting classes and go to Corey's basketball games. She smiled warmly. You sound like a great big sister. I could feel Ray's gaze on me, but I kept my eyes on the table. Thank you, I finally said. She pushed back from the table. Well, I think it's time for me to go to bed. She pointed to the younger two. Don't stay up too late watching TV. Then she pointed at Ray and me. And you two, separate beds. No letting loose on my watch. My cheeks heated. I could have died right there. But I had the rest of the night with Ray, and I wasn't going to waste it. 43. What now? I asked. Ray left without explanation and returned to the guest room with his laptop. What's your favorite movie? I tapped my chin. Picking a favorite movie was like picking a favorite freckle, as far as I was concerned. How could I choose just one? It's not for a grade, Ray teased. I shot him an exasperated look. Let me think. After a few minutes, I had it. The Breakfast Club. Isn't that movie like 100 years old? I covered my heart, offended. Hardly. It's the height of storytelling. Great acting, real life, intriguing characters. I let out a sigh. Perfection. He went to a video site and began typing. We have to watch it. Was that even a question? He chuckled. Found it. He pushed play, then halfway through the opening credits, hit the pause button. I gave him a quizzical look. What are you waiting for? The mischievous look I was coming to love quirked his lips. 2 words. Push play? He chuckled and tucked my head under his arm to rub my head. I beat at his chest, laughing. Stop! Uncle! We were both laughing as he released me. No, he said. Blanket fort. You're kidding. Grabbing a blanket from the back of the couch, he tossed it to me. Does it look like I'm kidding? For the next 10 minutes, with lots of giggles and shoving, We built the world's worst blanket fort between the bed and the desk, eventually climbing underneath and lying on our backs. The basement light cast a blue glow as it shined through the blanket, and it made Ray look even more handsome than he had before. His eyes appeared almost black as he rolled his head toward me, the laptop on his stomach. "Ready?" I nodded. With Ray, I was ready for anything. The opening credits rolled, and I tried to focus on the screen instead of his face, which had to be a superhuman feat. From this angle, the slope of his nose seemed like a perfect mountain. His lips were full, and I couldn't get the idea of what they'd feel like off my mind. And then there was the flat plane of his stomach muscles, upon which the computer lifted. I couldn't see the screen without properly admiring that now, could I? Gosh, I was a creep. If Ray could hear my thoughts, he'd be getting as far away from me as possible and telling me to slow way down. He'd said one day at a time, not one lifetime at a time. "What's wrong?" he asked. I shook my head and focused on the movie. I could do this. Maybe. About halfway through, Ray's fingers brushed mine, one of his overlapping one of mine. He looked at me like he wanted approval, and I nodded, because my throat was way too tight to say yes without a squeal. His hand enveloped mine, and he squeezed. I laced my fingers through his, wanting to feel every inch of his hand on every inch of mine. It was more wonderful than I'd ever dreamed it could be, just holding hands. Like being tethered to the most amazing adventure, knowing I'd go along with it wherever he led. His thumb stroked the back of my hand, igniting fires and putting them out in its wake. My eyes watched our connected hands just as often as they watched the film. I didn't know much about the opposite sex and dating, but I was pretty sure a guy who only wanted a one-night thing didn't hold hands. They didn't caress you like you were a precious jewel. No, they got what they wanted and didn't waste any time doing it. Ray was different. What that meant for us past tonight, I had no idea. But I realized I was eager to find out. We reached my favorite part of the movie, and Ray sniffed beside me. "Are you crying?" I asked. He cleared his throat, putting on a show. "No way." "You're totally crying." I propped myself up and pointed a finger at him. "You're lucky we're under the blanket fort, or everyone would see what a baby you are." "Real men can show their emotions," he teased, sniffing and blinking quickly. He let out a groan. "Ugh, dirt, trucks, chicks in bikinis." I rolled my eyes. "You're so weird." "You like it," he teased. To be fair, I did. I rolled over and rested my chin in my hand. "So, does that mean you liked the movie?" I did. His eyes seemed brighter now, whether from the non-tears or having adjusted to the low lighting, I didn't know. "Do you ever feel like that?" "Like what?" I asked. "That people see you how they want to, not as you are?" The only sound between us was the soft inhales and exhales inside the barrier we'd created from the rest of the world, from reality. "Of course," I said quietly, "because if they saw me as I really am, they'd have to treat me like it matters." "What do you mean?" I stared at the blue blanket above us. "People act like I'm just an AV nerd they can partner with, or a chubby, freckled girl they can ignore. They use me for the butt of their jokes without ever seeing me. If they knew I had a heart, dreams, goals, feelings that could be hurt, maybe they'd treat me differently. My last words came out more bitter than I'd intended, but they'd have to see me first. I see you. Ray turned to his side and propped himself up before reaching out and cupping my cheek with his hand. I bit my lip, working up the courage to ask the question my mind was screaming to know. And what do you see? The pad of his thumb traced my cheekbone, and then his fingers tucked back my curls. I see the most amazing girl in the world, one who is stronger than she looks, who has a sense of humor that can't be taught, and the most beautiful green eyes that see twice as much as others, a heart that wants to share all the extra beauty she sees with everyone else. My breath was gone. You really feel that way? He nodded, smiled. And don't even get me started on your curves. I raised my eyebrows. What about them? His hand left my cheek and went to my side, tracing a path from the dip of my waist to the rise of my hip. Sexy as hell. The words leaked through my skin and heated my cheeks. His touch was fire, burning perfection, and I wanted to be engulfed by the flames. He shifted closer, and his breath poured over my skin. In the most glorious change of events, his lips were on mine. I came undone. My mind melted, and my skin simmered, and all that mattered was that his lips stayed on mine. One of his hands reached through my hair, weaving his fingers into the curls and tugging gently. Even though my brain had died and gone to heaven, my hands knew what to do from earlier today. They went to his shoulders, sliding until they were on the back of his neck, feeling the heat in his skin. I'd never kissed a boy before Ray, and now I knew I wouldn't again. Ray was more than some guy at school. The way he made my body come alive and fall apart in his hands was everything. No one would be able to replace this feeling, not even come close. Slowly, agonizingly, he pulled away from our kiss, and when he was far enough away, I could feel air instead of his breath on me, and it stung my raw lips. They were sensitive now, primed for more. Your lips are amazing, he said, proving it with another kiss that took my breath away and warmed me from the inside out. His touch fogged all thought, clouded all fears, and I was in the moment, enjoying him and the possibilities of right now, because that was all we had and I was going to make the most of it. Ray wasn't the kind of guy you planned for, clung to. No, he was the one you accepted as the gift he was and worried about the consequences later. Because right now, with his hands moving over my hips, clutching my waist, treating me like I was someone to be desired, each second that passed was better than the one before. I would enjoy each one, no matter how long it would last. 44. I lay with my head on Ray's chest, still underneath our blanket fort. He wrapped one of my curls around his finger, playing with it in a slow, mesmerizing rhythm. What time is it? I asked. He tapped his computer screen. 2 a.m. If your mom finds out we're up, she'll kill us. You know she could, too. A chuckle fell from his parted lips, vibrating the spot where my head was on his chest. She's all talk. $10, she's snoring away. His stomach growled, and I laughed. Hungry? Always. Wanna do something about it? I lifted my head and looked at him. What were you thinking? Ice cream? Jokingly, I made a big show of licking my lips. He caught my wrist with his hand. Don't do that. Why? You'll make me want to kiss you again. I licked my lips. With a growl, he gently flipped me onto my back and lowered his head to mine, kissing my neck, my chin, my cheek, and finally lingering on my lips. I kissed him back, resting my hands atop his muscular shoulders. His stomach growled again, and he groaned as I laughed. Be right back, he growled. Laughing, I settled onto my pillow and waited for him to come back. The blanket fort didn't feel as magical without him in it, but then again, maybe Ray was the magic. He came back, bringing 2 sundae cones with him. He sat with his back against the couch, his head pressing against the top blanket. He patted his lap, and I laid my head there, then began opening my wrapper. I haven't had one of these in forever, I said. He took a bite of the chocolatey top. You've been missing out. I know. I reached my head up and bit off the bottom part of his cone, and the chocolate-filled part exploded with flavor in my mouth. Hey, he said, that's the best part. I know, I laughed, still crunching it. He wrestled mine from my hand and bit off the bottom. Now we're even. I took it back. Not quite, but we'll settle the score later. Uh-huh. He licked the bottom part of his cone where the ice cream was beginning to melt, and man, was it sexy. You know, when my siblings and I were younger, we'd bite off the bottom, suck the ice cream through like a straw, then crunch the cone. Doesn't everyone? I teased. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only way to eat a sundae cone. He laughed and pointed at the bottom of his cone. Well, you leave me no choice. He started slurping the bottom, and I reached up and smacked his hard abs. You are the grossest eater. What? He looked at me, ice cream coating his lips. Want to say that to my face? I moved from the lying position I'd been in, so we were sitting side by side, and I pressed my lips to his, tasting the ice cream and Ray. The combination of the flavors was tantalizingly sweet. Feeling the bottom of my cone drip over my fingers, I pulled back and took care of that mess. Now I really feel like a kid. He licked his cone and stared straight ahead. Didn't know you made out so much when you were a kid, Ginger. My cheeks heated as I laughed. Whatever. Still smiling, he rested his hand on my thigh, curling his fingers around to the back of my leg. It was exciting and natural, all at the same time. How had this person with so much intensity and chemistry been walking around school without me really knowing it? I didn't understand. Seemingly frustrated, he dropped his head back on the bed behind him. You're so easy to spend time with. His words wrapped around my heart and squeezed. Suddenly, I was on uneven ground again, trying to catch my breath. I thought that would be a good thing. He turned his gaze back to me, looking tortured, conflicted. Will you be my girlfriend? Why did he say it like it was a bad thing, a death sentence? I bit my lip. Of course I want to be your girlfriend. Ray was quiet for a moment, frozen. If his eyes weren't wide open, I would have thought he'd fallen asleep. But no, the wheels in his mind were probably turning toward a way to let me down without breaking my heart. Ray wouldn't want anyone hurt if he could help it. I knew that much, at least. You understand what you're signing up for, right? His jaw flexed with the tension in his voice. I reached up and touched the ticking muscle, smoothing it with my fingers. I'm signing up for you. His eyes poured over me, hailstorms and gentle rain swirling in his gaze. It won't be easy with me. I work on the weekends, do chores in the evening, fall asleep on textbooks. I'm a horrible texter, and I can't talk on the phone for crap. When a guy has something beautiful, he fights for it, right? I could see the hope warring with guilt on his face. But what about you? He asked. You deserve better. What do you mean? You'll be in college, he said. What about when you're 2 hours away and I'm working a full-time job? Have you heard of Facebook Messenger? He let a frustrated sigh through his nose. You're not taking this seriously, Ginger. I can't be the guy you deserve. But what if you're the man I want? You want this? He said, challenging me. You want me when I'm working 14-hour days for months in calving season, and when I can't leave on a dime because I have to find someone to watch the herd, when I'll be living with my mom to take care of what my dad left behind? He was trying to show me all the ways this couldn't work, but honestly, it was all the reasons I wanted him. His dedication to the animals, his support of his family, and the careful way he approached me, worried about my happiness over his own. It was too soon to be talking about this, but Ray had been through so much, had so much responsibility. I personally knew life could end in an instant, had almost lost my own. The only time we were guaranteed was now, and I decided I didn't want to waste it worrying about the potential heartaches of tomorrow. I moved closer to him and straddled his lap so I could put both my hands on his face and look him in the eyes. I want it, all of it, because I want you. He watched me, searching for the truth behind my words, and when he saw it, he drew me to him, crushing his lips against mine, holding me tightly to his chest. I hoped he would never let me go. 45. After we were breathless and smiling against each other's lips, he just held me, trailing his fingers over the bare skin on my arm. I knew some couples who rushed to do more, but I couldn't imagine anything better than this moment right here, feeling his heartbeat through his shirt, my skin tingling under the slow movements of his fingertips, knowing he was mine and I was his. He moved the laptop aside so we could lie down, and as he moved it, the screen came to life. Holy crap, it's 4 a.m, he said. My stomach sank, not in shock, but because I knew our time together, where we could forget the world around us and just enjoy each other, was coming to an end. You can get some sleep if you're worried about being tired tomorrow, he suggested. I'll clean this up. No, I shook my head. I'll just miss this. My eyes stung because I knew everything was about to change. But I needed to remember we were together now, and neither of us was giving up that easily. He pulled me close and kissed my temple. Whatever happens, I just want you to know. His voice became husky. This was the best night of my life. Me too. I could unequivocally say I felt the same way. He held me a bit longer, like he didn't want to let me go, but he had to. We stood and began folding blankets, putting them into neat stacks on the couch. What time do you usually get up? I asked. 5, he answered simply, but my eyes bugged out. "In the morning?" He chuckled. "When else?" I shook my head. "I'm a 6:30 girl myself." "What's the first thing you do every morning?" I held a blanket to my chest and carried it to the bed. "You mean besides check all of the notifications I totally got while I was sleeping?" "Of course, after that," he teased. I smiled. "I go to the den and do my breathing treatment. It takes about 15 minutes, and I usually watch videos while I sit there." "Do you need to do your treatment this morning?" he asked, concerned. "Yes," I answered simply, "but I do it every day. I'm sure getting to it a few hours late won't hurt." He seemed skeptical, but he didn't really have any choice but to trust me. I'd be here until the snow melted enough for me to drive home, and since he lived on a dirt road, I'd have to worry about mud, too. I'd never driven through it before. My eyes caught sight of something where the wall met the ceiling. "Hey," I said, pointing to the small basement windows. "We got snowed in." He chuckled at the white buildup clouding our view. "Want to see how much we got?" I nodded and followed him upstairs. His mom was up already, the coffee pot brewing. "How'd you two sleep?" she asked. "Great," I answered. "It was really comfy downstairs." "Good," she said, turning back to the food sizzling on the stove. Ray smirked at me before walking to the back door, and I followed him, wanting to see the world transformed. It hardly snowed in California, so when it did, it was cause for celebration. The land outside was coated in a thick blanket of snow. It had to be only a few inches, but I thought I could drive through it. That would be easier than getting over the roads when the snow melted and turned the dirt to mud. "Do you know what the temperature's supposed to be today?" I called to his mom. "Upper 40s to mid-50s. The ground's warm enough, it should be gone soon," she answered. "Once I'm done cooking breakfast, I'll wake the others so they can get out and play in it for a little while. It's Jonah's first snow." I smiled as I followed Ray back into the kitchen. "That means we get first dibs on the bacon," he said, reaching for a piece. She smacked his hand. "Ladies first." With a smirk, he turned to me. "Hurry up so I can get my food." "So impatient," I said, and took a couple of pieces, along with a toast and egg she offered me. Eating health food all the time left me perpetually feeling like I was lacking, but this was delicious. By the time we finished eating, I was fully satisfied and ready to take on the day, whatever it brought. We put our dishes in the sink, then went to the mudroom and put on winter gear. He loaned me some gloves, which were far too large on my hands, gave me a pair of muck boots, which I wore like clown shoes, and we started outside. Just like the night before, he loaded feed into the tractor, then put it into the feed wagon. For the next half hour or so, he drove along the bunks, pouring blended hay and grain into them while driving. A rich smell rose from the substance, like sweet grass. The cattle came up, digging in, and I loved watching them brush their grayish-reddish noses into the mixture and then use their tongues to wrap it into their mouths. We reached the edge of the bunks, and Ray pushed a button that closed the trailer and stopped the flow of feed. He maneuvered the truck back to the shop, parked, and turned it off. "All done." "What's next?" I asked. He raised his eyebrows and scooted closer. "How about a little break?" he breathed. I hoped he was thinking what I was thinking. He scooted over farther, closing the distance between us. Using his teeth, he pulled a glove from his hands, and it sent my stomach somersaulting. I wondered what his teeth would feel like nipping at my lips, scraping over my skin as he trailed kisses down my neck. I didn't have to wait long to find out. He pulled me close and did exactly that. My hands went to his shoulders, his head, tugging and tangling in his hair until his stocking cap went tumbling to the floorboards. He nibbled my earlobe, and I let out a moan. It was like nothing I'd felt before, and I wanted more. We were hungry for each other, touching, kissing, tasting, exploring what more could mean. He pulled our lips apart, but rested his forehead against mine, breathing heavy. "It's hard to control myself around you, Ginger." I bit my lip. "What if I don't want you to?" A growl sounded low in his throat. "Don't do that to me." Knowing I had that kind of power over him, that he found me irresistible, was a high I had no comparison for. I dipped my head down and gave him a long kiss, taking the reins. This push and pull between us, the conflict of frustration and longing, raged within me and begged to be let out in any way it could. We fogged the cold truck windows, and when I noticed them, a giggle escaped my lips. "What?" he asked, his lids heavy. "I thought the windows just fogged in movies." My cheeks flushed more than they already were. It was kind of embarrassing to admit how new I was to all of this, especially when Ray was so good at it. "You haven't fogged up a lot of windows?" he asked, a teasing smile on his delicious lips. Shaking my head, I gave him a nervous smile. "Just with you." I hoped he knew what that meant, that I liked him, and that I wasn't going anywhere. "I want it to be with only me," he said, claiming me as his own. He didn't have anything to worry about. I want that too. After dropping a chaste kiss on my forehead, he got out of the truck and came to my side. I let him open the door because I liked this, the feeling of being adored and taken care of. Ray was good at it, now that he'd let his guard down. He helped me to the ground, and then we started walking toward the pickup. The icy air hit me like a wall, and I had to take small sips of air to adjust my lungs to the new sensation. Cold weather was not a favorite of mine. Luckily, it rarely got this cold. He drove toward the house, and as we got closer, I could see his siblings playing in the yard, throwing snowballs at each other and building a snowman. The smiles on their faces lifted my spirits. I thought of my own siblings. The twins had their callback this afternoon. If they got the role, their lives would change. They'd be reaching the dreams they'd worked so hard for, and they were only 8. Maybe things were working out for all of us. Not only would I be moving into the dorms next year, I'd have a boyfriend, someone to go on dates with and spend weekends with and hold my books on the way to class. I couldn't imagine being happier than I was in this moment. As Ray parked the truck and turned it off, an idea brought an evil smile to my lips. I hopped out of his pickup, scraped my gloved hands over the ground, and clumsily packed a snowball together. When I had a melting, misshapen ball, I launched it over the pickup at his back. But he chose that moment to look back at me, and it landed squarely on his perfect face. For a moment, the slushy mass slid down his stunned face, but when it slipped to the ground, his dumbfounded expression was replaced with an evil one. "You're gonna get it," he threatened. I knocked my knees together and put my hands up. "Ooh, I'm so scared." With a mischievous laugh, he bent to pack a snowball of his own. I did the same and ran. I knew I'd need a head start over his long legs. His snowball hit me square in the back, and another one came after that, pegging me in the back of the head. "Hey!" I cried. "You are so getting payback for this." From the yard, Laura yelled, Snowball fight! In seconds, we were joined by his 3 siblings, throwing snow and dodging behind vehicles. It was hard to tell which snowballs were coming from where, except for Jonah, of course. He got right up on us before basically high-fiving a handful of snow onto our clothes. Ray swooped over and threw Jonah over his shoulder, parading him around like a giant monkey. I laughed at them, trying to catch my breath, but then I couldn't. My throat was getting tighter, and no matter how hard I tried to suck in more air, I couldn't. Wheezing sounds were coming out of me, completely at odds with the happy laughs and shouts ringing through the air. Panic rose in my chest and fanned my eyes open. I was having an asthma attack. 46. I leaned against the pickup, trying to calm my heart rate, but that was next to impossible without being able to breathe. I fruitlessly reached for my inhaler, the panicked feeling rising in my chest. "Giving up?" Ray teased from several feet away. "Yeah," his brother said. "I think we found our first loser." "You gotta keep up, girl," Laura called from behind her mom's car. "Yeah," Jonah cried from his spot hanging over Ray's back. But I couldn't respond with how tight my throat was. I looked at Ray, desperately hoping he could read the situation and get me help. My inhaler was empty. All my breathing treatment equipment was at home. I needed to get to a hospital and fast. Ray's eyebrows drew together, and he slowly set Jonah down. "Ginger?" I tried to communicate with my eyes what I couldn't with my mouth. He ran to me and knelt in the snow, taking my shoulders. "Ginger." "Asthma attack," I mouthed through wheezes. "Hospital." Ray's mouth went slack, but he didn't stay frozen for long. "Colton, call the hospital and tell them I'm bringing Ginger in with an asthma attack. Laura, bring Jonah inside, get Mom, and tell her where we'll be." They stood frozen, just as Ray had, staring at us. That was until Ray roared, "Go, now!" As they turned to sprint away, Ray held my gaze with fearful eyes. "You're going to be okay, Ginger." My wheezing cut the air, building the fear block by block until the tower threatened to crush me. He hauled me into his arms and carried me to the passenger seat of the pickup. "I'm getting you to the hospital. You'll be all right, I promise." He had no business promising such things, but it was all that we had. I clung to his words just as I clung to his arms. Ray was the only solid thing in my fading world. Everything seemed to be getting further away, harder to hear. I heard an engine roar to life, felt Ray buckling me in, barely made out what he and his mom shouted back and forth, and then it all went black. 47. I woke up in a hospital bed, oxygen cannulas pushing air into my nose. I tried to move my hand, but there were tubes protruding from it, an IV. And then it hit me. I'd been on the ranch, covered in snow. Ray had carried me to the hospital. I adjusted the cords and sat up, taking in the room around me. There was a big window with an amazing view of a brick wall, but there was some sunlight coming in, and when I swiveled my head to the other side, I saw my parents right next to my bed. I jerked, surprised at how close they were. "Ginger," Mom said. "What happened?" I found that I could breathe easily, but my throat still felt rough as I said, "We were having a snowball fight, and then I had an asthma attack." I realized instead of warm sweats and oversized winter gear, I was now in a hospital gown. But something else was missing too. Where was Ray? What had he told them? What did they know? What were they thinking? Was he okay? Dad rubbed his temples. "Did you do your breathing treatment?" I wanted to lie, but this wasn't just a white lie. It was my health. My answer might change their treatment plan. I simply shook my head. The disappointment on Dad's features killed me, almost as much as the hateful look my mom sent in my direction. You snuck away to see the boy we explicitly forbid you to see, and it nearly killed you, she accused. Mom, I began, but she cut me off. You have no business talking right now. You and Rosie went against my wishes. The fact that she was blaming Rosie just made me angrier with my mom, though. It wasn't her fault, Mom. I was going to see him, with her permission or not. I wasn't planning on staying the night there. I just got snowed in. So, Dad said, you knew there was a storm coming, and you decided to go to God knows where in the country, an hour and a half away from home and half an hour from the nearest hospital? An ambulance couldn't even get out to their house. Some kid had to drive you to the hospital. He's not some kid, I spat. His name is Ray. Dad recoiled like I was a poisonous snake and not his daughter lying trapped in a hospital bed. Good. They were the entire reason I went out there anyway. Maybe if I wasn't so sheltered, I wouldn't need to sneak out at all. I could have told them, been honest. I don't care what his name is, Mom snapped. I care that my daughter almost died, and that we had to pull the twins from an audition to get here for something that was completely preventable. My heart sank. They didn't get to do the final callback? What else were we supposed to do? She held a pretend phone to her ear. Mrs. Nash, an 18-year-old boy just brought your unconscious daughter into the ER with a severe asthmatic episode, but go ahead and let your twins audition. She was hysterical now, and Dad put his arms around her as she broke into sobs. He glared at me over her shoulders. I couldn't be more disappointed in you than I am right now. The disdain in his voice made me that much more livid. The only reason I went out there without telling you was because you'd never say yes. You've been so busy protecting me, you've kept me from living. Dad's eyebrows drew together. He opened his mouth to talk, but Mom spoke first, her tear-stained eyes boring into me. And look what a great job you did of that. Her words were too close to the truth. Maybe if I'd had some practice. Dad frowned and stood up. You can't handle it. Not now, and certainly not in the fall at UCLA. No, I argued. I'm going to be 18 soon. You can't baby me forever. We can and we will, Dad said, his voice deadly. As long as you live under our roof, eat our food, benefit from our bills, you will follow our rules. Dad! He stood and left the room. Mom stood after him and said, It's okay, before following him out. What was okay, I didn't know. I certainly wasn't. My lungs may have been working, but my heart was breaking. My sisters had missed the biggest audition of their lives. My parents were furious. My mom still had tears streaming down her eyes, and I could only imagine how guilty Ray felt, even though none of this was his fault. It was mine. I could only hope that when I left the hospital and went to school, we could sort it out. I didn't want our story to end in any more heartbreak. 48. The doctors wanted to keep me another day for observation, just in case the lack of oxygen had any lasting effects on my system. Dad thought it was a ploy for the rural hospital to make more money, but Mom was glad for the extra precaution. She slept in the reclining chair while I stared ahead at the TV. My phone, computer, everything was at Ray's. Dad had told him to bring my things to school on Monday, but other than that, we were not to have any interaction. Unfortunately for Dad, school was the one place he couldn't police me 24/7. I was already planning what I would say when I saw Ray on Monday. A soft knock sounded on the wide door to my room, and Jordan peeked her head in. "Hi, Ginger." My heart lifted. "Jordan." Mom snapped awake in her chair and seemed to relax when she noticed it was a girl. Had she insisted on staying just to make sure I didn't see Ray again? "I'm going to go on a walk," Mom said. "Let you girls talk." She kissed my head, even though I didn't want her to, and left the room. "The others are on their way," Jordan said, coming to the chair closest to my bed. "What happened?" "I had an asthma attack." My eyes began to water as the reality of the last 24 hours sank in. How had my life been so changed and then ruined in such a short amount of time? "But why are you at Haywood Regional? I would have thought your parents would want you in Emerson or Brentwood." I shook my head and hit the button on my bed so I'd be sitting all the way up. "Can we wait for the girls?" "Of course, anything. Do you need me to get you something? How can I help?" My throat tightened at her kindness. All I'd gotten from my parents were terror and fury. I knew they cared about me, but that wasn't what I needed right now. Couldn't they see I was doing my best? I wasn't perfect, but I was learning. "Can you distract me, please?" She got out her phone. "Carson asked Callie to spring fling as a friend, and it was totally adorable." She paused as her thumbs moved over the screen. "I'm guessing you didn't see it because you didn't reply to the group text." "My phone is at Ray's." Her mouth dropped open. "What? Did you have your asthma attack at his house?" I nodded solemnly. "Part of the story." Wordlessly, she handed me her phone, and I stared at the picture of Callie and Carson on the screen. She had a pizza box open with pepperonis spelling the word "dance" atop the melting cheese. My stomach growled. After eating so well at Ray's house, the low-sodium hospital diet my mom had me on left plenty to be desired. It looks so good. I guess he had it delivered to her house, and the whole family was there when she opened it. And then he came out of the kitchen to ask. Her parents were totally in on it. I tried not to be jealous, really, but it was hard. "That's awesome. They are such a cute couple." Jordan rolled her eyes. "They're just friends, remember?" "Oh, right." I laughed half-heartedly. Zara's voice echoed down the hallway. "This one?" "Yes," a nurse hissed, "and keep it down." Soon, Zara, Rory, and Callie were in my room with Jordan, checking me over, asking if I was all right. "I'm fine," I said. "Just an asthma attack." Jordan rolled her eyes. "Do you hear her? Just an asthma attack," she snorted. Callie's eyes were filled with concern. "It was bad enough to put you in the hospital. Are you sure you're okay?" "From the asthma attack? I'm fine. But this weekend?" I fiddled with the remote and let out a sigh. "Not so hot, ladies." "What happened this weekend?" Rory asked. "How did the date go?" I nodded toward the open door, knowing my mom could walk in at any second. "Shut that?" Callie stood to shut it, but the others' eyes lit up. "Juicy," Zara said. Despite myself, I smiled. "God, you guys are the worst." Giggles erupted in the room, but when they subsided, the question was still there. How had I ended up in a Haywood hospital with an asthma attack and a broken heart? I launched into the story of going to Ray's for the date and finding more instead. I didn't plan it or expect it. or even believe he might want a real relationship with me when I got there, but now he's all I can think about. My throat got tight again, and I blinked quickly. I'm worried it's over before it even really started. Rory, who was sitting closest to me, patted my shoulder, and I reached up and squeezed her hand. "You'll still see each other at school," she said. "It won't be the same, but it's better than nothing, right?" I nodded. But I didn't see him when I woke up. Whatever my parents said to him had to have been awful. Jordan took my free hand. "If he's not willing to fight for you, he's not worth it." I let out a half-sob, half-laugh, remembering what he'd said about fighting for beautiful things. But right now, the last thing I felt was beautiful. Tell my heart that. "You'll make it through this," Zara said. Callie nodded. "And we'll be here for you, no matter what." 49. They released me from the hospital into the passenger seat of my mom's minivan. We weren't speaking. Not because we were giving each other the silent treatment, but because there was nothing to say. Of course, that suited me just fine. They had taken parental guidance to the extreme and ensured I would live under their thumb for another 4 years if I wanted help paying for college. And film school wasn't cheap. The van pulled out of the hospital's circular driveway, and we started toward the blacktop highway. I stared at the hay bales lined against a farm as we drove by, thinking of Ray. Since I stayed overnight in the hospital, my first day back at school would be Tuesday. The extra time between seeing him only added to the weight I already felt pressing down on my chest. But before him, I'd have to see the twins, face the responsibility of breaking their dreams. We got to the house, and I stared at my muddy car parked in the driveway. Mom followed my eyes. "Your dad and Leroy went to get it." Ignoring the deepening ache in my chest, I reached into the back seat for the overnight bag my parents had brought me. "I can get that," Mom offered. "I'm perfectly capable of doing it on my own." There was ice in my voice, but I didn't care. I was almost 18. I wasn't a child anymore, no matter how much my parents insisted on treating me like one. We walked inside, and Corey immediately greeted me and wrapped her arms around me. "I'm so glad you're okay." Mom kept walking, leaving the living room as Corey and I embraced. I squeezed her back, fighting tears. Having someone in the house who was there for me, who believed in me, felt amazing. "How has it been here?" I whispered, starting toward our room. She winced. "Mom and Rosie had a huge blowout. The twins have been awful. Temper tantrums and crying fits and not listening at all. Dad's been on the phone constantly, talking to people at the store. He even threatened to fire Knox since his girls can't control themselves around boys." So many people were hurting because of my actions, steeping me in guilt. "I feel terrible about the twins," I admitted, dropping my bag on the bed, then sitting beside it. "And Knox, he just started." Corey went to her own bed and sat down. "Why? It's not like you wanted to get stuck in a blizzard and have an asthma attack." The simple, straightforward way she saw things was a talent I wished I possessed. I'd been doing guilty mental acrobatics in my mind, finding new ways to torture myself each second. "What have Mom and Dad said about it?" I asked. Corey rolled her eyes. "Typical Mom and Dad stuff. Can't manage on your own, can't trust you, needs help, blah, blah, blah." Her tone might have been flippant, but the words were anything but. They were exactly the opposite of what I wanted my parents to think after this weekend. "Did you get in trouble?" Her curls bounced as she shook her head. I think they were more preoccupied with you being in the hospital and the twins losing their minds." "The twins should be upset," I said, staring toward the ceiling, trying to keep the tears at bay. "I ruined their big chance." "They're 8 years old," Corey said. "There will be more big chances." I lifted a corner of my lips and went to hug her. "Thanks, Cor." "Love you. And don't you dare let your inhaler run out again. You hear me, young lady?" I pulled back and grinned at her. "Yes, Mom." 50. I left our room to find the twins in their room, lying on Tara's bed and staring at a show playing on their tablet. I knocked on their open door, and they both swiveled their heads toward me, identical expressions of disgust and hatred on their faces. They both turned back to the screen. I took a few tentative steps forward. "Can I talk to you two?" "No," they said in unison. Anger at myself, at the situation, grew in my chest. They were taking this whole twin actresses thing seriously. They had some real potential to be divas on set. I couldn't blame them for being upset, but I was their sister. I deserved at least to be heard. I walked to their bed and grabbed the tablet. "Hey!" Kara cried. "We were watching that," Tara said. I held it to my chest. "You can keep watching," I looked at the screen, "Teen Witch when I've properly apologized." "Save it," Tara said. "We're not forgiving you." She might have been 8, but her words cut just as much as anyone my age. And by the way Kara was nodding, they were both on the same page. Divide and conquer was not going to be a solid strategy this time. "Look," I said, staring at both of them. "You can hate me forever, but just hear what I have to say, okay?" "Why should we?" Kara asked. I shook my head, looking up for inspiration and finding nothing but a poster of Ride Alexander. "Because I'm your sister," I said lamely. "And sometimes we cut our family a little slack, even when they don't deserve it." My honesty lowered the barrier in their eyes, if only a little. They didn't argue, so I continued. "Look, I'm really sorry that you had to come back from your audition. I know it was a big deal for you and that you've been working really hard. I've been so proud of you two and how you've done at your lessons and how brave you are trying out for something like that." Kara shifted her gaze toward me and back down. I could feel her softening, which meant Tara would soon follow. "I know I would be too afraid to get in front of people and have to remember lines and act things out on command. But you did, and I'm sure if you keep working hard, you'll get where you want to be." A tear slipped down Tara's cheek. "What if we missed our chance? What if the director tells everyone that we flaked?" I could hear the real fear in her voice, and it ripped at my heart. Although my mom had been holding me back by protecting me, I'd held them back as well. I would never stand in the way of them again, even if it meant sacrificing something for myself. I sat on the bed and put a hand on their cheeks. "You didn't miss your chance. If there's one thing I've learned from being a big sister and going to the academy, it's that there's always another chance. It's what you do with it that matters." Kara smiled at me with teary eyes. "You think we can do it?" "Oh, honey," I swiped my thumb over her cheek. "I know you can do it." She hugged me, and Tara stared at us. I waved an arm at her and said, "Get in here, you know you want to." With a begrudging smile, she came in too and hugged me back. While I squeezed my baby sisters, I knew I would help them however I could. No matter how long it took, their dreams would come true. even if mine didn't. 51. The next morning, my heart beat quickly in my chest as I did my breathing treatment. I thought over my uniform options, wondering which one looked best on me, which would have the most impact on Ray. Then I thought about makeup and hair, and how he had said I was beautiful. A swoop went through my stomach. He wouldn't give up all that potential, would he? Our time together may have been short, but we had so much in common, and I was sure, with every day that passed between us, we would learn more and more about each other. If he let me. A relationship would be hard until the end of the school year, but I was confident we could make it work. I'd just have to be more careful, not let anything slip between the cracks. No matter how much I tried to shove the worry down, I feared he would turn away from me, that he'd seen the messiness of my life and the way my parents treated me and decided he didn't want to date a child. He practically had 3 of his own to care for without adding me to the mix. The medicine ran out, and I switched off the machine. Just another step closer to seeing Ray, to finding out whether the day would end in happiness or heartbreak. I went to my room and started getting ready, carefully fixing each curl that had become misshapen in sleep before covering the dark circles under my eyes with foundation. Corey appeared behind me in the mirror. "Let me?" she asked, reaching for the curling iron. I passed it to her and settled into the chair as she carefully worked through the spots on the back of my head that I couldn't see as well. "You really like him, don't you?" she asked. There was no need to say his name. We both knew who she was referring to. I didn't want to, but I do. She switched off the curling iron and set it on my dresser. "If he's scared away by our parents, he doesn't deserve you." It echoed the comment Jordan had made, but I still had trouble accepting it. There was so much wrong with me. My weight, my frizzy hair, my teeth that were still a little crooked even after years of braces, freckles all over. I was practically Raggedy Ann in a plus-sized package. Corey put her hands on my shoulders and looked at me in the mirror. "Stop coming up with all the reasons it won't work and think about the reasons it will." I smiled back at her. "How did you get so smart?" With a shrug, she said, "I have no idea. Definitely doesn't run in the family." "Hey!" I cried. Laughing, she turned and walked out of the room. I put the final touches on my makeup, shrugged on my uniform blazer, and walked toward the front door. But when I reached to get my keys off the rack, the one to my car wasn't there. "Mom," I yelled, "have you seen my keys?" When she didn't answer, I went to her bathroom, where I knew I'd find her doing the twins' hair before school. "Mom?" She looked up at me from the ribbon she was tying in Tara's braid. "Yes." "Where did Dad put my keys?" "He pocketed them." She finished the bow and stood. "What?" "Go on, girls," she said to the twins, and waited until they were out of the bathroom to turn to me. "Your car privileges have been revoked until further notice." My gut was sinking, but my fury was rising. "You can't do that. I have to get to school." "I can drive you and Corey," she said, and began walking toward the living room. I followed, hot on her heels. "This is insane. You're punishing me for having asthma? I didn't choose to have an asthma attack, not in 8th grade and not now." She still didn't make eye contact as she grabbed her purse from the counter and continued toward the door. "Come on, girls," she yelled. "Time to go. You too, Corey." Corey eyed me from the living room couch, shocked. Apparently, she hadn't heard of my punishment before now either. Once the girls started down the sidewalk, Mom whirled on me. We're not punishing you for having an asthma attack. We're punishing you because you drove 2 hours to some boy's house and spent the night, all while leaving your medication at home. You could be pregnant or dead, and now we have a $10,000 hospital bill coming our way. You're lucky we don't sell the car to pay for it." She spun and continued to the car. I gaped behind her. "You can't do this." "I can, and I will." She stood at the driver's side door and stared me down. "Now get in." I stared at her until all my frustration and anger and despair flowed through my eyes. I hated that I cried when I got angry. Why did my eyes always give me away? I pressed my lips together and continued to the other side of the car. I sat in the back, as far away from Mom as I could get, and tried to focus on school, on the conversation I'd have with Ray. But no matter how I pictured it, the outcome didn't look anywhere near as hopeful as I'd thought before. 52. When I got out of the van, I scanned the parking lot for Ray's truck. He wasn't here yet, so I waited for him on a bench in front of the school. Sitting on the cold metal while everyone walked quickly into the warm building made me feel like a huge stalker, but there was no way I would start the school day without apologizing to Ray and seeing where we stood. Dugan walked by and said, "Homeless much?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "Good one. Who are you going to make fun of next? Someone with a disability, maybe?" He scowled at me. "I guess it's true, then. The only difference between gingers and terrorists is that you can negotiate with terrorists." "Oh, my gosh," I said, my voice rising with each word. I rose to full height and squared my shoulders. "Get out of here, Dugan! Now!" Looking around like he was worried someone might actually find out, or care, he violated the zero-tolerance bullying policy, he muttered an obscenity and left. The encounter drained me, and I fell back onto the bench. My phone showed 10 minutes before the first bell was set to ring, and Ray still hadn't showed. A new chat came through on my phone, and my heart raced. Could it be him? Zara. "You coming to the lockers? We want to know how it went with Ray." With a sigh, I responded to the message. Ginger. "It hasn't. He's not at school yet. Waiting outside for him." The sound of deep, rumbling engine perked my ears. No one at the school had a vehicle that made that kind of sound, except for Ray. His pickup pulled into the parking lot, covered in mud from what I assumed was a miserable drive into school. I watched as he easily got out of his pickup and grabbed his backpack. His walk was missing his usual swagger, and he held his shoulders tensely drawn back. As he got closer, the desire in me grew to run to him and seek reassurance in his arms, but my doubts and fears held me back. I waited as he drew near, desperate to interpret his unreadable expression. "Hey," I said, as he came to a stop in front of me. He didn't quite meet my eyes. He cleared his throat and hitched his backpack over his broad shoulder. "You doing okay?" "I'm fine." I watched him, the anguish on his face that made ice form in my veins. He stared over the parking lot for a moment. When he turned back to me, his blue eyes were stormy, reflecting the turmoil inside. "You passed out, Ginger. It took me 30 minutes to get you to the hospital. I thought you were—" His voice cracked. "I didn't think you'd make it." "Ray, I'm fine." I reached for his hand, but his fingers stayed limp. Desperate, I added, "The doctor said the cold weather probably triggered it, and I made a full recovery. I could have had an asthma attack even if I had my inhaler." That was a bit of a stretch, but I was growing frantic. Ray still wasn't holding my hand. and the more he pulled away, the more I felt the need to hold on. "I'm glad you're okay," Ray said earnestly. "But what about us?" I asked. "Are we okay?" That's what I was really worried about. Ray took a deep breath. "I don't think we should be together." He said it like he was telling me it was supposed to rain, or I'd missed an answer on an assignment. Unfortunate but survivable. Except his words shattered me, fractured the very ground I stood on. "What?" I managed. I had to have misheard him. "The ranch is 20 minutes from the nearest hospital, 30 or more in bad weather. You have a serious medical condition. I don't want you risking that." "Ray, I'm fine." I tried to reach out for him, but he stepped back, and my hand fell at my side. "Please don't do this. I'll pack 5 inhalers every time I come out, and if it's below 40 degrees, I'll stay inside. You don't need to end this for my benefit." "You don't understand," he said, his voice rough. "My dad died because we couldn't get him to the hospital fast enough." His eyes were closed, like he was fighting off haunting, horrifying memories. "I had to drive. Mom sat in the passenger seat with his head in her lap." His jaw trembled, and when he opened his eyes, they were even more intense, more desperate than before. "We watched the life leave his eyes, and it was my fault. I couldn't get there fast enough." My mouth fell open. He'd seen his father die? I had no idea how it had happened, only that something had gone wrong on the ranch. Now, my heart hurt for him all over again. "You have to know it wasn't your fault." "There's no one else's fault it could be. The doctor said just a few minutes could have made a difference." I put my hand over my heart, trying to hold the breaking pieces together. I couldn't convince him otherwise, not this strong man with a heart of gold and a will of steel. None of that changed how I felt about him, or the risk I was willing to take to be with him. I don't want to lose what we have. "And I don't want to lose you," he gritted out. "I'd rather lose you as a girlfriend than lose you forever." Before I had a chance to argue, he brushed past me and hurried up the steps to the school, taking them 2 at a time with his long gait. My own legs refused to work, bending like rubber until I was sitting again on the bench. My first real love had been over before it even really began, and it was all my fault. My parents had been right about me. I hadn't taken care of myself, and had broken my heart, and reopened Ray's wounds in the process. I furiously wiped tears from my eyes, not wanting to fall apart before school began, especially when I didn't have my car as an option for a quick getaway, or Ray to protect me from cruel boys. The bell rang, signaling the end of my meltdown. I had to get to class before my parents saw a tardy on my online report and had yet another reason to punish me. The seating in video class was back to normal, and I took the seat next to Jordan. She met me with a curious stare, but I looked straight ahead, begging my eyes not to give me away. I couldn't rehash what had happened, not without falling apart. So we sat silently as Mr. Davis began the class and said he had a special treat for us. "I took my favorite clips from your Day in the Life videos and created a mashup for EA's YouTube channel." He fired up the projector, revealing the video's thumbnail. My heart constricted, and my eyes wavered over to my partner across the room. Now, more than ever, I wished Mr. Davis hadn't paired me with him. My heart wouldn't be so broken right now. Mr. Davis pressed play, showing clips of a ladybug, another of a teacher, and a few more of students or people in the community. And finally, there was the man I was crazy about, sitting on the screen with love in his eyes, talking about the lifestyle he wouldn't trade for anything, not even me. And I wouldn't ask him to. It was his connection to his dad, and now it was my connection to him. As the video came to a close, the class erupted into cheers. Someone a couple of rows over said, "Of course Ginger's part would be the best." Mr. Davis sent me a wink that said he completely agreed, and my cheeks heated. The truth was, it had been Ray's inspiration and challenge that led me to create something I never would have on my own. He was good for me, even if I wasn't good for him. After class got out, Ray was the first one to leave the room. I tried to hurry out myself, but Jordan took my arm. "What happened with Ray?" she whispered. "You look like you've been crying." My throat burned, and I swallowed, wishing I could just hide away from all of my feelings. Ray broke up with me. "What?" she gasped. "Why?" I blinked my eyes as fast as I could, but I could still feel my lashes getting wet. "Because I'm sick, and he can't lose another person he loves." "You're sick? Am I missing something?" "My asthma," I said. "It's too much for him." Anger flared across her face. "Doesn't he understand that a relationship is supposed to be for better or worse? You can't just up and leave when something gets hard, not if it matters to you." Apparently, I didn't matter to him. I wiped at my cheek. "I've got to go." 53. My friends caught up with me at lunch and suggested we meet in the AV room. Callie brought extra food for me and made sure I ate. Zara had a bag full of makeup and concealer, even though we didn't match skin tone, and she did her best to help my puffy eyes. Jordan had plenty of righteous anger to go around, and Rory somehow secured a tub of ice cream for all of us to share. But what more was there to say? Ray didn't want to be with me. My asthma was a deal breaker, and I couldn't say I blamed him with his past. The problem was I could manage my asthma with medication. An attack like that wouldn't happen again. I'd be sure of it. I hated asthma attacks as much as he hated seeing them. "Did your parents ever calm down about Ray?" Callie asked. I rolled my eyes. "They won't even say his name. I'm pretty sure Mom thinks I was sneaking off to fornicate, and my dad thinks I'm some kind of reckless teenager who has no regard for herself or others." Zara put her hand on her forehead. "Did you really just say fornicate?" I cringed, and she laughed, but the room quickly sobered. Rory put her arm around my shoulder. "Maybe Ray will see what he's missing out on and change his mind." "What's he missing out on?" My throat tightened. "A fat asthmatic who's probably destined to be the camera girl on the local news and living in her parents' basement until she's 40 and she marries some rando off the internet." Jordan gave me a sideways glance. That was oddly specific. Zara grinned. "Maybe you should tweak your plan a little." I laughed, but I was still hurting deep down. I felt like a bird with its feathers clipped, knowing I was destined for the sky, but being chained to the ground instead. "He's not going to change his mind," I finally said. "It would be better to move on and forget it ever happened." Rory squeezed my shoulder. "We're here for you." I smiled at her as best I could, but inside I was crumbling. Forgetting Ray was as impossible as getting out from under my parents' thumb. His lips had marked my skin as his own. His heart beat in time with mine. It didn't matter whether we'd had a weekend or years together. I was his, even if he wasn't mine. 54. I texted my parents after lunch to ask if I could hang out at Zara's house when school let out, but I quickly got a no. Dad, I'll be picking you up, and you can help work at the store until close to help pay your medical bill. I stood at my locker, gaping at my phone. How long was I supposed to work at minimum wage to pay them back? If Mom wasn't exaggerating with her $10,000 estimate, I'd be handling the register and stocking shelves until my hair turned gray. Anger flooded through me, and I turned off my phone before I could fire off with something I'd regret. I shoved it into my backpack, swapped out some books, and straightened, just in time to see Ray walking by. My shriveled heart twitched at the sight of him. He saw me out of the corner of his eye, but the second he caught me looking back, his gaze was straight ahead, anywhere but on me. How could he just go on like we'd never shared what we did, like we weren't missing out on an entire future? If I kept thinking about how much I'd lost, I wouldn't survive. So I did what my parents taught me, shoved my feelings way down and locked them away. If something couldn't be controlled, it had to be contained. Dad picked me up from school. He asked a couple of questions about my day, but after receiving a few monosyllabic answers, he gave up. We sat in quiet, listening to the radio playing oldies punctuated by commercials for medical equipment. Usually I'd make a joke about the commercial warnings or sing along to the music, but I wasn't up for it. What was the point? My parents wanted to shove me in a box that fit their idea for how I should be, and I was tired of it. When we reached the store, I got to work on the task he gave me, stocking and facing shelves so each row of items was full and the labels faced out. Of course, he made sure Knox was on the opposite end of the store. With my headphones in and a true crime podcast playing loudly in my ears, no one bothered me. I got lost in the mindlessness of the task and didn't stop until Dad came to get me around 9. He told me good work on the way home, but I just nodded. I hadn't done it for him. I'd been coerced. For the rest of the week, Mom dropped me off at school. Ray ignored me, and I tried to ignore how much that hurt. Dad picked me up after the final bell, and I finished homework assignments in the store's back room before stocking and facing shelves until close. Seeing friends was strictly prohibited, which meant I couldn't even help Jordan and her mom move into their new place. I wanted to see it, discover how they would make it their own. Instead, everyone around me was living their lives while I was in a forced limbo I didn't know how to get out of. On Sunday, after the store closed, I just lay in my room, not having anything else to do. I wanted to text Ray, but what would I say? Sorry I reminded you of your dying father? Forget your trauma and be with me? In the next room, I could hear the twins singing a song they had practiced for their audition, which just made me sadder. They were so good. It almost sounded like something off the radio. Maybe if they couldn't be on the big screen, I could at least put them on the flat screen in the living room. I grabbed my camera and crept down the hallway to their room. Slowly, I edged the camera into the cracked door. They were jumping on their beds, singing and dancing to the music in their pajamas, using bright pink hairbrushes as microphones. Tara's even had a few strands flailing about. I snickered to myself, thinking if nothing else, this would be great to play at their high school graduation or weddings. The song came to a close, and I was about to power off the camera when Kara put on a hat and one of Dad's blazers, and Tara did the same with an old school uniform jacket. They began singing the next song, but had their voices low, clearly pretending to be old men. I barely kept my giggles to myself. "Ginger, what are you—" Corey began from down the hall, but I shushed her and waved her over. "You have to see this." She bent over and looked at the viewfinder on my video camera. "This is classic," she whispered, laughing silently. For the next 10 minutes, the twins carried on, singing song after song and acting out scene after scene. They were amazing, and when they finished, I had to keep myself from clapping. But then they started toward the door, and I hightailed it to my room. Corey was hot on my heels, and we both fell into our room, laughing and breathing hard. Her face was red from laughter when she looked at me. "So, how long's it going to take you to put that together?" "Be ready at 8 with the popcorn." 55. I worked over my computer for 2 hours, cutting the video, adding over-the-top transitions, and epic movie titles. At 2 minutes before 8, the pièce de résistance was complete, and Corey had everyone gathered into the living room, with snacks, no less. Part of me was bitter that our parents would be there enjoying it, but I knew my hospitalization had been hard on them, too. Mom had even been checking on me in the middle of the night, just to make sure I was breathing. "What are you doing?" Kara asked. "It's a surprise," I said, bringing my computer to the TV and beginning the process to hook it up. Mom said, "This reminds me of when you got your first video camera. We loved seeing your movies." "We sure did," Dad agreed, putting his arm around Mom. A tightness in my chest, unrelated to asthma, made it hard to breathe. They'd given me videography, but they took away my freedom. All I wanted was to feel Ray's arms around me again, to know that we could work through tough times and make it better. He hadn't even given us a chance to do that. Hot, thick feelings formed a lump in my throat. I shoved them back in the box and swallowed before hitting play. My audio-edited voice came over the screen, announcing Kara and Tara Nash, the next big stars to Hollywood. They looked at me, their eyes wide. "What did you do?" Tara asked. "Shh," Corey said, laughter in her voice. "You have to see this." For the next 15 minutes, we watched the twins shine on the TV. It was funny, and we had our share of deep belly laughs. But it was amazing, too, to think they were only in 2nd grade and had learned all of those lines and songs and moves with such mastery. At the end, Mom wiped a tear from her eyes and hugged both of them. My little stars. Kara and Tara came and hugged me next. "Thanks, Ginger," they said in unison. I put all the feeling I could into my words. "You're welcome." "How about we keep this party going?" Mom asked. "Anyone want to stay up and watch a movie?" The twins' eyes lit up. "On a school night?" Kara asked. Mom nodded and lowered her voice to a whisper. "Between us." "Yes!" Tara cried. "I'm game," Dad said. Corey shrugged. "I'll watch." They turned to me, and I busied myself putting away my computer. "I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed." I didn't stick around to hear their response, folding up my laptop and tucking it under my arm. Lately, I just didn't feel like being around my family. I felt like a burden to them, and I was tired of feeling that way, especially when I knew Ray also saw me as a liability. When I got to my room, I went to my phone and looked up my last chat with Ray. It had been before we shared our weekend together. He'd been clipped with me, and I'd reciprocated. But right now, I just wanted to hear his voice, to find a way we could make things go back to the way they had been. I hit send on his number, and it rang so long I thought he would let me go to voicemail. But then his voice came over the phone, and it destroyed me. "Hello," he said. His voice rumbled in a low, guarded tone. "Hi," I breathed. It felt so good to hear him on the phone, but painful at the same time. I hoped I could keep it together long enough to make my point. "What's going on, Ginger?" he asked. My name on his lips. I wiped at my eyes. "I miss you." For a long while, the phone was silent. I was afraid he'd hung up, but the seconds kept ticking on. He swore low. "I miss you too." But why did that sound like an indictment more than anything else? Shouldn't those 4 words have buoyed me to new heights instead of sending me spiraling further down? "I don't want to be strangers again, or enemies," I whispered. I didn't know why I was whispering. Maybe because my feelings had gotten out of the box again, and now I knew they were strong enough to break free of any lock, to break my heart. "We'll never be strangers," he said, his voice gruff. "I'll always care for you, but that's exactly why I can't be with you." "That doesn't make sense," I argued, fighting panic from my voice. This wasn't how I wanted the call to go. "If you cared for me, you'd want to be with me, right?" "Not at the cost of your life." "I didn't die," I cried, panic winning over. "I know you're worried I'll end up like your dad, but—" "Stop," he said, his voice harsh. "You think you live in some movie where you can edit the scenes and come out of hardships with a happy ending and some upbeat music. But that's not reality, Ginger. My dad's still gone. My mom's still alone. My siblings still don't have a father. None of us can stand to get close to you and then lose you too." The pieces of my heart broke free, pricking the inside of my chest. "You're just afraid." "I'm not afraid," he said. "I'm terrified. I couldn't survive losing you. None of us could." My vision blurred, filled with angry tears. "You're losing me now. How is that different?" "Because you're alive. Because I know when you're done being mad at me, you'll be you. You'll find a man who can give you his whole heart, who will love you without being afraid every damn second of the day that they'll have to watch you die. And you'll forget you ever fell for a coward like me." Anger and hurt swirled within me, forming a bitter combination. "But what about what I want? I don't want another man. I want you." "You're asking me to give you something I just don't have." Regret and hurt filled his voice, but it was only a pale comparison to the pain I felt splitting my chest. I hit the end button, rolled over into my pillow, and cried until every part of me hurt. The door creaked open, but I didn't bother looking up. This wasn't the kind of crying you could stop. It was the kind that consumed you until there was nothing left except a hollow ache. As the tears consumed me, so did the blackness of sleep. 56. I woke on Monday morning with an aching chest and burning eyes. I'd never felt any pain like this, like my heart was being peeled from my body with a grapefruit spoon. Now that I knew what heartbreak was, I wished I'd never decided to go to Ray's house at all, that I'd accepted the 0 and moved on. I might have been on lockdown from my parents for the rest of my life, but at least I wouldn't feel like this. Corey's soft snore sounded across the room, and I checked the alarm clock. It would be going off in a few minutes. My body was ready for the day, even if my mind and heart were not. Would seeing Ray after the call help me find closure, or just hurt more? I'd find out soon, because there was no way my parents would let me stay home. I peeled the blanket off and realized Corey must have covered me up before going to bed herself. I didn't know what I'd done to deserve such an amazing sister, but I was beyond thankful for her. I paused in the doorway and managed a trembling smile before continuing toward the den to start my breathing treatment. After pushing the start button, I looked up and found Mom watching me from the doorway. When she realized she'd been caught, she gave me a small wave and stepped cautiously into the room. "Mind if I sit down?" she asked over the sound of the machine. I gave a non-committal shrug. Honestly, I was too hurt by Ray's rejection to care about much else at the moment. Bring it on, Mom and Dad. They couldn't hurt me more than I already was. She dragged an ottoman over and sat in front of me, her elbows on her knees. For a few long minutes, she worried her hands, and the only sound was the hum of my breathing treatment machine. I was about to ask her what she wanted when she looked up at me and spoke. "I don't know what happened at that young man's house, but I can see that you're hurting." Her pale eyes saw too much, and I looked down. The movement of my eyelids sent a tear sliding down my lashes. It got trapped between my cheek and my mask, spreading salty liquid between the seal. "And I can see that your father and I haven't made it any better." That caught my attention. I looked up at her quizzically, not caring if she saw my tears or my puffy eyes. My parents? Admit fault? "Corey talked to your father and me last night about what happened, and after some discussion, Dad and I decided to lift your grounding." My eyebrows drew together. What was I hearing? "We'd still prefer for you to stay home in the fall, but if you'd like to live in the dorms..." She took a deep breath. "We're okay with it." Finally, I'd had enough. I took off my mask, silenced the machine, and asked my question. "What's with the 180, Mom? I feel like I have whiplash. I can live at the dorms. I can't. I can date. I can't. What's the deal?" She rubbed her temples, where the hair was starting to become white. "We're scared, Ginger. Do you remember when you were sick for the first time?" I nodded. I spent the whole summer inside. It was the safest we've ever felt, like we could protect you from triggers in the outside world and watch you develop into a young lady. That was until you started having your dark days. "Dark days?" She nodded. "After a couple of weeks, you just seemed checked out. You stopped talking at dinner. You didn't want to play with your sisters. You stopped staying up to watch movies with us. It was scary." I remembered feeling worse than sad, numb, like I was fumbling through the dark with no hopes of walking into the light. "Last night, we saw dark Ginger and light Ginger, and it scared the hell out of us." She reached out and gripped my hand. "You were so you, and then you weren't. No matter what, we want to see you show the world the bright, spunky young lady you are, not the defeated girl I heard cry herself to sleep last night. Thinking we had something to do with that." Her voice got tight, and she pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to stem the flow of tears. "We just want you to be happy." Each word she said brought me one step closer to falling apart, and the last word did it. Tears streamed down my face, and I collapsed into her arms. I realized she'd given me everything I'd been hoping for, but my heart was still broken, and that was the scariest thing of all. 57. On the drive to school with Corey, I looked over at her and said, "Thank you." "For what?" she asked, glancing up from her phone. I narrowed my eyes at her innocent act. "I know you talked to Mom and Dad last night. You actually got them to do something I haven't been able to." "What's that?" she asked. "Listen," I said. "You have a gift for words." Her cheeks reddened. "Yeah, well, I was tired of riding to school in the minivan." "Same here." I put a hand on her leg. "But really, thank you." She offered me a genuine smile. "Anytime, sis." We pulled into the school parking lot, and I couldn't help but notice Ray's pickup sitting in its regular spot. Just the sight of it sent a physical pain through my body, and I had to take deep breaths to stay calm, even with his words on the phone echoing through my mind. I slowly parked in the spot and got out. As usual, Corey began her quick walk to the school, but I took my sweet time getting my bag out of the car, bracing myself for the torment that was sure to come with a longer walk inside. "Is that Ginger's car?" Zara yelled, looking like a movie star getting out of her Rolls-Royce from a spot closer to the front. I smiled at her and the big scene she was making in front of everyone. "Will you keep it down?" I yelled. But she continued her act. "I do say, that is Ginger's car. Lord, she's free." She grabbed a freshman walking by and shook their shoulders. "She's free! Praise the Lord, she's free!" My cheeks were getting redder by the second. "I don't know her," I said loudly. She laughed and came to hug me, but I kept one hand up over my face. "Excuse me," I said. "Do I know you?" "Of course." She continued laughing and walked with me toward the school. "Parents finally gave in?" I nodded and told her all about it on the way to our usual meeting spot by the lockers. But I saved the worst part for last, when all of my friends could hear me. I called Ray last night. Each of my friends had some version of a shocked expression on their faces, and Rory actually gasped. "What happened?" she asked. Feeling my eyes sting, I shook my head. "He said he didn't want to be with me." Zara shook her head. "Boy doesn't know what he's missing out on." "Exactly," Jordan said. "You need a man, not a child who's going to run away scared." "I wish I could be mad, but I can't," I admitted. "I'd probably do the same thing." "No, you wouldn't," Callie said. "Because you're brave. You put your heart on the line, you reached out, and you're the one who keeps fighting for what you believe in." Her words hit home, and I nodded, unable to speak. "Thank you," I mouthed. She gave me one of the warmest hugs of my life, and I had to fight from falling apart. The last thing I needed was for Ray to see how thoroughly he had shattered me with just one sentence. To him, I wasn't worth it. But the problem was, he was worth everything to me. "This is crazy," Zara said, and I pulled back from Callie, confused. "What?" "This is our senior year, our last semester of being together before we go to college. We should be enjoying ourselves, not crying because some dumb guy can't get his head out of his you-know-what and ask you out." I shook my head. You're on a roll today. She put her arm around my shoulder. Picture it. A decorate-your-own cupcake buffet, catered by Seton Bakery, of course. Hot tubbing? A movie marathon with guys who aren't jerks. A smile lifted the corner of my lips. Go on. We need to celebrate your freedom, she said. You might have lost Ray, but you have us. For once, I thought, maybe that was enough. 58. After being on lockdown, it felt good to be going out to Zara's with the girls to have a stress-free time and binge on comfort foods. I'd given up on shoving my feelings for him in a box. Some feelings were too big to be denied. They'd just find you anyway, bigger and stronger than ever before. My heart still ached from the loss of Ray, and I wondered if it might always be that way, that even when I was older and had my life together, some small part of me would wonder what could have happened if I had just filled my inhaler before going out to his ranch, instead of planning to do so after. The gates to Zara's house came closer, and I slowed to a stop in front of the security camera. I'm here to see Zara. Once the guard on the other end of the video got my name, he let me past, and I drove up the winding driveway until I could park behind Rory's car in the garage. She was just getting out, and I hurried so we could walk in together. How's it going? I asked her. She groaned. It's been a long week. Mom and I started going to spin classes together. I cringed. Even stationary bikes posed a threat to uncoordinated souls like me. Exactly. She's lightened up some, right? I asked. Yeah, the classes are actually kind of fun. It's just less time I can spend with Beckett, especially when you take into account homework and the senior art show. We reached the stairs and began the climb to the kitchen entrance. It struck me how much I'd missed. I didn't want to miss out on my senior year or good friendships just because I was sad. How's your art project going? I asked. Oh, you mean the 10 by 12 canvas? I raised my eyebrows. 10 by 12 feet? She nodded, opening the door to the kitchen. Yikes! She slowed. Do you hear that? I stopped by the giant stainless steel island and strained my ears to hear. Angry voices came from a couple of rooms over. It sounded like Zara and her dad were fighting. Should we go back to our cars? I whispered. She shook her head. It sounds like he set her up on a date for tonight. My heart sank. I'd been counting on this time with the girls. Zara's voice came even louder. I'm already sacrificing the best years of my life to marry someone you choose. I am not skipping out on my senior year. You are a part of this family and our culture. It's best you remember your place. A deeper voice boomed, then softened. I'm sorry you have to hear this, Ride. My eyes flew open, and I turned to Rory. Do you think that's Ride Alexander? She asked. Now I knew we were full-on eavesdropping, but I had to hear more. I can come back another time, said a voice I recognized from the movie screens. It was definitely Ride, Merritt Alexander's brother and the guy whose poster my sisters had pinned to their ceiling. No, Ride, Zara's dad said. You can stay. Meet her friends. But, Zara began. A look from her father must have silenced her, because she stopped talking, and within seconds she was in the kitchen. She seemed surprised to see us, but not embarrassed. I'm guessing you heard all that. We both nodded. She poured herself a glass of water and slumped over the counter. I'm sorry, Ginge. I know this was supposed to be about us girls. I sent her a smile. Oh no, twist my arm. Make me hang out with a super hot movie star. Although, Rory said, tilting her head thoughtfully, he does live with the devil. We all knew she was talking about Merritt, and I couldn't help but agree. I didn't know what Ryde was like, but if he was from that family, he couldn't be much better. Satan's a third cousin, actually, Ryde said, coming into the kitchen. You should see Christmas time, though, always raging drunk. No ice skating, unfortunately. Rory's cheeks flushed pink as she mumbled out an apology. No worries, Ryde said. I know how my little sister can be. He leaned against the counter across from us. Zara didn't meet his eyes, but I couldn't stop staring at him. Ryde was every bit as muscular and handsome as he was on screen, but taller than I expected. Weren't most actors short? Jordan and Callie came into the dining room then, and Jordan's mouth fell open and closed. Is that? Zara rolled her eyes. He's crashing. She turned to go upstairs. Let's go. 59. When we reached Zara's room, she turned around and said to Ryde, You stay out here. The second she closed the door behind us, the interrogation commenced. Why is your dad setting you up with white guys? Jordan asked. Doesn't he want you to marry someone from your culture? She rolled her eyes. He says he's modernizing the arranged marriage. How is that possible? I asked. Callie's eyebrows drew together. Why doesn't he just let you choose someone then? Zara held her hands up to stall the fire hydrant spray of questions. Okay, here's the deal. My father's latest harebrained scheme is to have Ryde and me marry. He's promised Ryde all the roles he wants forever, and the publicity of us dating will be huge for their new movie. Her jaw trembled. It's stupid, and I have no idea how I'm going to get out of it. He says he's done looking for men for me. I went to her bedside and rubbed her back. You know you don't have to marry him if you don't want to. It's not like they can force you to sign marriage papers. She turned her eyes toward the ceiling and pressed her fingers together in her lap. You don't get it. If it's not Ryde, it's a 30-year-old director, or a doctor, or some gaffer who's a potential partner's nephew, or something else. It's never going to stop. My heart hurt for her, and the worst part was I didn't have anything to say or do that would actually help. She let out a sad laugh and pressed at the corners of her eyes. This is some girl's night, huh? I nudged her shoulder. What more could you ask for than a super hot movie star hanging around to help you get over your almost boyfriend? Wiping at her eyes, she said, Okay then, you owe me. With the mood feeling just a little bit lighter, we began changing into our swimsuits. I looked down at my black one-piece and the way my thighs spilled over the edges. I'm not sure I want Ryde seeing all this. Jordan put her hand on her hip. Girl, he'll be lucky to see all that. Amen, Zara said. I smiled at them. Can you guys just hang out in my mind all day and say nice things to me? Rory put her arm around my shoulder. Sure, but it'll cost you. I shook my head and felt more tears coming on. I don't understand how you guys can feel so confident. I just keep wondering what more I could have done. If I had been better looking, would Ray have thought I was worth trying again? I put my face in my hands, crying, and arms circled me, hugging me and rubbing my back. Rory was closest, and when my tears subsided, she said, "I used to feel the same way, like I would only deserve someone's attention if I were beautiful, like Merritt. But you guys helped me see how wrong I was. You told me how beautiful I was, and Beckett believed it too. All that time I'd been doubting and judging myself, and so many wonderful people had been seeing me for who I truly was." I lifted a corner of my lips. Rory was beautiful, with long, soft hair and big doe eyes. Jordan had sexy curves, Zara had all the confidence in the world, and Callie had the kindest heart. What did I have? Callie knelt in front of me and put her hands on my shoulders. With a gentle voice, she said, "Your beauty isn't determined by magazines or the most popular girl in school. You are beautiful because of your heart and the way you exist in the world. You are a good friend, an amazing sister, and you have a talent for seeing things at all different angles. When will you start doing that for yourself?" Hot, thick tears spilled over my lashes. "I don't know how I can." "Come here," Zara said. She extended her hand and led me to stand in front of her 360-degree mirror. Here, all the dimples on my legs were exposed, along with the way my belly stuck out from my hips and the fat rolls where my arms met my sides. There were plus-size models who had all the curves and still looked stunning, but there were also countless comments on social media saying that putting plus-sized people on magazine covers was just glorifying unhealthiness and obesity. It was all so confusing, and I didn't know how to reconcile it in my own body. "What do you see?" Zara asked. I tugged at my swimsuit so it would cover up more, so I wouldn't be so exposed. "Me? You see your flaws. Who told you to stop looking at everything that makes you beautiful?" Her fingers delicately brushed my hair back. "You have the most beautiful shade of red hair. People pay hundreds to get that color and still fail. And what about your skin? Do you see any acne? Or your breasts? I bet you don't have to get specially made bras to hold them up. You have so many beautiful things about your body. But Callie's right. That isn't what makes you truly beautiful." She stood in front of me, blocking my view of myself. "You are an amazing person, Ginger. And you need to stop looking for reasons why Ray didn't stay with you. It was fear and nothing more." The truth in her words hit me head on. I brushed the tears off my eyes and nodded. "You ready?" Callie asked. With a tentative smile, I nodded. "Let's go see that movie star." As we walked out of Zara's room, Ryde stood up from the couch. His eyes took us in, and I waited for the disgusted look that was sure to follow, but I never saw it. His expression stayed even as he asked, "What now?" "We're going to Hot Tub," Zara said. "I guess you're coming with." As we walked to the patio, I leaned over to Callie and whispered, "Are we seriously not excited about Ryde being here?" She shrugged and looked around, as if to make sure Zara couldn't hear. "I mean, I am." We looked over our shoulders at him walking behind us, checking his phone. Like he could feel us staring, he glanced up and winked. My cheeks went red hot, and Callie's did too. "Definitely excited," she said, "and mortified." We crossed onto the patio, and Zara had a table set up with rows of cupcakes, frostings, and toppings. My mouth started watering immediately. "This looks so good," I said. She grinned proudly. "Dig in. You too, Ride." We started through the line, each picking up a different flavor and making our own creations. Rory held up her messy cupcake and said, "I give you delicioso." "How about feo?" Jordan said, then added, "That's ugly in Spanish." I giggled. If Rory's an artist, what hope do the rest of us have? "It'll still taste good," she said, then took a bite, as if demonstrating. With a smile, I turned back to my own cupcake and finished swirling on white frosting before adding cookie crumbles and sprinkles. A cold gust of wind blew around us, cutting through the warmth from the standing heaters and raising goosebumps on my skin. "Do you need my jacket?" Ride asked from beside me. My heart staggered before resuming its normal pace. "I'm okay, but—" I glanced around, and none of the other girls were really paying attention to us. "Would you mind taking a selfie with me? My little sisters would flip if they knew I was with you right now." He sent me a winning grin. I'd never turn down a chance to antagonize a little sister. I laughed. "Right." I reached for my pocket, then realized I didn't have any. "I don't have my phone." "Don't worry." He set down his cupcake plate, got his phone from his pocket, and held it out for a picture. I grinned into the screen, not worrying about how I looked with the wind blowing through my curly hair, or how much bigger I appeared next to this chiseled movie star. When the photo was snapped, I said, "Do you need my number to send it?" He shook his head. "I'll just post it on my account, and you can grab it there." I lost complete control of my vocal cords for at least 5 seconds, maybe more. Yeah, that would be— thank you." With a chuckle, he said, "No problem." I gave him a last smile before finishing up my cupcake and going to the patio furniture. Zara glanced up from her dessert. "Saw you get a selfie, fangirl." I rolled my eyes. "It's for Corey and the twins. They're crazy about him." "Gotcha," she said, humor lighting her expression. "That thing's gonna be all over social, isn't it?" My cheeks turned redder. Yeah, because he's posting it?" Their mouths fell open. "Ray's gonna be so jealous," Jordan said. "He's the one who let me go. You think he's actually going to be jealous?" Jordan had her phone out and scrolled her thumbs over the screen. When she found what she was looking for, she turned the screen to me. Ride had posted the picture with a caption, "Spending time with a beautiful fan. Heart, winking smiley face." My mouth fell open. "Let me see," Zara said. After looking at the screen, she sent an approving smile at Ride, who was walking closer. "Nice work." He shrugged, then winked at me. "Anything for my fans." My cheeks heated. Confidence was practically dripping off of him, and it was weird to be around someone who had millions of followers online and acted like just another person. A little full of himself, maybe, but still. We finished our cupcakes and slid into the steaming hot tub water while Ride played with his phone on the couch. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and saw Zara's maid, Beth, walking toward us with a tray of champagne flutes. "Is that," I asked. "A little bit of champagne to celebrate," Zara said. She stood up and helped pass out the drinks. "What are we celebrating?" I asked. She raised her glass and grinned. us. 60. The night with my friends was exactly what I needed. I woke piled in Zara's bed, well rested, even though we'd stayed up half the night gabbing about Ride after he left. Zara seemed to be in a better mood about dating him, at least for a little while, and the rest of us wouldn't mind all the benefits that came with proximity to celebrity. But eventually, it was time to get back to reality. I had to get home and figure out what on earth I was wearing to spring fling. We said our goodbyes and I drove home. It was crazy how different my house looked to me now that I knew I wasn't going to be trapped there for the next 4 years, halfway enjoying college life and halfway stuck under my parents' supervision. Now, it seemed like a home and not a prison. Except there were 3 siblings running out the front door with furious looks on their faces. As I got out of my car, I said, "What's going on?" "You know Ride Alexander?" Corey yelled. "We love him!" Tara yelled. "Yeah!" Kara cried. "When were we going to meet him?" I smiled smugly. "Oh, Ride? He's just an acquaintance." Corey held out her phone, showing the selfie of us together. "His beautiful fan? Heart winky face?" I barely stifled a smile. Tara nodded fervently. "You don't even like him that much." She pointed between her and Kara. "We're the ones who have a poster of him on our ceiling." "He said he thought that was weird," I teased. Kara's mouth fell open. "You did not tell him that." I laughed. "No, I didn't even know he was going to be there last night. We just took a selfie to annoy you guys." Corey looked visibly relaxed. "So he's still single?" My hesitation made her frown. "What? Are you dating Ride Alexander?" "He's not in a relationship with me," I cried. "He's dating my friend." The twins' mouths fell open, and Tara said, "You have a friend who's dating Ride Alexander? How did you get so cool?" "As a matter of fact, I am cool," I said, rubbing my arms. "Can we move the interrogation inside?" They seemed to realize it was early February and freezing out because they begrudgingly let me indoors. "Which friend?" Corey asked. "Zara, but don't say anything. I'm not sure if the press knows yet." Corey sagged into the living room couch. "Zara is so cool." I sat next to her. "I know." Tara stood in front of me, and Kara moved to do the same. Leaning in, Tara asked, "Does that mean you can help us meet him?" I grinned at her. "I can try." They both hugged me, kissing me on opposite cheeks. "We love you," Tara cried. "Yeah," Kara said, "totally forgiven." The sound of my mom's laugh came from the kitchen. She was holding her cell phone in her hands and walking toward us, a giant grin on her face. My eyebrows drew together. "Why do you look so happy?" "Yeah, what's going on?" Tara asked. Mom held up her phone. "I just got a call from the producer. The twins have the role." The loudest squeals I'd ever heard commenced in our living room. "How?" I asked. My mom's smile couldn't have been wider. "The producers were really disappointed when they didn't attend the last callback, and then when they got your video of them, they loved it so much they decided to cast them in the role." I grinned, but my happiness was quickly replaced by confusion. "But I didn't send the video. How did they see it?" Corey shyly raised her hand. "I hope you don't mind. I sent it after you fell asleep." I wrapped an arm around her and hugged her. "Of course I don't mind. This is awesome." The twins piled on too, and soon we were all hugging and screaming and cheering about the twins getting the part after all. The rest of the evening, as I heard my mom call every relative we had, I couldn't help but think how happy I was that things were finally coming back together. Well, everything except my relationship with Ray. But maybe not all scenes had to make it to the final movie. 61. In the morning, I went and did my breathing treatment. Mom was back at the table with her notepad, adding to a list that looked to be at least 3 pages long. "What are you doing?" I asked. "We have to plan," she said. "The twins are supposed to be on location in LA in 3 weeks. That means we have to find out how they'll finish the school year, get the house ready for Aunt Rosie to have an extended stay, be sure you and Corey are set to come visit us every weekend, or the other way around." "I thought you were mad at Rosie," I said. Mom kept her gaze on the notepad. "We talked it out, and I had to make some concessions." "My mom making concessions?" I teased. She gave me a sheepish smile. "It happens from time to time." She shook her head. "I guess you can be the first to know. Rosie is staying here while the twins are on set, and so is her dog." My mouth fell open. Was this a prank? An early April Fool's joke? She waved her pencil in the air. "But the second you feel even a little triggered, that dog is going to her house." I smiled. "I can't believe it. A dog in our house." She chewed on the end of her pencil. "Your dad and I will take turns driving back and forth to help manage the store, but one of us will have to be with the twins full time. They're still children, after all." As she rambled on about her list, I realized she barely saw me anymore. Her mind was on the millions of things she had to do to prepare. "How can I help?" I asked. She tucked the pencil behind her ear and flipped through the pages. I'd been wrong earlier. There were 5, and filled in a checkbox. "Can you go get more dog food, since you already know where the co-op is?" My heart clenched at the reminder of Ray, but I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. "Sure." He had plenty to be doing on a Sunday. It wasn't like he would be in the same place as me at the same time, anyway. I got the card from Mom, grabbed my purse, and went out to my car. After hooking up my latest murder mystery podcast obsession to the Bluetooth speakers, I began the drive. Now it was like going down memory lane. The drive to Haywood reminded me of going to Ray's. Just as if it were that first day, I could feel the anger in my chest at having to drive to Ray's for the project, my first impression of him fueling my frustration. I'd known 2 sides of him, the rough one that shoved everyone and everything away, and then the real side that cared deeply for others and felt a real sense of responsibility for what happened in the world around him. I shook my head and turned the radio louder. These kinds of thoughts weren't productive. I needed something to help drown them out. Eventually, I reached the co-op and turned off the car. Something kept me from going inside, though. Maybe it was the memories, or maybe it was fear. What would I do if I saw Ray outside of school, where we constantly had schedules to adhere to and people we knew surrounding us? This was crazy. Nothing said Ray would be here except my overactive imagination. I pulled my keys, opened the door, and got out of my car. The gravel parking lot crunched under my feet as I walked inside, and the clanging bell over the door announced my arrival. A few older men browsing items on the shelf turned their heads, but I kept going toward the big carts meant to carry bags upon bags of animal feed. Keeping my eyes ahead, I pushed the cart to the spot where I knew the dog food was. I grabbed several bags, like my mom had asked, and piled them on top. How much food could one dog eat? Surely it would take Rosie's at least a year to get through this. "Ginger?" a woman's voice said. I looked up, my eyes widening at the sight of Mrs. Sadler and Laura. Immediately, my eyes scanned the room, fearing Ray would be somewhere near. "He's not here," Mrs. Sadler said. "We just started a girls' day and thought we'd run a few errands first." My shoulders relaxed as I smiled at them. "That sounds fun. What are the plans?" Laura grinned. "A walk on the beach, pedicures, and a movie." I let out a dreamy sigh. That sounds amazing. "My daughter has great ideas," Mrs. Sadler beamed, putting an arm around Laura. They seemed so happy, and it made me realize that I would miss them, too. I had hardly gotten to know them, and I lamented the fact that I would never get to. I looked over my shoulder, trying to blink away tears. "Laura, why don't you go get the medicine?" Mrs. Sadler said. With a concerned look, Laura nodded and walked away. Mrs. Sadler came closer and patted my shoulder. "How are you doing, honey?" Maybe it was the gentleness of her tone, or the way her blue eyes looked just like Ray's, but moisture consumed my eyes. I took a shaky breath, but the tears came anyway. I wiped at them, barely doing anything to stem the flow that had started. "I feel bad about what happened, and I miss him." "Oh, honey." Her eyes dripped with concern as she hugged me. "It wasn't your fault. Accidents happen sometimes, and there's nothing we can do to stop them." "But I made a simple mistake in an unprecedented circumstance," she finished for me. My heart clung to her words. "I hurt him, though." She shook her head. "Losing his dad hurt him. Your emergency just showed him how much he had to lose when it comes to you." Her smile was conflicted, like she was seeing her son as a little boy and a man at the same time. I felt like I'd already shared too much with this woman who was clearly loyal to her son, but I couldn't help from asking my next question. "What can I do to help him?" "It's not your job to heal someone else's wound. Only they can do that," she said. "What you can do is love with your whole heart. I can tell it's beautiful." Laura approached us, carrying several bags. "All checked out," she said. Mrs. Sadler nodded. "I'll see you around, Ginger." "I hope so." 62. When I got home, Dad came outside to help me carry the bags into the garage. "Thanks for grabbing those, Ginger," he said. I nodded, lugging one over my shoulder and following him through the open door. He sat his bag at the bottom of our shelving and shoved it into place. "I guess if the apocalypse comes, we're set," I joked. He laughed. "That dog's going to outlive all of us." "Rosie would make sure of it. I can't believe Mom agreed to let Rosie keep her dog here while the twins are on set." Starting back toward the car, he said, "You'd be surprised what someone would do for the person, or dog, they love. Someone might even pull all of your meat from a store recognized across the Tri-County area and start his own butcher shop." I froze on the sidewalk. "We're not talking about Rosie anymore, are we?" He sighed, leaning against my car. "I just got a call from our biggest local rancher saying they weren't supplying us any more beef starting next month. Apparently, his wife wants him to open a butcher shop instead." My mouth fell open. Local beef was one of my parents' best sellers, and the expansion was counting on it. People liked the idea of supporting local farmers and ranchers, and Ripe bought local whenever possible. He dragged his fingers across his brow, rubbing hard. I shouldn't be worrying you with this stuff. Not when your mom has a list a mile long you could be working on. Is there anything I can do? I asked. With a wry smile, he said, Unless you happen to know a local rancher who grass feeds their cattle and is looking to expand, not really. He picked up another sack of dog food and carried it to the garage. As I lugged the last sack inside, I realized he may not know a local rancher, but I did. The problem was, I had to call him. I dodged my mom and her list of to-dos by going into the bathroom and locking the door. She wouldn't bother me in here, at least not for a little while. I paced back and forth in the small space, staring at my phone on the counter. Just a few pushes of the button, and I'd have Ray on the phone. I could make my ask and hang up. After that, he or his mom would be dealing with my parents. End of story. Fin. Except for the fact they were basically arch enemies. But my parents needed a local rancher, and last I checked, the Sadlers had a ranch full of cattle. I sighed and sat on the toilet. Why was this so hard? I should be able to call him. Selling meat at Ripe was a great opportunity. My parents paid local producers well because they could charge more in the store for the items. If Ray was worried about supporting his family, this was a no-brainer, as long as he could handle his product sold alongside other options. I picked up my phone, dialed his number, and held the speaker to my ear. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until his voice came over the phone, saying my name. Ginger. It was like a life raft and a weight at the same time, holding me up, but keeping me down. Hi, I breathed. The line was silent as he waited, wanting to know what I needed, and probably preparing himself to let me down. That thought was just as painful, so I rushed out what I had to say. My parents are looking for a local rancher to supply the store with beef. Are you interested? What? He seemed shocked. Their supplier backed out, and they're going to need someone they can count on. They prefer grass-fed, but local's the biggest thing. Is that something your family would be interested in? He paused. Is it desperate? I faltered. Not yet. I just wanted to see if you were interested before bringing up the idea with them. Okay. I'd be interested, definitely, with some contingencies. And those would be... It might be better to go over those with your folks. Have them call me? I nodded, then realized he couldn't see me. Yes. I'll talk to you later. Ginger? My heart stalled at the way he said my name, at the possibility of what could come next. Yeah? Thank you, he said, his voice sincere. A cracking smile touched my lips. You're welcome. After the call ended, I just stood there for a moment, holding the phone to my chest. The sound of his voice saying my name nearly undid me, but I was stronger than I thought. I could do this. I left the bathroom and walked straight into the frenzy of my siblings. The twins had half of their stuff in the hallway, trying to decide what to bring on their trip. Mom had Corey running over the floors with the dust mop. Ginger, Mom yelled from the kitchen. That's enough time in the bathroom. Unless you're sick. Are you sick? Corey sent me an amused grin, and I groaned. I'm fine, Mom, I yelled. Coming! I took my time walking to the kitchen, where Dad sat with Mom. A new list started. The line across the top said, "Potential meat contacts," but the list was blank. "Hey," I said. Mom looked up. "Oh, Ginger, can you— Wait, I have an idea," I said. Her eyebrows drew together, and Dad looked up at me from his phone. He was scrolling through his list of contacts. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Earlier, when you asked if I know a rancher, well, I do." Realization crossed Dad's face, and he began shaking his head. "No, absolutely not." "Wait before you say no," I said, and began telling them about Ray and his family, how he took care of the ranch and his siblings, and how they cared so deeply for their animals, even though they'd eventually go to slaughter. I think we'd have a great story that could draw in more customers, and you'd really be helping out their family. Mom covered Dad's hands with her own. "I think it's worth the shot, honey." Begrudgingly, Dad nodded. "Give me their number. We'll add them to the list." As if they had anyone else. Like I didn't have it memorized by heart, I went to my phone and read Ray's name and then his number. It was out of my hands now. All there was to do was wait. 63. Monday, school was called for parent-teacher conferences, but Tuesday, I saw Ray differently as he walked into video class. While everything about him screamed strength and power, I now knew the vulnerability that lay under the surface. Mrs. Sadler said I couldn't heal his wound, but I wished I could. Seeing how he was in school, like a blank piece of paper in a sea of nondescript pages, was sad. Not because I wanted a romantic relationship with him, a part of me always would, but because Ray was amazing. The world deserved to see him. "You're totally staring," Jordan whispered. My cheeks pinked, and I turned to her. "Do you still miss him?" she asked. Slowly, I nodded. "But I know we can't be together." "That doesn't mean you can't miss him." I considered her words. "When did you stop missing Martine?" "When I realized he was the kind of man who would inflict pain, and I deserved someone who wanted to prevent it." Her eyes were downcast, the memory obviously painful. I nodded, thinking about what kind of man I deserved. All I'd been worried about before was having an adventure or being worthy of a boyfriend. I never thought much about what I deserved in a man. Was Ray that person? Not just yes, but heck yes. "Think he'll ever come around?" Jordan asked. I lifted a corner of my lips. "I don't know." Just as Jordan started asking a follow-up question, Mr. Davis came in and began the lecture. He wanted us to take photos and then work on creating a video with sound and transitions. It was pretty basic, but I didn't mind that. With everything going on, it would be nice to have at least one assignment that wouldn't soak up all of my limited mental energy. Mr. Davis let us check out cameras and walk around the school to get photos. Jordan and I walked down the hallways together, snapping photos of lockers, ceiling tiles, Latin phrases, and other things in sight. "Ginger?" Ray tentatively asked from behind me. I'd recognize his voice anywhere, but part of me couldn't believe it was him talking to me. Nevertheless, when I turned around, there he was, all 6'2" of him, with dark blonde hair and captivating blue eyes. Jordan nudged me. "I'll go ahead. Catch you after class?" I nodded, still not able to make my mouth form words. As she walked away, All I could focus on was Ray. He seemed uncomfortable, standing in front of me in his formal uniform. "What's up?" I finally asked, grateful my mouth had begun working again. He scratched his neck, his biceps straining against his jacket. "I just wanted to say thank you." "What for?" I asked. "Your parents didn't tell you?" I shook my head. "Did you get the deal?" His lips formed a wholehearted smile. "We did, on the condition that they display informative posters on production in the store, not just the fear-mongering ones up now. Distribution starts in April, and they're sending a marketing team out over spring break to get our story. Though why they don't just have you do it, I have no idea." My mouth fell open. "They seriously hired you? I thought it was a long shot." "They told my mom that Mr. Davis showed them your video at parent-teacher conferences yesterday morning. They called us right after." Tears welled in my eyes. Our video had changed their mind? "That's amazing, Ray. I'm happy for you." "It wouldn't have been possible without you." His fingers brushed my shoulder, making goosebumps rise over my skin. I rubbed my arms, trying to still the reaction to him I couldn't deny. "I just told them I knew a guy." He smiled softly, then looked down at my fingers. Taking them in his hand, he said, "I'm really sorry for how I reacted to it all." He didn't need to say what he was referring to. We both knew, and the truth stood between us like a chasm, waiting to swallow us whole. Shaking my head, I stepped back from the pain and said, "You don't need to apologize. You made it clear you didn't want a relationship after the blizzard. I shouldn't have pushed you." "But I did want one," he said earnestly. "So badly." "Until you realized the consequences." Feeling the tears coming, I took another step back and lifted my camera to my eyes, taking a picture of nothing in particular. "Ginger," he said. I just shook my head. "You don't need to explain." As I walked away, I didn't look back. I just kept moving forward. That was all I knew to do. 64. I caught sight of Ray sitting across the lunchroom, working on his homework. Part of me wished he was sitting with us like he had such a short time ago. The other, more realistic part of me knew a lot would have to change for that to happen. "Do we all want to ride together?" Kai asked, talking about spring fling happening Saturday night. Jordan sent him a playful grin. "I don't think we'll all fit in the helicopter." He made an over-the-top disappointed look. "Man, looks like the limo will have to do." I laughed at them. They were such a cute couple. Maybe someday I'd have that. But for right now, I was happy to just have my friends, even if it meant flying solo to the dance. "I'm in." Carson looked at Callie for approval, and when she nodded, he said, "Sounds good to us." "You know we're in," Beckett said. Zara rolled her eyes. "I'll have to see if my dad's okay with Ryde slumming it to a high school dance in a shared limo, but sure. Do you guys want to hang out at my house before we leave? The guys can watch a movie while we get ready." Another hangout with my girls? Count me in. Spending time with them was breathing life back to me, slowly but surely. I could be myself around them, cellulite, frizzy hair, asthma and all. And I was learning that just being me was enough. I didn't have to do anything amazing or have someone invite me on an adventure. Living was adventure enough. We agreed to meet at Zara's a few hours before the dance on Saturday. and the guys began arguing about movie choices. "Wait," Carson said, spreading his arms wide and halting all conversation. "Does that mean we get to hang out with Ride?" Zara nodded, and Carson practically fangirled. "No freaking way!" "Don't get too excited." Zara winked at me. "Ginger's his favorite fan." Now it was my turn to roll my eyes. "Oh, wait, I might actually have a question to ask you." "Shoot," she said. "Would it be okay if my sisters met him?" She shrugged. "I guess I can ask." Corey sat a few tables over with her friends, talking animatedly about something. "They would totally flip," I said. Zara lowered her voice to mimic Ride's. "Anything for my fans." I sniggered. Poor guy. It would take something more special than fame and fortune to steal Zara's heart. He had no idea what he was in for. "Do you have your dresses already?" I asked the others. "Totally," Carson said. "It's so sexy." Callie shoved his shoulder with an exasperated smile. "Girls only. And yes." "Yeah, I do," Rory said. "Same," Jordan added. "I'll probably just scavenge in my closet," Zara said. "Need to borrow something?" I shook my head. "I think I want to go shopping with my sister." The bell rang, and all around us the clatter of trays and chairs began. I picked up my bag and caught up to Corey. "Hey," I said, "want to go help me find a dress after practice?" Her eyes lit up. "For you? For the dance? Did Ray come around?" "No." I smiled, just to prove I was okay with it. "But I still want to go." "I'll totally shop with you," she said. "We should be done around 5. 65. Corey and I parked and went into Emerson shops, on a mission to find me a dress. Of course, she'd had hers ever since the first time my parents left us at home. I hadn't planned to go to the spring fling if I didn't have a date, but now I wanted to. I didn't need a guy or a perfect body to hang out with friends and enjoy myself. We went to the department store and began browsing through racks of dresses in the plus-size section. Corey held up a purple dress that basically looked like a pillowcase with holes cut into it. "Have you ever noticed that plus-size dresses are like tents most of the time?" I let out a disgusted sound, trying to shove back the overwhelming feeling of inadequacy that always accompanied clothes shopping. Why is it so hard to find anything that looks good and fits? "Because they try everything out on size 2s. Our bodies aren't the same," she said, pulling out another dress. "What about this one?" I eyed the maroon dress with an asymmetrical hemline. "We can try it." "Sure." She slung it over her arm, and we continued looking. "Has anyone asked you to the dance yet?" I asked. She shrugged noncommittally. "So, yes?" I ducked around the racks so she would stop avoiding me. Her cheeks were flaming bright red, a tell that answered my questions before she finally said, "Yes." "Who was it?" I asked. She gave the ceiling an annoyed look and sighed. "Nathan Jorgensen." Keep a straight face, Ginger, keep a straight face. "The freshman?" Even though I hadn't thought it possible, her cheeks grew even redder as she nodded. Okay, that did it. I was full on smiling. "Please tell me you let him down easy." "Of course I did." She walked to another rack and began flicking through hangers. "I'm 3 years older than him and a foot taller." "You never know. It could be like that movie on Netflix where the guy stands on the milk crate to kiss the girl." She shook her head. lamest moment in movie history. Or the sweetest? She gave me a look. You're comparing Tall Girl to The Breakfast Club? Fair. I began sorting through dresses and snorted. Nathan Jorgensen. What about you? I've seen the way Ray looks at you in the lunchroom. He seriously hasn't asked you back? Well, if anything was going to wipe the smile off my face, that was it. I took my dresses and said, "Let's go try these on." She followed behind me. So you know what I'm talking about? No, I don't. But I was dying to find out. Not that I would let Corey know that. I let the attendant count my dresses, and we walked back. As I went into a fitting room, Corey sat on a bench by the mirrors. You're not even going to ask how he looks at you? I shimmied out of my uniform pants and tossed them aside. Nope. After all, lying was so much easier than dealing with your feelings. Come on, Ginger. I know something happened between the two of you that weekend. More than just an asthma attack. Why aren't you dating? Why aren't you going to the dance together? I slipped the dress over my head, fighting off the rising emotions in my chest. This dress was a complete bust, squeezing me in all the wrong places. I began pulling it off. You like him, don't you? She pressed. Knowing Corey wouldn't give up until she had answers, I stepped out of the dressing room. I like him, okay? But it doesn't matter because he doesn't want to be with me, and that's fine. Her eyebrows rose, and she nodded. So, this dress, it's not the one, right? I said awkwardly. You'll find the one that fits perfectly, Ginge, she said. I promise. Yeah, but you know what happens, I said. It fits great and looks terrible. Nah, you'll find a hot dress. One with lots of muscles, too. A tearful laugh escaped my lips. You can't have a dress without the muscles. We so weren't talking about dresses anymore. What about the dress with 3 million followers on Instagram? She said. That one's cute and has muscles. That was touching. You'd be okay with me wearing that dress? I thought you loved that dress. I do, but certain concessions can be made. Oh, yeah. I paused. Zara's wearing that dress to Spring Fling. Her mouth popped open to form a perfect O. Breathe, Corey. The fitting room attendant came back and said, Is everything okay? Yes, I said, just being silly. A broad smile lit Corey's face as she took in quick breaths. I said breathe, I hissed, not hyperventilate. Right, Alexander is coming to Spring Fling? I smiled at her. I thought we were talking about dresses. 66. On Saturday, I dropped Corey off at one of her friends' houses to get ready before driving across town to Zara's place. So many people were there now, all of our vehicles couldn't fit in the massive garage. I parked behind Kai's Honda, noticing a dent in the back fender. I wondered if that was new or if he just hadn't gotten it fixed. Dating Jordan really seemed to have changed him from the aloof rich kid I'd once thought he was to a down-to-earth, relatable person. I knew you shouldn't try to change a man, but boy, did I wish Ray would pivot just a little, open his heart to love and forgiveness and risk. But it didn't do well to linger on thoughts like that. I walked inside and found Ryde in the kitchen. Hey, Garlic, he said. I pushed my lips together. It's Ginger. Oh, right. He sent me his movie star smile, that probably let him get away with all kinds of things. "Would you mind picking up this other bowl of popcorn? Zara sent me down for it." I shrugged. Sure. Anything to get into Zara's room with the girls faster. I mean, seriously. Garlic? I needed to tell Corey and the twins to reconsider their crush. He popped a piece of popcorn into his mouth and winked at me. Why did he wink so much? Had I been so dazed by his fame last time that I'd completely misjudged him? As I mulled it over, I grabbed the other bowl and started toward the stairs, not worried with whether he followed me or not. He did, albeit a few steps behind. "Is that your dress?" I assumed he was referring to the garment bag over my arm. "Yeah." "Merritt had hers specially designed in France." Great. I could look forward to hearing about that at the dance. Neat. More like excessive. I don't know what's wrong with Nordstrom. The $1,000 price tags, I thought. Instead, I said, "No idea. What movie are you guys watching?" "Some action flick. Ranks pretty good on Rotten Tomatoes." "I always disagree with their ratings," I admitted, cresting the stairs and waiting for him. "It seems like they rank the best movies low." "Or maybe you have bad taste," he said honestly. "Yep, that's it." I walked into the media room, where all the guys were spread out on the couches, looking right at home. How unfair was it that it would take them 10 seconds to change into their suits when we girls would spend upwards of 2 hours getting ready? Carson's eyes went wide. "Popcorn!" I held it out as he hopped over a couch and came to get it. "Thanks, Ginger," he said with a grin. "Oh, you haven't heard?" I asked. "It's garlic now." He gave me a confused look. "Ask Ride," I said with a roll of my eyes. "See you guys later." I could hear them interrogating Ride, and the beginning of an embarrassed explanation, as I walked out. When I reached Zara's room, the other girls were all there, in the beginning levels of getting ready. Zara had set up a makeup station on her desk. Another table had been pulled in and loaded with straighteners, rollers, and curling irons, and then her dresser was topped with various bottles, from hairspray to perfume. "You guys have been busy," I said. They turned to me from where they stood around another table, the snack and drink stand. Zara took my garment bag from me. "Finally! What took you so long?" "Helping Ride bring up popcorn." She rolled her eyes. "He has legs." And apparently a poor memory. He called me Garlic. Jordan cracked up. "That's a cute nickname for his beautiful fan." I rolled my eyes, while Rory tossed a bit of a pretzel at Jordan. "Oh, hush," Rory said. Laughing, I went to join them. "What's the spread look like?" "Amazing," Callie said. Upon further inspection, there was everything from fresh fruits to bottled drinks, and even a small chocolate fountain. "Can we get ready at your house every time, Zara?" I asked, going for a chocolate-covered strawberry. "Of course," she said, grinning. "Eat, drink, and get called the wrong name by vanilla personality movie stars, all in one convenient location." I laughed and shook my head. "Is that your dress?" Callie asked, nodding toward the garment bag in Zara's hands. I nodded. "Let's see what we're working with," Zara said. She carefully unzipped it and held it out. "I bet this green is beautiful on you." "You don't think it's too leprechaun-y?" I asked. Rory laughed. "Is that a technical term?" I rolled my eyes. "No," Jordan said. "That color's going to look great on your skin." "Thank you." I smiled and went to look at their dresses, each hanging along a bar in Zara's closet. Careful not to get chocolate on any of them, I took in the beautiful materials and colors. We're going to look so good. Amen, Zara said, wiping off her hands. Now, who wants to get their hair done first? It's been too long since Rory's makeover. Nervously, I raised my hand. At the excited look on Zara's face, I wondered, what on earth had I gotten myself into? 67. Zara ran a brush through my curly hair, gentle on the tangles. Brushing curly hair was basically the kiss of death, but I knew she wouldn't let me leave the house looking a mess. I just had to be patient and wait. When she finished brushing it out, she wrapped large rollers around small sections. I never noticed how long your hair was, she said. The curls make it seem so much shorter. Hashtag curly hair probs, Jordan said from the makeup stand. The other three had begun applying makeup and were in the early stages, just like me. Truth, I said. Zara continued her methodical work until every part of my hair was up and pinned to a roller. I lifted my hand and pretended to primp the rollers. Am I ready to go to the ball? Zara snorted. Definitely. She picked up a pretzel from her snack plate and crunched on it for a moment. Did you bring makeup? I nodded. Let me see what you have. We walked to the other side of the room, and I pulled my small makeup bag from the bottom of my garment bag, where it rested with my heels. This is good stuff, Zara said, picking through the makeup. Do your parents have it at the store? I shook my head. My mom special orders it. Nice. Why don't you sit in the chair and let me do your makeup while your curls set? I shrugged. As long as I can eat some more of that chocolate later, I'm good. Laughing, she spread the makeup over the curling station and got to work. Her strokes over my face were much more methodical than anything I'd done on my own, and she broke out eyeshadow colors I'd never been brave or skilled enough to try on my own. I tried to let myself relax and have fun. After all, who did I have to impress other than myself? Maybe there were some perks to going solo. For the last step, she helped me apply false eyelashes. I'd never done it before, but when I looked in the mirror, I gasped. This isn't me, I said. No way. Even with the rollers in, I could see how Zara had accentuated each of my features, from my full cheeks to the finer point of my chin. The eyelashes made my eyes pop that much more, and smoky green and bronze shadow brought out the color in my green eyes. This is amazing. Zara grinned proudly from behind me. I think I earned myself some chocolate. Girl, you earned yourself the whole dang fountain. Seeing us in the mirror, the other girls came over, their hair looking stunning. Oh my gosh, Callie gushed. You look amazing, Ginger. Freaking stunning, Jordan said. And your eyes? Rory added. Wow. I patted Zara's shoulder. She's a miracle worker. No way, Zara said. This was here all along. She turned me so I was facing myself fully in the mirror. You, Ginger Nash, are beautiful. I smiled back at my reflection. For once, I believed it. 68. As I took in my friends in their dresses, I couldn't believe how beautiful each of them was. Zara looked like a smoldering Indian princess in her form-fitting black dress, while Callie appeared every bit as pure as her heart in a baby blue gown. Beckett wasn't going to be able to keep his hands to himself when he saw Rory in her short A-line dress, and we all knew Kai would love Jordan in her floor-length ensemble that revealed all the honey-colored skin of her back. "You guys are so hot," I said, not trying to be creepy or anything. Zara popped her hip out and snapped her fingers. "Own it, girl." I laughed at her over-the-top gesture, still getting used to seeing myself like this. She grinned. "Should we go get the boys?" "Do you think their movie's over?" Callie asked. Jordan shrugged. "Who cares? We're the main event." Smiling, I shook my head at them. They each had such unique personalities, and I loved the way they all came together in our group. Friends were better than boyfriends. Always there for you, lifting you up and grounding you all at the same time. "Let's get them," I said. "Everyone at the dance deserves to see you." They grinned back, and we started our brigade down the hall toward the media room. As soon as Rory entered the room, the movie stopped, and I could hear Beckett exclaim, "You look amazing, Cupcake." The devotion in his voice brought a smile to my face. Zara entered next, and a low, "Damn," came from Ryde. I rolled my eyes. Jordan went in after, and I watched as Kai went to her, taking her in his arms, whispering something into her ear. As I came in, Beckett turned to me and said, "Looking good, Garlic." "Thanks," I said, with a roll of my eyes. Carson turned toward me, but at the sight of Callie walking in behind me, he did a double take, and his smile grew wide. I wished they could just see they were in love with each other already, but then again, maybe their friendship meant too much to them to risk on romance. Kai intertwined his fingers with Jordan's and said, "The limo's waiting in the drive." Ryde rubbed his hands together. "Let's get on with it. Time to relive the golden years." Of course he would think high school was the golden years, while all of us couldn't wait to start our next adventure. Catching my reaction, he said, "Trust me, Garlic, someday you'll look back on high school and miss it." "Doubtful," I said, but left it at that. Of course there were things I liked, like having class with Mr. Davis and the friends I'd made this year, but film school and distance from Ray was calling my name. "Let's get going?" Everyone seemed to agree, and we went down to the limo. I slid in between Callie and Zara. As the limo took off, Kai opened a mini fridge and began pouring champagne. No, Ryde said, crossing his fingers at the bottle. "What?" Zara said. "Are you straight edge or something?" "Yeah, when I'm around a bunch of minors and could get ticketed by the police for supplying when I'm already under public scrutiny. Put it away." Beckett and Carson gave each other a look as Kai placed the champagne back in the mini fridge. "Anyone want some water?" Kai asked grumpily. Ryde enthusiastically raised his hand, while Zara crossed her arms and gave me an exasperated look. The rest of the ride was still fun, and when we made it to the school, we were greeted by paparazzi. "They must be here for me," Ryde said, with an apologetic grin I knew was fake, because he got out of the limo first and flashed a full wattage smile at the cameras. Zara rolled her eyes and followed him, putting on a demure smile of her own. As we walked behind them, I was nearly blinded by the rapid camera flashes. Rory took my hand with her free one, and we walked inside together. No interest to the paparazzi's eyes and viewfinders. That was awful," I said. I would never follow people around like that for a quick buck, or live in the spotlight. Ride shrugged it off. You get used to it after a while. I didn't know about that. My eyes were burning from the brightness, making them water. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll see you guys in there. Want some company? Callie asked. That's okay, I said, smiling at Carson's disappointment. You guys have fun. He put his arm around her, and they left with the rest of the group. I'd find them when I made sure all the makeup Zara worked so hard on wasn't running down my face. The bathroom was blissfully empty this early on in the dance, and I'd caught my makeup soon enough that I was able to minimize the damage from my watering eyes. I gave myself a last smile in the mirror, appreciating the work Zara had done. I really did look beautiful, and I felt good, too. Yeah, a part of me wished I had been able to come with Ray as my date, but I knew this was good, too. I didn't need that validation anymore. Anyone I decided to be with would be there for me. Asthma, curves, freckles, and all. 69. I crossed the hall and went into the gym that had been transformed for the dance. The entire floor was covered with a protective layer, and decorations lined the room. As my eyes adjusted to the darker lighting, I looked around for my friends. The first pair I saw on the dance floor was Merritt and her brother. They danced to an upbeat song, having fun. However, if I knew my friends, they'd be as far from Merritt as possible. I checked the opposite side of the gym and found them sitting around one of the few tables that lined the edge of the room. I took the open seat next to Zara and said, "Saw your man busting a move with his sister." She rolled her eyes. "Maybe if I tell my dad I'm not related enough for Ride, he'll call it off." Good idea. Nothing like some incest to break up an arranged marriage. Unless you're in Arkansas, then play the wedding bells, she said, laughing. We're terrible, I said. Nonsense. She batted her hand at me. So, what do you think? Glad you came? I looked around the table at my friends, each absorbed in their relationships, took in the music coming from the band. Yeah, I am. She rubbed my shoulder. Me too. The music faded to a stop, and the lead singer said, "We have a special treat tonight. One of your very own Emerson Academy classmates has a song to play." My eyebrows drew together, and I looked to Zara for explanation. Did you hear anyone talk about this? Her mouth dropped open, and she pointed back at the stage. I followed her finger, and my jaw went slack as well. Ray Sadler had his guitar strapped around his shoulder and was stepping up to the microphone. He was dressed for the dance in a navy blue suit and dress boots that made him look like he was stepping onto a red carpet for the latest Western romance movie and not a high school dance. His eyes met mine across the room as he said, "This is for you, Ginger Nash." The entire room faded around me, and all I could see was him, the gentle strum of his fingers over the guitar strings, the emotion on his face clearer than ever. Each note hit my heart, just as surely as my friends were shoving me toward the stage. Mesmerized, with my heart in my throat, I took small steps toward the stage, where Ray sang head over boots like the words were meant just for me. As I drew closer, his eyes met mine, and his lips formed the most earnest smile I'd ever seen. The smile stayed as he sang the rest of the song, and when the closing chords faded, the entire gym erupted into applause. I couldn't clap, couldn't move as he spun the guitar over his back and stepped down to me, and the band started playing again. Extending his hand, he said, "May I have this dance?" His eyes were flowing blue waters, soft and warm, and everything that reminded me of how much I missed him. While my head screamed I should turn and run the other way, go join my friends at the table, my heart begged me to put my hand in his, to hear him out. In the end, my heart won. It had relocated to my sleeve, and all there was to do was put my hand in his, rough and familiar and home. A feeling of excitement and security overwhelmed me. Something about putting my hand in Ray's was natural, like our bodies knew we were meant to be before our heads had a chance to get in the way and mess it up. But they had, and I needed to remember that. He pulled me into his chest, and I leaned my head against his shoulder, just as natural as the breath moving through our lungs. Being this close to him almost didn't feel real. I had to look up just to make sure it was him. Only the band's colored lights lit his face, casting shadows over his strong jaw and cheekbones, adding depth to his darkening blue eyes. I searched his gaze, looking for an explanation, but found none. "Ginger," he said, his voice rough, "I'm sorry." Of all the words I might have guessed to pass Ray's lips, I hadn't been expecting that. For what? We weren't even dancing anymore, just standing close on the dance floor, while couples moved around us to the slow song coming from the stage. He took my other hand then, and the rough pads of his thumbs rubbed slow circles over my skin. "I let my fear get in the way of us. I pushed you away, and it was the dumbest thing I've ever done." When it became clear he wasn't saying more, I replied, "I'm sorry for reminding you of losing your dad. That was never my intention, and I hate that it caused you pain." Purposefully, he shook his head. "No, you don't need to apologize to me." "I don't know what to say, Ray." "Say we can be together." The hope in his eyes almost undid me. I wanted to fall into his arms and forgive him and pretend the ache of the last few weeks had never happened. But it had. I couldn't simply erase the past, or how he'd made me feel. My throat got tight as I said the unspeakable words. "I can't." He shook his head, faster this time. "No, it's okay now, Ginger. I promise I'm not running anymore." Tears filled my eyes. I deserve someone who's the same person one day to the next, who will stick with me even when it's hard. Ray blinked quickly, like he was pushing back tears of his own. "Ginger, that's over." "Why?" I demanded, feeling angry now. He came to the dance, dressed up, sang a song, and I was just supposed to believe he was different? I stepped back, breaking our contact. His hands fell limply by his sides, and he looked at the floor, his jaw twitching, for a long moment. When he finally turned his gaze on me, his eyes were liquid fire, molten blue, carrying all the weight of the sea. "Because I can't stop thinking about you. Because the only time I felt like I had something to smile about, really smile about, since my dad died, was when you were with me. And you're right, I've been two people. I've been the man my family deserves, and the good student it feels impossible to be." He stepped forward and cupped my cheek. But when I'm with you, I'm just me. I want to be that man all the time." "How am I supposed to know that you're not going to run the next time it gets hard?" I asked. "My asthma's not going away, and neither is your farm or my family." "Because running was more painful than anything I thought I needed to get away from." His thumb stroked the rise of my cheekbone, sending chills of need down my spine. I lifted my gaze, looking up at him from under my lashes, and tears were streaming down my cheeks. I was tired of fighting, tired of denying myself the one thing I'd been longing for. "I missed you." He crushed me to his chest, holding me against him. "I missed you so damn much, Ginger, every day. I don't want to miss you ever again." As I held him back, I whispered, "You don't have to." "Good, because I'm never letting you go." He pulled back and looked at me, taking me in and adoring me with his eyes. "You look so beautiful, Ginger." My heart skittered a jaunty beat, and my voice became breathy. "You look good, too." His smile was shy, nervous, vulnerable. "You think so?" "Of course." I ran my hands over his shoulders. "The muscles don't hurt." Laughing, he said, "Well, there's no sense in wasting a perfectly good dance. Ginger Nash, will you go to the spring fling with me?" My smile was so wide my cheeks hurt. "I'd love to." He took my hand again, and we continued dancing, even though the song had long since changed. As I rested my head against his chest and he held me close, my heart felt whole. This, walking with Ray as a couple, his large hand covering mine, was perfection. A squeal sounded from several feet over, and I saw Jordan coming toward us in her heels. "Yes! I hoped you'd forgive him." "What?" I asked as the rest of my friends encircled us and the guys patted Ray on the back. Rory grinned between us. "The second we came into the dance, he asked us where you were. And, of course," Zara added, "we had to make sure he had good intentions for our girl." Callie smiled at Ray and me. "We approve." With a smile, I shook my head. "You guys are crazy." Carson snorted. "I've been telling Callie that for years." She whacked his stomach with a small smile on her face. "Can we dance now?" Ryde asked, glancing around. "I look like a weirdo just standing around." For once, I agreed with him. "Fine by me." That earned an eye roll from Zara, but I wasn't about to miss out on dancing with my friends. We started bouncing along to the fast song, laughing at Carson's terrible dance moves, and stunned by Jordan's fluid ones. When the fast song morphed into a slow one, I was breathless, and I took slow, measured breaths to cool down. Ray set his guitar on the stage and gently placed his hand on my lower back, sending tingles throughout my body. Now I was breathless for an entirely new reason. I tipped my head back as I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and linked my fingers behind his neck. He put his arms around my waist, holding me close to him. So far, he was making good on his promise to stick with me, and I hoped he kept it. Sure, a part of me was afraid he'd go back to his old ways, but part of me was brave enough to hope, too. Ray rested his forehead against mine, and his minty breath poured over me. The song passed between us, and my heart swelled at the perfection of this moment, of the strength of my feelings, and of the guy holding me like his happiness depended on it. "You know what I think?" he said, turning his head so his voice could reach my ears. What? My forehead brushed against his cheek. I think things work out like they're supposed to sometimes. What do you mean? His lips pressed against my temple for a moment, and we weren't dancing anymore, just standing and holding each other. I didn't want to take video, but Mrs. Bardot encouraged me to do it. And I didn't want to go to the store that day, but then you were there. And I was afraid of us, but my mom knocked some sense into me. And when your parents came out with the marketing team to film our ranch, your parents said you were getting ready for the dance. It's like all of my decisions just lead me back to you. His words lifted my spirits and my lips. I'm happy you came. I'm here. Always. He held me close and kissed me slow. Okay, lovebirds, Zara said, shimmying her shoulders. Time to get your groove thing on before Mrs. Bardot has to come break you up. I glanced over and saw her walking our way. Ray grinned at me, holding my hand. Time for some fun? I couldn't think of anything better, or a better girl to do it with. As we danced with our friends, swaying to the music and laughing, I couldn't help but think that being brave enough to love might be the start of my favorite adventure. 70. My family's minivan was not built for dirt roads, and my nerves were not built to see my parents at the Sadler Ranch. The van rattled over the ground and came to a stop alongside the pickups in the Sadler's driveway. It was one of those beautiful spring days where the sun hit your skin just right and the breeze barely lifted your hair. Everything smelled fresh, like new growth and possibility. Ray popped up from the porch steps and came to greet us, shaking my dad's hand first, and then giving the twins fist bumps. Ready to be big shots? He asked them. Tara flipped her braid over her shoulder. Already am. Ray met my gaze over the hood of the van, and his eyes smoldered with humor and heat. My mom rubbed her hands together. This will be safe, right? Right, Ray agreed. The trail ride's been going for 50 years, and the only person who's ever been hurt accidentally stepped in the fire. Mom pointed her fingers at her eyes, and then all of us. No fires for you. Corey saluted her. Aye, aye, Captain. Then she nudged my arm and whispered, She didn't say anything about hot as fire cowboys. I batted her arm. Hands off mine, I teased, and stepped closer to Ray, who put his arm around me. Let's head to the barn, he said, pointing toward the big red building north of the house. The horses are already saddled and ready to go. The girls ran ahead toward the horses, and Corey chased after them with Mom and Dad, trying to make sure they didn't scare the big animals. Ray squeezed me tighter to his side and kissed the top of my head. How's my girl? Amazed, I said. How did you get my mom to agree to this? He grinned at my family ahead of us. My mom might have helped a little. Said she needed to let loose. The smirk on his face made my cheeks heat, but I was still nervous. They're not going to die, right? I mean, that horse so much as looks at her wrong and she's out of here. Nah, he chuckled. We got the oldest horses we could from the neighbors. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Good, I said. Up ahead, I saw Ray's family greeting my own, and it amazed me that Ray had been able to bring all of us together. He had a special kind of magic all his own. I waited along the fence as Colton helped Kara onto the horse with him, and Laura sat Tara on her horse and climbed up. Jonah waited on the fence while Ray's mom showed my parents and Corey how to get on a horse and begin leading it. Ray put his other arm around me and hugged me tight. "It's perfect, isn't it?" I smiled up at him, taking in his square jaw and the light in his eyes. "You are." He grinned down at me and kissed the tip of my nose. The fact that my parents had come around to Ray and me dating was nothing short of a miracle. I didn't know what had happened when they came to his ranch to talk about the saddler supplying beef to the store, but things were better than ever. I'd signed up for a dorm at UCLA. Their beef was one of the best-selling items at the store, and Ray and I had spent almost every weekend together since spring fling. Next weekend, in 2 weeks, we were supposed to work cattle together for the first time. I heard a squeal and saw my mom on top of a horse, clinging to the saddle horn for dear life. I couldn't help but laugh. "You shush," she called at me, slowly easing into the horse's gait. Dad slowly clapped his hands. "Doing great, Muffin." Mrs. Sadler grinned at them both. "You're next, Paul." I watched with my hand covering my mouth as my giant of a dad climbed onto his horse, his feet hanging well past the stirrups. Mrs. Sadler adjusted them for him, and he awkwardly walked in a circle around the corrals behind my mom. "Never thought we'd be doing this, huh?" he called to her. Mom chuckled nervously. "Is it too late to rescind our blessing?" "No way," Ray yelled. "You're a natural up there." Shaking my head, I leaned into his side. Ray had done exactly what he'd set out to do with the ranch. He'd given us all a seat at his family table, even the biggest of doubters. And there was nowhere else I'd rather be than sitting right next to him. Epilogue. 1 month later. Zara. Movie night at my house had quickly expanded past what we had room for, with each of the girls having boyfriends, aside from Callie and Carson, who were just a love story waiting to happen. We now had 10 people getting together on Saturday nights. Ride steered us into the Rush's driveway and parked. He got out and stretched, lifting his t-shirt to reveal a strip of tanned skin and muscles. He was hot, available, and, if this worked out, set to marry me after graduation. Any girl's dream, except mine. He didn't open my door, like I saw Ray do for Ginger at the next car over, so I got out on my own. Not that I needed a man to do it for me, but was it selfish to say I wanted a love like my friends had found? I knew my parents, and their parents before them, had long, successful marriages arranged by their elders. But after my mom died, Dad had become obsessed with his production company and helping it grow. My arranged marriage was beginning to feel less like a tradition and more like a business deal. Especially with this vanilla guy beside me who cared more about how many Instagram followers he had than the kind of impact he made on the world. He knew well enough not to put his arm around me, but he walked close beside me as we greeted the others. "Hey," Ginger said, grinning from under Ray's arm. Ever since the dance, they'd been incredibly close. He carried her books for her to each class and kissed her in the hallways when the teachers weren't looking. They were adorable. She seemed happier than I'd ever known her to be. "Hey, Garlic," Ride said. "Ray?" He thought he was being funny, but I sent him a look. These were my friends, and he was just coming along because my father mandated Saturday date nights. He never said we had to do them one-on-one. Ride shrugged at me, as if I hadn't told him already to just call Ginger by her name. "Is everyone here already?" Ray asked. Ginger lifted to her toes to look over the hood of his truck and examine the other vehicles. "I think so." "Awesome," Ray said. "Let's go in?" "Yeah," Ginger said. "It's a little chilly out here." He rubbed her arm, warming her up, and Ride and I followed behind them, keeping our distance. An older man, Kai's butler, greeted us at the door and let us in. Ray took off his cowboy hat as he stepped inside, and the rest of us walked behind them to the theater. Everyone was there, cozied up in love seats. Callie and Carson were even sharing a blanket. Maybe something would happen sooner than I thought. Jordan got up from the couch where she and Kai were sitting up front and came to hug us. "Hey," she said. "How was your drive?" "Good," I said, and Ginger agreed. "We had to go a little fast after working cattle," Ginger said, smiling up at Ray. Ride raised his eyebrows. "You worked cattle?" Ginger nodded proudly, and Ray beamed at her. "She did great." Ride made an impressed sound and climbed up the stairs to pick a seat. "What do we want for dinner?" Kai asked from his seat, idly flipping through movies on Netflix. Having missed lunch to attend a press conference with Dad and Ride, I was starving. "I'm dying for some Thai food." Jordan said. "That sounds delicious." "Want me to order it?" Kai said. "I'm on it." I pulled out my phone and walked up the stairs. I sat next to Ride and began adding to the order. He made a few requests of his own, and once I'd paid, I put my phone down, screen up, so I could watch the delivery progress. The movie started. It was a romantic comedy that the guys were groaning about. And honestly, it wasn't holding my attention. It just made me sour. I'd never get that chance to spontaneously meet someone and fall in love. And if I did, it would be destined to fail because I would already be promised to someone else. The driver was getting closer, so I got out of my seat, desperate for a chance to get some air. "Where are you going?" Ride asked. "I'm going to pick up the food." Kai twisted in his seat. "You can let Robert get it if you want." Robert must have been his butler, but I shook my head. "I need to stretch my legs anyway." I left before they had a chance to offer up any more suggestions and began meandering down the hallway. The Rush's house was so quiet, like mine. I wondered if Kai's dad worked late hours like my dad did, or went on long business trips away from home. Their house was larger, though, by a few thousand square feet, I guessed. And the decor was different. They had worked some pale wood tones into the design, but ours had a little more color. I walked past their in-home gym and down the stairs, past a massive state-of-the-art kitchen. Just a couple more minutes to spare. Might as well get outside for some fresh air before being overwhelmed by Ride's expensive cologne. After making sure the door wouldn't lock behind me, I stepped outside and paced slowly around the porch. I wanted to think of a solution to my predicament that didn't involve marrying Ride or some other guy of my father's choosing, but I couldn't come up with one. Reputation meant everything to my father's business. Just a small PR faux pas could be the difference between a major movie deal or a contract with top talent. An engine gunned loudly in the distance, and I saw a motorcycle passing through the gates. I'd never seen a delivery guy on a motorcycle. A bike occasionally, but a pitch-black motorcycle that you could hear from half a mile away? No way. He sped all the way to the end of the drive until he spun to a stop in front of the house. Thankfully, he hadn't left a mark on the cement, because Mr. Rush would have had his head on a platter. He pulled the helmet off and shook out his dark, shaggy hair. His brown eyes collided with mine, full of intensity. I stumbled back, caught off guard by the strength in his gaze. The corner of his lips lifted in a smirk before he turned his back to me and began unzipping the insulated bag on the back of his bike. It gave me just enough time to lift my chin, square my shoulders, and walk toward him. Only a few feet stood between us when he turned back around, and I was ready for the impact of his gaze this time. He flicked his eyes lazily over me, lingering on my curves, and a chill went through me. Something told me it wasn't related to the crisp spring air. "Here you go." He handed me the bag, and my fingers brushed his fingerless gloves in the transfer. He was different from what I spent every day around, preppy boys with 6-figure cars and 7-figure egos. "See you around," he said, lifting his leg over his bike and gunning the engine. As he drove away, one thought ran through my mind. I hoped he was right.
Hi, this is Kelsie Stelting, author of Curvy Girls Can't Date Cowboys. Thank you so much for reading. If you want to get more bonus content, visit www.kelsiestelting.com/the-curvy-girl-club. Can't wait to see you there. Author's note. This book has nearly 80,000 words of heart and soul crammed into it. So much of Ginger's story is my own. Loving younger siblings with all your heart, the struggle of choosing who you are with so many voices, and falling in love with agriculture. I grew up on a farm where I could hear cattle mooing each morning and could smell the silage going into the feed bunks. The world was my backyard, and I could explore and play to my heart's content as long as all the work was done. I loved going to work cattle and the way the dust rolled in through open windows as we drove into pasture. I loved calving season when we would bring calves into the kitchen to make sure they were well fed and cared for. I loved laying out salt licks for them to get their minerals in or listening to a horse slurp a fresh tank of water. But the older I got, the smaller the farm began to feel. Instead of having endless space to explore, I realized there was an entire world out there with different people, different beliefs, differing sights and sounds and smells and colors than those I had always known. I learned there were people out there vehemently against what my family did every single day. When I went to college and studied abroad in the Czech Republic, I was as far away from my family as I had ever been. Stripped of everything I'd ever known, I was forced to take a hard look at who I was, who I wanted to be. Did I want to be an adversary or a friend? In this story, Ray has strong beliefs about ranching and farming, and so does Ginger's mom. Isn't it funny how we fall for people like our parents? They both had a decision to make. Do we let someone who believes differently from us sit at the family table? Do we protect our beliefs more than someone's humanity? Ginger in the story is everything I strive to be. She's open and honest and curious. Instead of listening to one voice in her head, she opened herself up to the truth. She questioned what she'd always known and discovered her own truth along the way. Are there some areas in your life you've been protecting your beliefs more than the truth? What might happen if you took the chance, just like Ray, to invite someone different to sit at your family table? Acknowledgements. I'd like to thank my grandparents, uncle, father, and countless friends who showed me the legacy and beauty of agriculture. I'm thankful for their introduction to the world and for the fact that I got to see it anew through my husband's eyes. He showed me what it meant to be open to new and completely foreign experiences at the young age of 17. Kansas State University gave me the opportunities to learn about science and explore the unknown, and they also showed me how big the world was. The Czech University of Life Sciences helped me embrace international agriculture and the incredible science being discovered around the world. Oklahoma State University helped me develop new perspectives and forms of communication, while I earned my master's in agricultural communication there. Sally Henson is an incredible small town romance author, as well as the best friend a gal could ask for. I love talking about the wonders of country life with her. Trisha, my incredible editor, can never quit. At this point, she stuck with me, and I'm never letting her go. Even as she read this story, she did so with grace and curiosity, and I love that about her. While my siblings and mother have all gone different directions at this point, their support has remained constant. I can't tell you how amazing it feels to know I have people in my corner no matter what direction my writing takes me. Somehow, God brought me from a small farm in western Kansas to writing the stories of my heart, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. I can truly say I love my job and the path my life is on with my sweet children. I have so many people around me, like the wonderful members of my Readers Club. They keep me excited about new stories, and I loved their anticipation for this one specifically. I'm also thankful for Joyce Oben, who, without a doubt, just nails the narration every single time. And finally, dear reader, I'm thankful for you. I'm not sure if you grew up around agriculture or in the middle of a concrete jungle, but either way, I'm so glad you took a seat at my family table.
This has been Curvy Girls Can't Date Cowboys, written by Kelsie Stelting, narrated by Joyce Oben. Copyright 2020 by Kelsie Stelting. Production copyright by Kelsie Stelting.
Hi there, I am so excited to talk to you about Curvy Girls Can't Date Cowboys. If you hear some noise in the back, it is my children. So excuse the noise, it's just a part of my everyday life. So I think I'm going to go over just some of the commonly asked questions about this book to give you a little behind the scenes peek at how it came to be. So the first question I always get about my books is, where does your inspiration come from? And for this book, it was a lot of things. Obviously, I write about curvy girls and plus size women, and that comes so much from my own life experience. Growing up as a bigger girl, you know, I wasn't that big when I was younger, but I was larger than all of my classmates. And over life, I gained weight and struggled with some disordered eating. And I always wanted to write books about girls who were kind of like me, who felt a little on the outside because of their size, but ultimately they were beautiful all along. And that's something that I've come to realize about myself. You know, I've been beautiful all along. I didn't have to gain or lose weight to be beautiful. And then the other part of this book came from my own personal life experience of growing up in a very, very small rural agricultural town. My family owns livestock and farms, and as I was growing up, I loved that part of my life. I loved working outside. I loved working with animals. I loved just experiencing life and the cycle of life up close and personal, because any kid who grows up on a farm gets to see birth and new life and has to deal with death and beginnings and endings all the time. And a lot of time that agricultural lifestyle is so misunderstood because less than 2% of Americans work in production agriculture. So I really was a very, very, very small percentage of the population growing up like that. And I always had a really deep love for it. When I went to college, I thought I was going to be a veterinarian or work in like genetics, like beef cattle genetics, because it was so intriguing to me. And as I went through college, I started learning about a lot of the different perspectives people have around agriculture. That antibiotic usage is bad, and you see this promoted a lot, that like meats are antibiotic free. And I really just wanted to show that through Ray's family, that agriculturalists really do care about providing good lives for the animals that they raise. and providing good food for the people who eat it. And a lot of times it's not just something that people get into to make money. It's very expensive to be in agriculture, and a lot of times you're operating on losses and loans. And it's not something that you just get into, it's something that you have been raised in and you pass on for generations. And that was really special for me to be able to share in this book and to show, some of the feelings that agriculturalists have and some of the feelings that develop over time from people maybe not as involved in agriculture or people who see things differently. So I really loved that juxtaposition between Ray's family and Ginger's family, and that's kind of where that inspiration came from. As far as Ray, Ray is just every girl's dream. You always think of that strong, rugged guy who's going to save you. And they say like still waters run deep. That's kind of the guy that Ray is. He has this very like calm and commanding demeanor, but underneath there's so many emotions that he doesn't let very many people see because he's busy trying to lead the family. So another question that I often get is what's coming next? So after Curvy Girls Can't Date Cowboys, the next book in this series is Curvy Girls Can't Date Bad Boys, and it's Zara's story. And if you know Zara, she is just a complete spitfire. She is so confident in herself and her abilities and her looks and just who she is. And I love that. And I think that her story is really good because it shows some of what's underneath that confidence. Where does it come from? Is it always that strong? What demons is she fighting in her own life if she doesn't have to worry so much about her looks like other people do who maybe have like a lower self-esteem in that area? So that is really fun. And then the guy who Zara dates is just he is the motorcycle riding bad boy that all of us dream we could have. And we just fantasize about dating, which is why we read books and listen to audiobooks. So he is just one that really is after my own heart for sure. I love Ronan, and I think you will too in the next book. If you do have any more questions about this audiobook or about my writing, be sure to leave a comment. I'm happy to reply. I see all of them and I get notified on them. Be sure to subscribe to this channel so that you can see future audiobooks coming out and hear about new books that I'm writing, because writing is really one of the big loves of my life, and I'm so happy that I get to do it and that I can share it with you. So thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the next story.